Chapter 10 of the Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 2, by François-René de CHATEAUBRIAND. Chapter 10. Paris, November 1821. Mirabeau. By the irregularities and accidents of his life, Mirabeau was mixed up with the greatest events and brought into contact with convicts, ravishers, and adventurers. Mirabeau, the tribune of the aristocracy, the representative of the democracy, combined in his character Gracchus and Don Juan, Catiline and Guzman d'Alfarache, Cardinal Richelieu and Cardinal de Retz, the roué of the Regency and the terrorist of the Revolution. Moreover, Mirabeau possessed the character of his family, Florentine exiles who retained their armed palaces, and were conspicuous as specimens of those leaders of faction celebrated by Dante. His ancestors were naturalized in France, where the republican spirit of the Italians of the Middle Ages and the feudal spirit of the Middle Ages in France were found united in a succession of extraordinary men. The ugliness of Mirabeau, engrafted upon the element of beauty peculiar to his race, produced a species of striking figure, such as those in the Last Judgment of Michelangelo, the fellow countryman of the Arrighetti. The deep furrows left by the smallpox on the orator's face were like scars left by fire. Nature seemed to have moulded his head either for dominion or the gallows, fashioned his arms either to hold down a nation or to carry off a woman. When he shook his locks and looked at the people, he subdued them to his will. When he raised his fist and showed them his nails, the multitude became furious. In the midst of the most frightful disorders of a sitting, I have seen him at the tribune, dark, ugly, and motionless. He recalled to mind Milton's chaos, impassable and without form, in the centre of confusion. Mirabeau resembled his father and his uncle, who, like Saint-Simon, wrote immortal pages in honour of the devil. These furnished him with speeches for the tribune. He took from them whatever his mind could amalgamate with his own substance. Whenever he adopted them as a whole, he delivered them boldly. It was obvious they were not his own from occasional words which were mixed up with them, and which revealed himself. His energy was the offspring of his vices. And these vices were not the children of a frigid temperament, but of passions deep, burning, and tempestuous. Cynicism of manners, by the annihilation of the moral sense, introduces a kind of barbarism into society. These barbarians of society are men fitted to destroy like the Goths, but destitute of their power of reconstruction. The latter were enormous children of a virgin nature, the former monstrous abortions of a depraved one. I have twice met Mirabeau at a banquet, once at the Marquise de Villette's, Voltaire's niece, and a second time at the Palais Royal, with the deputies of the Opposition, to whom I was introduced by Chapelier. Chapelier was drawn to the scaffold in the same wagon with my brother and M. de Malesherbes. Mirabeau talked a great deal, and especially a great deal about himself. This son of lions, and himself a lion with the head of the chimera, this man so positive in his facts, was all romance, all enthusiasm in imagination and language. In him might be seen the lover of Sophie, exalted in his sentiments and capable of sacrifices. "I have found her," said he, "that adorable woman. I knew her soul, a soul formed by the hands of nature in a moment of magnificence." Mirabeau enchanted me with his tales of love, with his recollections of that retreat where he passed his time in dry discussions. He interested me still more by his accounts of another passage in his life. Like myself, he had been harshly treated by his father, who, like mine, had preserved the inflexible traditions of absolute paternal authority. The great guest spoke profusely on foreign politics, but said almost nothing of home affairs, which nevertheless completely occupied his mind. Occasional expressions escaped him which showed his sovereign contempt for men who made pretensions to superiority by the indifference which they affected towards evils and crimes. Mirabeau was by nature generous, sensible to friendship, and ready to pardon offences. Notwithstanding his immorality, he was unable to repress the workings of his conscience. It was only dead for himself. His upright and firm mind never regarded murder as a sublimity of intelligence. He felt no admiration whatever for the slaughter-houses and lay stalls. Mirabeau, however, was not deficient in pride. He boasted enormously, and though he became a draper in order to be elected by the tiers-état, the nobility having had the honourable folly to reject him, he was very proud of his birth. His father called him a wild bird, whose nest was among 4 turrets. He never forgot that he had appeared at court, ridden in one of the king's carriages, and accompanied him to the hunt. He required to be addressed by the title of count. He stuck to his colours, and loaded his servants with livery, when every one else gave it up. In season and out of season, he always quoted his relation, the Admiral de Coligny, the Monitor having called him Riquet. "Do you know," said he, with warmth, to the journalist, "that with your Riquet you have confounded Europe for 3 days?" He was accustomed to repeat the following impudent and well-known pleasantry: "In another family, my brother the Viscount would be the man of genius and the vagabond. In my family, he is the fool and the good man." Biographers attribute this saying to the Viscount when comparing himself with humility to the other members of his family. In the main, Mirabeau's feelings were monarchical, as may be seen from the following beautiful expressions: "I was anxious to cure the French of the superstition of monarchy, and to replace it by its worship." In a letter intended to be brought under the notice of Louis XVI., he wrote: "I had no desire to have laboured merely for a vast destruction. That, however, was what took place. Heaven, in order to punish us for our unemployed talents, has sent us repentance for our success." Mirabeau moved opinions by 2 levers. On the one hand, he made the masses his fulcrum of whom, whilst despising them, he had constituted himself the defender. On the other, although a traitor to his order, he retained its sympathy by other affinities of caste and common interests. This never could have happened to a plebeian who might have become the champion of the privileged classes. Such an one would have been abandoned by his own party without gaining the aristocracy, which is, in its very nature, ungrateful and inaccessible to all not born within its ranks. The aristocracy, moreover, cannot improvise a noble, because nobility is the daughter of time. Mirabeau founded a school. By freeing themselves from the bonds of morality, the men of this school imagined that they became statesmen. These imitations have never produced anything better than perverse dwarfs. He who flatters himself at being corrupt and a robber is merely a debauché and a knave. He who believes himself virtuous is only vile. He who boasts of being criminal is only infamous. Too soon for himself and too late for it, Mirabeau sold himself to the court, and the court bought him. He staked his reputation against a pension and an embassy. Cromwell was on the brink of bartering his future fame for a title and the Order of the Garter. In spite of his haughtiness, Mirabeau did not value himself high enough. Now that abundance of money and places has raised the price of consciences, there is not a political tumbler who does not cost hundreds of thousands of francs and the highest honours of the state. The tomb released Mirabeau from his promises, and sheltered him from dangers which probably he would not have been able to overcome. His life showed his weakness for good. His death has left him in possession of his power for evil. Going away from dinner, there arose some discussion about Mirabeau's enemies. I was by his side and had not spoken a word. He looked in my face with his eyes of pride, genius and vice, and placing his hand upon my shoulder, said: "They will never pardon me for my superiority." I still feel the impression of that hand, as if Satan had touched me with his claw of fire. When Mirabeau fixed his eye on the young mute, had he a presentiment of my future productions? Did he think that he would one day be summoned back to my recollection? I was destined to become the historian of high personages. They have filed before me without my having attached myself to their cloaks, so as to be drawn along with them to posterity. Mirabeau has already undergone that metamorphosis which takes place amongst those whose memories must live. Carried from the Pantheon to the common sewer, and from the sewer back to the Pantheon, he has been elevated to the very pinnacle of the time which now serves as his pedestal. The real Mirabeau is no longer to be seen, but Mirabeau idealized such as artists draw him, in order to render him the symbol or myth of the period which he represents. In this way he becomes both more true and more false. Out of so many reputations, actors, events and ruins, only 3 men remain, one belonging to each of the 3 great revolutionary periods: Mirabeau to the aristocracy, Robespierre to the democracy, and Bonaparte to despotism. Monarchy has none. France has paid dear for these 3 reputations, which virtue cannot acknowledge. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of the Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768–1800, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole, Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768–1800, Part 2, by François-René de CHATEAUBRIAND, Chapter 11. Paris, December 1821. Sitting of the National Assembly. Robespierre. The sittings of the National Assembly excited an interest to which those of our chambers are far from approaching. It was necessary to rise early to find a place in the crowded tribunes. The deputies arrived, eating, talking, and gesticulating. They formed groups in the different parts of the hall, according to their opinions. There was the reading of the minutes, after that the development of the question fixed for discussion, or some extraordinary motion. The discussions did not turn upon an insipid clause of a law, and the order of the day scarcely ever was without a destruction. Members spoke for or against. Every one delivered his opinion, well or ill. The debates grew stormy, the galleries took part in the discussion, applauded, cheered, or hissed and hooted the speakers. The president rang his little bell. The deputies addressed one another from bench to bench. Mirabeau the younger seized his competitor by the collar. Mirabeau the elder shouted, "Silence aux 30 voix!" One day I was sitting behind the royalist opposition, and before me there was a gentleman from Dauphiny, of a dark countenance and diminutive figure, who leapt in fury upon his seat, and said to his friends, "Let us fall, sword in hand, upon those beggars there," pointing to the side of the majority. The dames of the hall, knitting in the tribunes, heard him, rose, and shouted all at once, with their stockings in their hands and foaming mouths, "À la lanterne!" Viscount Mirabeau, Lautrec, and some other young nobles, were eager to make an attack upon the tribunes. This fracas was soon stifled by another. Petitioners, armed with pikes, presented themselves at the bar. "The people are perishing from hunger," said they. "It is time to adopt measures against the aristocrats, and to rise to the height of circumstances." The president assured these citizens of his respect in the following terms: "An eye is constantly kept on the traitors, and the Assembly will do justice." Thereupon arose a new tumult. The deputies of the right shouted that everything was going into a state of anarchy. The deputies of the left replied that the people were to express their wishes, that they had a right to complain of the despotism seated even in the bosom of the national representation. Thus they designated their colleagues to the sovereign people, which re-echoed the denunciation. The evening sittings far exceeded in scandalous excesses those of the morning. People speak better and more boldly by the light of lamps. The hall of the riding house then became truly a theatre in which one of the greatest dramas of the world was being acted. The leading personages still belonged to the ancient order of things. Their terrible antagonists, concealed behind them, said little or nothing. Towards the close of a discussion, I saw ascending the tribune a deputy of a very ordinary appearance, dull and inanimate figure, with his hair regularly arranged and appropriately dressed, like the steward of a good mansion or a village notary, attentive to his personal appearance. He made a long and tedious report, to which no one listened. I asked his name: it was Robespierre. The people with shoes were ready to go out of the halls, and the sabots were already kicking the door. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of the Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole, Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 2, by François-René de CHATEAUBRIAND. Chapter 12. Paris, December 1821. Society, aspect of Paris. Before the Revolution, whenever I read the history of public disturbances, I could not conceive how persons had been able to live in those times. I was astonished that Montaigne wrote in a chateau of which he could not make the circuit without the risk of being carried off by bands of Leaguers or of Protestants. The Revolution has enabled me fully to understand the possibility of such an existence. Moments of crisis produce an increase of life among men. In a society which is going through the process of dissolution and reconstruction, the struggle of the two geniuses, the shock between the past and the future, the mixture of the old and the new manners, form a transitory combination which leaves not a moment of ennui. Passions and characters set at liberty exhibit a vigour which never appears in a well-regulated city. The infraction of laws, freedom from duties, usages and civility, even dangers, add interest to the disorder. The whole people in the universal respite of occupation walk in the streets, freed from its demagogues, relapse for a moment into a state of nature, and only begin to feel the necessity of the social reign when it is forced to bear the yoke of new tyrants called into existence by license. I could not more fully describe the society of 1789 and 1790 than by comparing it to the architecture of the time of Louis XII and of Francis I, when Grecian orders began to be mixed with the Gothic style, or rather by comparing it to a collection of the ruins and tombs of all ages heaped together pell-mell after the Reign of Terror in the cloisters of the Petit Augustin. Only the wrecks of which I speak were living and varied without intermission. In every corner of Paris, there were literary réunions, political societies and theatres. The men of great future renown wandered about in the crowd without being known, like souls on the banks of Lethe before having enjoyed the light. I have seen Marshal Gouvion Saint-Cyr play a character at the Théâtre du Marais in de Beaumarchais' Mère Coupable, and one went from the Club of the Feuillants to that of the Jacobins, from balls and gambling houses to the gatherings of the Palais Royal, from the tribunes of the National Assembly to open-air meetings. Deputations of the people, pickets of cavalry, and patrols of infantry passed and repassed each other in the streets. Close beside a man in a French dress, with powdered hair, a sword at his side, his hat under his arm, pumps and silk stockings, there walked a man with cropped hair, without powder, an English frock coat, and an American cravat. The news was published by the actors at the theatre, and the pit resounded with patriotic songs. Occasional pieces attracted multitudes. An abbé appeared on the stage, the people shouted at him, "Coxcomb, coxcomb!" and the abbé replied, "Gentlemen, vive la nation!" Mandini and his wife, Viganoni and Rovedino, might be heard at the Opera Buffa, after having listened to the howling of Ça ira. One might have gone to admire Madame du Gazon, Madame Saint-Aubin, Caroline, the little Olivier, Mademoiselle Contat, Mollet, Fleury, and Talma, just then a débutant, after having seen Favras hanged. The promenades on the Boulevard du Temple and des Italiens, surnamed Coblentz, were crowded with showy women, among whom 3 young daughters of Grétry were conspicuous, white and red as their attire. The whole 3 soon died. "She fell asleep for ever," says Grétry, speaking of his eldest daughter, "seated upon my knee, and as beautiful as when alive." A multitude of carriages rolled over the crossings or bedaubed the sans-culottes, and there was to be seen the beautiful Madame de Buffon sitting alone in the Duke of Orleans' phaeton at the door of some club. The elegance and taste of the aristocratic society was to be met with at the Hôtel de la Rochefoucauld, at the evening parties of Mesdames de Proix, d'Hénin, de Sémillon, de Vaudreuil, and in some of the drawing-rooms of the high magistracy still remaining open. At the houses of M. Necker, the Comte Montmorin, and the various public functionaries, were to be seen, with Madame de Staël, la Duchesse d'Aiguillon, Mesdames de Beaumont and de Sérilly, all the new ornaments of France, and all the freedom of the new manners. The shoemaker, in the uniform of an officer of the National Guard, on his knees, took the measure of your foot. The monk, who on Fridays wore his white or black robe, on Sundays wore a round hat, dressed like a citizen. The shaven Capuchin read the newspapers in the wine-shop or the tea-garden, and in the midst of a circle of frivolous women, there appeared a grave nun. This was some aunt or sister turned out of her convent. Crowds visited the convents open to everybody, just as travellers in Granada run through the deserted halls of the Alhambra, or as they stop at Tibur, under the columns of the Temple of the Sibyl. Finally, there were duels and amours, friendships in prison, and political brotherhood, mysterious rendezvous, under the clear sky, in the midst of the peace and poetry of nature. There were retired, silent, solitary walks, mixed with eternal oaths and unspeakable affections, in the midst of the hollow noise of a vanishing world, and the distant sound of a crumbling society, which threatened with its fall the destruction of all those sources of happiness placed at the feet of events. Whenever anything was lost sight of for 24 hours, no one could be sure of ever finding it again. Some engaged in revolutionary turmoils, others thought of civil war. Others again set out for Ohio, whither they sent before them plans of chateaux to be built among Indian savages. Others again went to join the princes, all this cheerfully, often without a single sou in their pockets. The Royalists alleging that the whole would end some morning by a decree of the Parliament, the Patriots, equally vain in their hopes, announcing the reign of peace and happiness with that of liberty. The following song was heard everywhere: La sainte chandelle d'Arras, le flambeau de la Provence, s'il ne nous éclaire pas, mettent le feu dans la France. On ne peut pas les toucher, mais on espère les moucher. And mark what opinions were formed of Robespierre and Mirabeau. It is as little in the power of any earthly faculties, said L'Étoile, to prevent the French people from speaking, as it is to bury the sun in the earth, or to shut it up in a hole. The palace of the Tuileries, a great jail filled with convicts, rose in the midst of these fêtes of destruction. Those, also, sentenced to death, enjoyed themselves whilst they were waiting for the cart, the shearing time, or the bloody shirt which had been put out to dry, and they could see through the windows of their prison the dazzling illuminations of the Queen's Circle. Pamphlets and newspapers multiplied by thousands, satires, poems, and the songs of the Acts of the Apostles replied to the Amis du Peuple, or to the Modérateur of the Monarchical Club, edited by Fontanes. Maillet Dupin, in the political articles of the Mercure, was in opposition to L'Arpe and Chamfort, in the literary portion of the same paper. Champonettes, the Marquis de Bonnay, Rivarol, Mirabeau the Younger, the Holbein of the Sword, who levied the legion of Hussars de la Mort on the Rhine, and Honoré Mirabeau the Elder, amused themselves, while dining together, by drawing caricatures and getting up the Petit Almanach des Grands Hommes, after which Honoré went to propose martial law or the seizure of the possessions of the clergy. He passed the night at the house of Madame J., after declaring that he would not quit the National Assembly till driven thence at the bayonet point. Égalité consulted the devil in the lists of Montrouge, and returned to the garden at Monceau to preside at orgies instituted by Laclos. The future regicide was worthy of his race, exhausting his powers by debauchery before giving himself up to ambition. Lauzun, already sated and withered, supped in his little house at the Barrière du Maine with some opera dancers, whose favours were divided between Messieurs de Noailles, de Dion, de Choiseul, de Narbonne, de Talleyrand, and some other exquisites of the day, 2 or 3 mummies of whom are still in existence. Most of the courtiers celebrated for their immorality in the latter part of Louis XV's reign, and during that of Louis XVI, were enrolled under the tricolor. They had almost all been engaged in the American War, and had bedaubed their cordons with republican colours. The Revolution employed them before it had risen to any great height. They even became the principal generals in its army. The Duc de Lauzun, the romantic lover of the Princess Czartoryska, the pursuer of women, the Lovelace who, in the modest jargon of the court, had now this lady, now that, the Duc de Lauzun, then Duc de Biron, commanding for the Convention in La Vendée, what a pity to see! Baron de Besenval, the false and cynical revealer of the corruptions of high life, displaying all the puerilities of the old expiring monarchy, this heavy baron, compromised in the affair of the Bastille, and saved by M. Necker and Mirabeau, solely because he was a Swiss. What a misery! What had such men to do with such events? When the Revolution increased in strength and power, it contemptuously abandoned these frivolous apostates from the throne. It had had need of their vices, it had need of their heads. It despised no blood, not even that of Madame du Barry. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Part 2 of the Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, by François-René de CHATEAUBRIAND, Part 2. Chapter 13. Paris, December 1821. What I did in the midst of this confusion. My solitary days. Mademoiselle Monet. I arranged the plan of my journey to America with the help of M. de Malesherbes. Bonaparte and myself, obscure sub-lieutenants. The Marquis de la Rouerie. I embark at Saint-Malo. Last thoughts on quitting my native land. The year 1790 completed the measures sketched out in the year 1789. The possessions of the Church, at first put into the hands of the nation, were confiscated, the civil constitution of the clergy decreed, the nobility abolished. I was not present at the Federation of July 1790. A rather serious indisposition confined me to bed, but I had been much entertained previously by the wheelbarrow scene in the Champ de Mars. Madame de Staël has described it with extraordinary cleverness. I shall always regret not having seen M. Talleyrand repeat the Mass, assisted by the Abbé Louis, as I also regret not having seen him, with the sabre at his side, giving audience to the ambassador from the Grand Turk. Mirabeau lost his popularity in 1790, his connections with the court were evident. M. Necker resigned his post of minister, and retired. No one had any desire to detain him. Mesdames, the king's aunts, left for Rome, furnished with a passport from the National Assembly. The Duke of Orleans, after his return from England, declared himself the humble and obedient servant of the king. The societies of friends to the Constitution, which had multiplied in different parts of France, leagued themselves with the original society in Paris, received its ideas, and executed its orders. Public life met a favourable disposition in my character. What passed in common attracted me, because in a crowd I retained my solitude of soul, and had not to struggle with my timidity. The saloons, too, participating in the general movement, became a little less repugnant to my mind, and I had, in spite of myself, made some new acquaintances. Among these was the Marquise de Villette. Her husband, whose reputation was much calumniated, wrote in the Journal de Paris in conjunction with Monsieur, the king's brother. Madame de Villette herself, still a very charming woman, lost a daughter of about 16, who was yet more charming, and in memory of whom the Chevalier de Perney wrote this stanza, worthy of their anthologie. Au ciel, elle a rendu sa vie, et doucement s'est endormie, sans murmurer contre ses lois, ainsi le sourire s'efface. Ainsi meurt sans laisser de trace le chant d'un oiseau dans les bois. My regiment, quartered at Rouen, preserved its discipline for some time. It was engaged in a conflict with the people at the execution of the comedian Mordier, who suffered under the last exercise of the parliamentary power. Hung one day, he would have been a hero the next, had he lived 24 hours longer. But at length insurrection broke out among the soldiers in Navarre. The Marquis de Mortemart emigrated. The officers followed him. I had neither adopted nor rejected the new opinions. As little disposed to attack as to advocate them, I neither wished to emigrate nor to continue my military career. I therefore retired. Being free from all ties in opinion, I had on the one hand rather warm disputes with my brother and Président de Rosambo, on the other discussions not less bitter with Ginguené, Laharpe, and Chamfort. From the days of my earliest youth, my political impartiality had pleased no one. I only attached importance to the questions then mooted, in as far as they bore upon general ideas of human liberty and dignity. By this standard I judged them. Personal politics wearied me. My true life was in higher regions. The streets of Paris, crowded as they now were by day and by night, no longer permitted the indulgence of my whims. I sought solitude in the theatre. Establishing myself in the depths of a box, I allowed my thoughts to wander to the verses of Racine, the music of Sacchini, or the dances at the opera. I must have intrepidly sat out La Barbe Bleue and Le Sabot Perdu 20 times running, at the theatre on the Italian boulevard, wearing myself in order to get rid of ennui, like an owl in a hole in a wall. While the monarchy was crumbling to the ground, I heard neither the crash of the secular arches, nor the drawling of the vaudeville, neither the voice of Mirabeau thundering from the tribune, nor that of Collin singing to Babette on the stage, Qu'il pleuve, qu'il vente ou qu'il neige, quand la nuit est longue, on l'abrège. M. Monet, director of the mines, and his young daughter, were sometimes sent by Madame Ginguené to disturb me in my hermit-like solitude. Mademoiselle Monet sat down at the front of the box, and I behind her, half grumbling, half pleased. I know not whether she pleased me, whether I liked her, but I was afraid of her. When she was gone, I regretted her, although rejoicing that she was no longer beside me. Nevertheless, I sometimes gave myself great trouble to go and call for her, and walk with her. I gave her my arm, and even, occasionally I think, pressed the one which rested on mine. One idea now occupied my mind almost entirely, that of going to the United States. I wanted a useful aim for this journey. I therefore proposed to myself, as I have mentioned in these memoirs and in several of my works, to discover the North-West Passage. This project was by no means uncongenial to, or independent of, my poetic nature. No one cared for me. I was then, like Bonaparte, an insignificant sub-lieutenant, utterly without name in the world. We both rose from obscurity at the same period, I to seek my renown in solitude, he his fame among men. Not having given my heart to any woman, my sylph still haunted my imagination. I looked forward to the felicity of realizing with her my fantastic wanderings in the forests of the New World. Through the influence of another aspect of nature, my flower of love, my nameless phantom of the Armorican woods, became Atala, beneath the shades of Florida. M. de Malesherbes encouraged the idea of this voyage, and increased my desire for it. I passed whole mornings with him, poring over maps, comparing the various charts of the Arctic Circle, calculating the distances from Bering Straits to the top of Hudson's Bay, reading the different narratives of English, Dutch, French, Russian, Swedish, and Danish travellers and navigators. We traced out land routes by which to reach the shores of the Polar Sea, imagined difficulties to be surmounted and precautions to be taken against the rigour of the climate, the attacks of wild animals, and the want of provisions. This illustrious man said to me, "If I were young, I would go with you. I would spare myself the sight of the crimes, cowardice, and folly which meet me here. But at my age, men must be content to stay and die where they are. Do not fail to write to me by every opportunity, to give me full accounts of your progress and your discoveries. I will introduce them to the notice of the ministers. It is a great pity that you do not understand botany." After such conversations, I turned over Touruffo, Duhamel, Bernard de Jussieu, Gru, Jacquin, Rousseau's Dictionary, and a variety of elementary floras, then ran off to the Jardin du Roi, and already thought myself a Linnaeus. At length, in the month of January 1791, I seriously made up my mind. The chaos of affairs was increasing. The very name of aristocrat sufficed to subject any one bearing it to persecution. The more moderate and conscientious a man's opinion was, the more it was suspected and spied upon. I therefore resolved to strike my tent. I left my brother and sisters in Paris, and set out for Brittany. At Fougères I met with the Marquis de la Rouerie, and asked him for a letter to General Washington. Colonel Armand, the name borne by the Marquis in America, had distinguished himself in the War of American Independence. In France he made himself known by the part he took in the Royalist conspiracy, which made some such touching victims in the Decille family. Having lost his life while organizing this conspiracy, he was afterwards exhumed and recognised, and drew down misfortunes on his hosts and friends. Rival to Lafayette and Lauzun, and forerunner of La Roche-Jacquelin, he was more clever than any of them. He had fought oftener than the first, carried off opera actresses like the second, and would have been companion in arms to the third. He was then scouring the woods in Brittany, accompanied by an American major, and with an ape seated on the croup. The law students at Rennes were fond of him. His boldness in action and his freedom of ideas pleased them. He had been one of the 12 Breton gentlemen imprisoned in the Bastille. His appearance and manners were elegant, his air manly, his face intelligent and pleasing. He somewhat resembled the portraits of the young noblemen of the League. I chose Saint-Malo as my port of embarkation, in order that I might take leave of my mother. In the third book of these memoirs I have spoken of my visit en passant to Combourg, and of the feelings which there oppressed me. At Saint-Malo I remained 2 months, busied in preparations for my voyage, as I had once before been at the same place for my projected departure for India. I made arrangements for my passage with a captain named Desjardins. He had engaged to convey the Abbé Nagot, head of the seminary at Saint-Sulpice, and several of the students under his charge, to Baltimore. These fellow voyagers would have been more congenial to me 4 years before. From a zealous Christian as I had then been, I had now become an esprit fort, or to speak more truly, an esprit faible. This change in my religious opinions had been produced by reading books on philosophy. I truly believe that on one side a religious mind was, as it were, paralysed, that there were truths which could not reach it, however superior it might be in any other ways. It was this foolish pride which effected the change in my mind. In a religious spirit I supposed a deficiency, an absence of faculty, which in fact exists in a philosophic spirit. A limited intelligence imagines it sees everything, because it keeps its eyes open. A superior intelligence consents to shut its eyes, because it sees everything within. Another and final cause was the ceaseless despair, which lay deep in the recesses of my heart. A letter of my brother's has fixed the date of my departure in my memory. He wrote to my mother from Paris, announcing the death of Mirabeau. 3 days after the arrival of this letter, I rejoined the vessel in the roads. My luggage had all been previously sent on board. The anchor was weighed, a solemn moment among sailors. The sun was setting when the coasting pilot left us, after having safely guided our vessel out of the channel. The weather was gloomy, the breeze languid, and the waves beat heavily upon the rocks at a few cable lengths from the vessel. My eyes were fixed on Saint-Malo. I had just left my mother there in tears. I could see the belfries and domes of the churches where I had prayed with Lucile, the walls, the ramparts, the forts, the towers, and the Strand, where I had passed my childhood with Gesril and my other playfellows. I was deserting my country, torn with revolution, and at a time when she had lost a man whose place no one could fill. I was going far away, in equal uncertainty as regarded my country's destiny and my own. Who would meanwhile be lost to France or to me? Should I ever again see my country or my family? At nightfall a calm obliged us to lie by at the mouth of the roads. The lights in the town and in the watchtowers shone forth on the night. These lights, trembling beneath my paternal roof, seemed at once to smile on me, and to bid me adieu, illuminating the darkness around me and the deep shadow of the water among the rocks. I carried with me naught but my youth and my illusions. I quitted a world whose soil I had trodden, and whose stars I had counted, for a world where earth and sky were strangers to me. What was destined to befall me if I attained the aim of my voyage? Wandering by the Hyperborean shores, the years of discord which have crushed so many generations in their thundering course would have passed silently over my head. The face of society would have been renewed, and I absent. Probably I should never have had the misfortune to write. My name would have remained unknown, or would only have been linked with a peaceful celebrity below the standard of fame, disdained by envy and left to happiness. Who knows whether I should ever have recrossed the Atlantic, whether I might not have fixed my dwelling like a conqueror amidst his conquests among the solitudes I had explored and discovered in risk and peril. But no. I was destined to return to my country, to a change of misery, to be entirely different to what I had ever been before. This sea, in whose lap I was born, was now to become the cradle of my second life. I was born on it, on this my first voyage, as on the bosom of my nurse, as in the arms of the confidant of my first tears and my first pleasures. The ebb of the tide, in default of a breeze, was gradually carrying us out to sea. The lights on shore grew fainter and at last disappeared. Exhausted with reverie, with vague regrets and hopes still more vague, I retired to my cabin, and lay down in my hammock, rocked to the sound of the waves caressing the sides of the vessel. The wind rose, the unfurled sails, till then hanging useless by the mast, spread themselves to meet it, and when I went on deck next morning, we were out of sight of France. Here my destinies change. As Byron says, again to sea. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of the Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole, Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 2, by François-René de CHATEAUBRIAND, Chapter 14. London, from April till September 1822. Revised in December 1846. Introduction. 31 years after my departure for America as a simple sub-lieutenant, I set out for London with a passport couched in the following terms: Laissez passer sa Seigneurie le Vicomte de Chateaubriand, Père de France, ambassadeur du roi pour sa Majesté Britannique, etc. His Lordship Viscount de Chateaubriand, Peer of France, and ambassador from the King to the King of Great Britain, etc. There was no description of the person. My dignity was to convey a sufficient knowledge of my face everywhere. A steamboat, ordered for my special use, conveyed me from Calais to Dover. On landing at Dover, April 5th, 1822, a salute was fired from the forts. An officer sent by the commandant came to offer me a guard of honour. On my arrival at the ship, the master and servants of the hotel received us with bare heads and profound bows, and the mayoress of the town sent me an invitation to a soirée in the name of the ladies of the borough. Mr. Billing, one of the attachés to the embassy, awaited my arrival. A dinner of enormous dishes of fish and huge joints of beef was served up for His Excellency the Ambassador, who had no appetite and was not at all fatigued. The people gathered in crowds under the windows of the hotel, and made the air resound with huzzas. The officer from the garrison returned, and, in spite of my refusal, placed sentinels at the door. On the next day, after distributing a great deal of money belonging to the King my master, I set out for London in the midst of salvos of artillery, in a light carriage drawn by 4 beautiful horses, and driven at a rapid pace by 2 gaily dressed postilions. The servants followed, and other carriages and outriders wearing my livery accompanied the cortège. We passed through Canterbury, attracting the eyes of John Ball, and of the persons in the various equipages which we met on the road. At Blackheath, a place formerly haunted by highwaymen, I found a new village, and soon after we came full in view of the immense cloud of smoke with which London is constantly covered. Having plunged into this gulf of coal smoke as into the jaws of Tartarus, and being driven across the whole city, the streets of which I recognised, we alighted at the hotel of the Embassy in Portland Place. M. le Comte Georges de Caramont, the Chargé d'Affaires, the Vicomte de Marcellus, and the Baron de Decazes, secretaries to the Embassy, and other officials, received me with dignified respect. The whole of the ushers, porters, and servants of the hotel were stationed in the park. Cards were presented to me from the members of the King's Government and the foreign ambassadors, who had been already informed of my approaching arrival. On the 17th of May, in the year of grace 1793, on my way to the same city of London, I landed at Southampton from Jersey. No mayoress paid any regard to my transit. The mayor of the town, Mr. William Smith, gave me a card of the route to London on the 18th, accompanied with an extract from the Alien Bill. The description given of me in English was as follows: Francis de Chateaubriand, French officer in the emigrant army, 5 feet 4 inches high, brown hair and moustaches. The cheapest conveyance was taken, along with some sailors on leave. The humblest places of refreshment were selected, and poor, ill, and unknown, I entered into the large and opulent city under the rule of Mr. Pitt. I went to an humble lodging at 6 shillings a week in the upper floor of a corn dealer's house, in a small street running into Tottenham Court Road. Ah, monseigneur, que votre vie donne aujourd'hui si remplie de faire de ces heureux temps. Another species of obscurity now overshadowed me in London. My political position threw my literary reputation into the shade. There was not a fool in the 3 kingdoms who did not prefer the ambassador of Louis XVIII to the author of the Génie du Christianisme. We shall see how the matter will turn out after my death, or when I shall cease to replace the Duc de Caz at the court of George IV. A succession as extraordinary as the other parts of my life. When in London as the ambassador of France, one of my greatest pleasures was to leave my carriage at the corner of a square and to walk through the lanes, which I long ago frequented, and the populous and cheap suburbs, where misery takes refuge under the protection of similar suffering, the unknown abodes which I haunted along with my companions in distress, not knowing whether I might have bread for the morrow. What a contrast with the magnificent service of the embassy! At the doors of the humble and poor dwellings which I used to frequent, I met none but strange faces. I no longer saw my fellow countrymen wandering about, so easily recognised by their gestures, their walk, the style and cut of their dress. I saw no more of those martyr priests with their low collars, large three-cornered hats, and long black worn-out coats, whom the English saluted as they passed. The eye now everywhere fell upon new streets, bordered with palaces, noble bridges, and well-planted promenades. The open fields, covered with herds of cows, near Portland Place, had been converted into Regent's Park. A burying ground, which was visible through my attic window, had disappeared in the midst of the buildings of a manufactory. As I went to Lord Liverpool's, it was with difficulty I could recognise the open space where the scaffold of Charles I had been erected, and new buildings, in total forgetfulness of memorable events, have been brought close upon the statue of Charles II. In the midst of insipid pomps, how do I regret that season of tribulation and tears, in which I mingled my sorrows with a colony of unfortunate exiles! So true is it that everything changes, and that misfortune fades away, even like prosperity. What is now become of my brothers in exile? Some are dead, others have gone through various destinies. Like me, they have seen their neighbours and friends disappear from the scene. They have been less happy in their native land than they were upon a foreign soil. Had we not in this foreign land our meetings, our amusements, our fête, and above all our youth? Mothers of families and young girls who began life in adversity brought home the fruits of their labour in order to enjoy a festive dance of their native country. Attachments were formed, after the labours of the day, in the conversations of the evening on Hampstead Heath or over the fields around Primrose Hill. In chapels adorned by our hands amidst ruined buildings, we offered up our prayers on the 21st of January and the anniversary of the Queen's death, deeply moved by the funeral oration delivered by the emigrant curé of our village. We were accustomed to go along the banks of the Thames, sometimes to see ships laden with the riches of the world brought into the docks, and sometimes to admire the beautiful country houses at Richmond. We, so poor, so destitute, in all these things enjoyed a real happiness. When I returned in 1822, instead of being received by my friend, trembling with cold, who opened the door of a common attic and addressed me in familiar language, who lay upon his humble couch near mine, covered over with his scanty garments, the only lamp the light of the moon, I now passed in a blaze of light, through 2 rows of servants, into a room where stood 5 or 6 respectful secretaries, overwhelmed in my passage by the words, "Monseigneur, my Lord, Your Excellency, Monsieur l'Ambassadeur." I at length reached a drawing-room ornamented with silk and gold. "I pray you, gentlemen, leave me. A truce to these, my lords. What do you wish me to do for you? Go, laugh in your offices, just as if I was not here. Do not pretend to make me believe there is anything real in this masquerade. Do not think I am fool enough to imagine that I have changed my nature merely because I have changed my dress. The Marquis of Londonderry has just called, you say. The Duke of Wellington has left his card. Mr. Canning has also been here. Lady Jersey expects me to dinner to meet Mr. Brougham. Lady Gwydir hopes for my presence at 10 o'clock in her box at the Opera. Lady Mansfield at midnight at Almack's. Mercy! Where shall I hide myself? Who will deliver me? Who will snatch me away from these persecutions? Return, O charming days of my misery and solitude! Revive, companions of my exile! Come, my old comrades, with your camp beds and pallets of straw. Let us go into the country, into the little garden of an humble tavern, and drink a cup of tea seated on a wooden bench, and let us talk of our foolish hopes and our ungrateful country. Let us detail our troubles and our means of mutual assistance, how to succour some of our friends more necessitous than even ourselves. Such were my feelings and thoughts during the first days of my embassy in London. I could only escape from the annoyances which beset me under my roof by indulging in mournful recollections in Kensington Gardens. These gardens have undergone no change, with the exception of the growth of the trees. In their solitary walks, the birds still build their nests in peace. The same fashion of meeting in these gardens no longer exists as when Madame Récamier, the most beautiful of Frenchwomen, was accustomed to appear there, followed by a crowd. It affords me great pleasure to gaze from the greensward at the long lines of horses and fashionable carriages on the drives in Hyde Park, among which is seen my own empty tilbury, whilst I, having resumed the character of a poor gentleman émigré, saunter up the walk where the exiled confessor was formerly accustomed to read his breviary. It was in these same gardens I first projected the Essai historique. There, looking over the journal of my wanderings beyond sea, I drew from it the loves of Atala. In these gardens, after having wandered to a distance into the country, under a lowering sky, glowing and, as it were, penetrated with the polar light, I drew the first sketches of the passions of René. By night, I laid up the harvest of my reveries by day, in the Essai historique and in the Natchez. The two manuscripts proceeded abreast, although I was often in want of paper to record them, and fastened the leaves together by bits of wood from the window-sill, for want of thread. These scenes of my first inspirations always make me feel their power, by reflecting the mild light of my recollections on the present. And thus I feel a suitable disposition to resume my pen. How many hours are lost in embassies! Time is no more wanting to me here than in Berlin to continue my memoirs, an edifice which I am constructing from bones and ruins. In London, my secretaries were eager in the morning to go to picnics, and in the evening to balls. With all my heart. The men, Peter, Valentine and Louis, in their turn, were off to the alehouse, and the women, Rose, Peggy and Maria, for a walk. I was delighted at it. The key of the outer door was left with me, and the care of the house was committed to His Excellency the Ambassador. If anyone knocks, he will open the door. Everyone is gone out. Here am I alone. Let us resume our work. I have just said that 22 years ago I made the first sketches of the Natchez and Atala in London. In my memoirs I am precisely at the period of my travels in America. This will perfectly accord. Let us suppress these 22 years, as if they were in reality blotted out from my life, and let us set out for the forests of the New World. The account of my embassy will recur, if it please God, at its proper date, but if, at the least, I remain here a few months, I shall have leisure to proceed from the Falls of Niagara to the army of the Princes in Germany, and from the army of the Princes to my retreat in England. The ambassador of the King of France can relate the history of the French émigré in the very place to which he was exiled. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of the Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole, Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 2, by François-René de CHATEAUBRIAND, Chapter 15. London, from April till September 1822. Crossing the ocean. The preceding book closed with my embarkation at Saint-Malo. Our ship soon cleared the Channel, and the swell from the west announced the Atlantic. It is very difficult for those who have never been at sea to form an idea of the feelings experienced, when nothing whatever is visible from the deck of the ship, except the solemn face of the deep. There is a certain independence in a sailor's life which arises from the absence of land. The passions of men are left behind upon the shore. Between the world which is left and that after which we seek, the element on which we are born is the only substitute for love and for country. No more duties to discharge, no more visits to make, no more newspapers, no politics. The very language of sailors is not that of common life. It is a language such as that spoken by the ocean and the sky, the calm and the tempest. You dwell in a universe of waters, amongst creatures whose dress, tastes, manners, and countenance bear no resemblance to the dwellers on land. They possess the hardihood of the sea-wolf and the quickness of a bird. Their brow is traced by no marks of the cares of society. The wrinkles which traverse it resemble the folds of the shortened sail, and are less the effect of age than of winds and waves. The skin of these beings, impregnated with salt, is red and hard, like the surface of the rock lashed by the billows. Sailors have a passion for their ship. They weep with regret on parting from it, and with joy on returning to it. They find it impossible to remain at home. After having sworn 1,000 times no longer to expose themselves to the dangers of the sea, they cannot resist returning to it again, as a young man is unable to tear himself from his beloved, even although she prove tempestuous and faithless. In the docks of London and Plymouth, it is by no means rare to find sailors who have been born on shipboard, and from their childhood to old age have seldom been ashore. Their acquaintance with land is formed from the deck of their floating cradle, mere spectators of a world into which they have not entered. In a life reduced to so small a space, the clouds above and the deep below, everything assumes the forms of life to the sailor. An anchor, a sail, a mast, a gun, are the objects of his affection, and each of them has its history. The sail was rent on the coast of Labrador. The master sailmaker put on the patch which you see. The anchor saved the vessel when she was drifted after the loss of other anchors, into the middle of the coral rocks of the Sandwich Islands. The mast was broken in a hurricane off the Cape of Good Hope. It was only a single pole. It is much stronger now that it is made of two. The gun is the only one which was not dismounted in the Battle of the Chesapeake. The most interesting news on board are, that the lead has been just heaved. The ship is making 10 knots. The sky is clear at noon. An observation has been taken. We are in such a latitude. The ship's place is marked. So many leagues have been sailed. The declination of the needle is so many degrees. We have gone further north. The sand in the hourglass does not run freely. There will be rain. Procellaria have been observed in the ship's track. Clear up for a squall. Flying fish have appeared to the south. The weather is about to become calm. A bright spot has appeared in the clouds to the west. It is a sign of wind. It will blow from that quarter tomorrow. The colour of the sea is changed. Pieces of wood and seaweed are observed floating. Gulls and ducks have been seen. A small bird has just perched on the shrouds. A good lookout must be kept. Land is near, and it is dangerous to come on the coast by night. In the pen there is a favourite, and, so to speak, a sacred cock, which has outlived all the others. He is famous for having crowed during a battle, as if he had been in a farmyard amongst the hens. Below deck there is a cat, which has sailed twice round the world, and been saved from shipwreck on a barrel. The ship's boys give the cock biscuits steeped in wine, and Malou has the privilege, when he pleases, of sleeping in the mate's berth. The old sailor is like an old labourer. Their harvests are different, it is true. The sailor has led a wandering life, the labourer has never quitted his field. But both are equally well acquainted with, and predict futurity, whilst they plough their furrows. To the one the lark, the redbreast, and the nightingale are prophets. To the other the storm-birds and the kingfisher. They retire in the evening, the former to his berth, the latter to his hut, frail dwellings. But the storm that shakes them does not disturb easy consciences. If the wind tempestuous is blowing, still no danger they descry. The guiltless heart its boon bestowing, soothes them with its lullaby, etc., etc. The sailor knows not when death may take him unawares, or on what coast he may lose his life. Perhaps when his last sigh has mingled with the wind, he shall be launched into the bosom of the waves, bound to 2 oars, to continue his voyage. Perhaps he may be buried in a desert island, which will never again be visited, even as he has slept isolated in his hammock in the middle of the ocean. The ship alone forms an object of interest. Sensible to the slightest movement of the helm, a winged steed, she obeys the hand of the pilot, as a horse yields to the hand of the rider. The beauty of the masts and cordage, the activity of the sailors in climbing the shrouds and handing the sails, the different aspects under which the ship presents herself, sometimes heeling under the power of a contrary gale from the south, and sometimes running all sails set before a northerly breeze, combine to form of this almost intelligent machine one of the greatest triumphs of human ingenuity. One while, the surge with its foam breaks and dashes against the hull; at another, the peaceful waves yield a ready and easy passage to the prow. The flags, streamers, and sails complete the beauty of this palace of Neptune. The lower sails in all their extent are bulged out like vast cylinders. The upper ones, crossed in the middle by the buntline, resemble the bosom of a siren. Driven on by a powerful wind, with her keel she furrows the field of the sea, as with a ploughshare. On this ocean road, along which there are neither trees, villages, towns, towers, belfries, nor tombs to be seen, on this way, marked neither by columns nor milestones, whose only limits are the waves, whose relays are the winds, and whose lights are the stars, the meeting of other vessels forms the most pleasing adventure, except when one happens to be in quest of unknown countries and seas. Ships discover each other by their telescopes on the distant horizon, and immediately take means to run close to each other. The crew and the passengers crowd the decks, the ships approach, hoist their colours, shorten sail, and heave to. As soon as all is silent, the 2 captains stationed on their respective poops hail with the speaking trumpet. "What ship is that? Of what port? Captain's name? Whence from? How many days out? Latitude and longitude? A good voyage." They shake out the reefs, the sails fill. The crew and passengers of the 2 ships look at each other as they speed on their course, without uttering a word. Some are hastening to the climes of Asia, others to Europe, which will equally see them die. Time urges on its course, and separates travellers upon land more quickly still than the wind separates them on the ocean. A signal is made from afar, farewell! The common port is eternity. And if the vessel met should be that of Cook, or La Pérouse. The boatswain on board our Maloan vessel was an old supercargo named Pierre Villeneuve. His name alone made me entertain a regard for him, for it was that of my good nurse. He had served in India with de Suffren, and in America under Count d'Estaing, and had been in several engagements. Seated in the forepart of the ship, near the bowsprit, like a veteran beneath a vine in his little garden, in the convent of the Invalides, Pierre, whilst chewing a quid of tobacco, which puffed out his cheek as if he had a swelled face, used to describe to me the moment of clearing the decks, the effects of the discharges of artillery, the havoc caused by the shot in its rebound amongst the guns, their carriages, and the timber-work. I made him tell me about the Indians, the negroes, and the colonists. I asked him how the people were clothed, how the trees grew, what was the colour of the earth and the sky, and what the taste of the fruits, whether pineapples were better than peaches, and palm trees more beautiful than oaks. He illustrated everything by comparisons taken from things with which I was acquainted. The palm tree was like a great cabbage, the dress of an Indian like that of my grandmother, the camel resembled a hunchbacked ass, and all the people of the East, and especially the Chinese, he described as poltroons and thieves. Villeneuve was from Brittany, and we never failed to conclude our conversation by praising the incomparable beauty of our own country. The bell generally interrupted us in our conferences. It announced the quarters, the hour for dressing, for the review of the crew, for meals. Every morning, at a certain signal, the crew, ranged in line on the deck, exchanged the blue shirt they each wore for others which were hanging to dry among the shrouds. The shirts they took off were instantly washed in tubs, in which this troop of foci also soaped their brown faces and tarry hands. At their midday and evening meal, the sailors, seated in circles, with a bowl in the centre of each, dipped their pewter spoons, in regular and equal turns, into the soup it contained, which was kept in perpetual motion by the rolling of the vessel. Those who were not hungry sold their allowance of biscuit and salt meat to their comrades for a quid of tobacco or a glass of brandy. The passengers took their meals in the captain's cabin. When the weather was fine, an awning was spread over the quarter-deck, and we dined in view of the blue expanse of sea, speckled here and there with the light foam raised by the breeze. Wrapped in my cloak, I lay down at night on the deck, and gazed up at the stars. The swelling sails sent back upon me the freshness of the breeze which was rocking me beneath the celestial dome. I lay in a dreamy, half-slumbering state, with the wind blowing upon me, and the sky appeared to change with my dreams. The passengers on board a vessel form a society of an entirely different stamp from that of the officers and crew. They belong to another element. Their destinies belong to the land. Some are hastening to seek fortune, others repose. Some are returning to their country, some quitting it. Others are voyaging for the purpose of becoming acquainted with the manners and customs of different nations, or of studying science or art. There is leisure enough while they are thrown together in this wandering hostelry, which travels with the traveller, to become acquainted, to hear many a story and adventure, to conceive antipathies, to contract friendships. When among this temporary society there are any of those young women, partly of English, partly of Indian race, who unite the beauty of Clarissa to the delicacy of Sacontala, then chains are wreathed, united and disjoined, by the perfumed breezes of Ceylon, sweet and fleeting as they. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of the Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole, Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 2, by François-René de CHATEAUBRIAND, Chapter 16. London, from April till September, 1822. Francis Tulloch, Christopher Columbus, Camoens. Among my fellow passengers was an Englishman named Francis Tulloch. He had served in the artillery, was a painter, a musician, a mathematician, and spoke several languages. The Abbé Nagot, superior of the Sulpicians, having met with the English officer, converted him, and was now taking his neophyte to Baltimore. I made acquaintance with Tulloch, and as I was then a profound philosopher, urged him to return to his relations. The sight constantly before our eyes filled him with boundless admiration. We rose in the night, when the deck was abandoned to the officer of the watch, and a few sailors silently smoking their pipes. Tuta aequores silent. The vessel rolled and heaved at the will of the slow, heavy billows, while sparks of fire seemed to be emitted from the white line of foam which ran along her sides. Myriads of stars, beaming in the deep azure of the heavenly vault above us, a shoreless ocean, the infinite in the heavens and in the waters. Never did the idea of the greatness of God so weigh upon my soul as during these nights, when I had immensity above me, immensity at my feet. West winds and calms delayed our progress. On the 4th of May, we were only as far north as the Azores. On the 6th, towards 8 in the morning, we were in sight of the Peak of Pico. This volcano long reared its fiery head above unnavigated seas, a useless beacon by night, an unseen signal by day. There is something magical in seeing land thus rise from the depths of the sea. Christopher Columbus, amidst his mutinous crew, on the point of returning to Europe without having attained the object of his voyage, saw a distant light gleaming on a shore which was hidden from him by the darkness of night. The flight of birds had guided him towards America. The light on the hearth of a savage revealed a new universe to him. Columbus must have experienced something of the feeling attributed in Scripture to the Creator, when, after having drawn the world from the realm of chaos, he saw that his work was good. Vidit Deus quod esset bonum. Columbus created a world. One of the first biographies of the Genoese navigator was that which Giustiniani, when publishing a Hebrew Psalter, placed in the form of a note below the psalm: Caeli enarat gloriam Dei. Vasco da Gama could not have been less amazed when, in the year 1498, he touched the coast of Malabar. The whole globe then appeared changed. A new nature opened to view. The veil which for thousands of centuries had concealed a part of the universe was lifted. The country of the sun was revealed. The place whence he daily comes forth like a bridegroom or a giant, tanquam sponsus ut gigas. Other nations came face to face with the wise and brilliant East, whose mysterious history was mingled with the travels of Pythagoras, the conquests of Alexander, and the recollections of the Crusades, and whose perfumes were conveyed to us across the fields of Arabia and the seas of Greece. Europe sent a poet to salute it. The swan of the Tagus raised its sad, sweet song on the banks of the Indus. Camoens borrowed from them their lustre, their renown, and their misfortune. He left them but their riches. The Azores, Gractosa Island. When Gonzalo Vilo, the maternal grandfather of Camoens, discovered a part of the archipelago of the Azores, he ought, had he foreseen the future, to have reserved to himself the possession of 6 feet of land to cover the bones of his grandson. We anchored in bad roads, a rocky bottom covered by 45 fathoms of water. The swelling hills of Graciosa Island, before which we had moored, presented outlines somewhat resembling the curves of an Etruscan vase. They were clothed with the verdure of the cornfields, from which an agreeable frumentatious odour, peculiar to the harvests of the Azores, was wafted on the breeze. At intervals, through this verdant expanse, ran the division of the fields, formed of volcanic stones, half black, half white, heaped irregularly together. An abbey, a monument of an old world, on a new soil, stood at the summit of a low hill, and at the foot of this hill, on a pebbly beach, appeared the red roofs of the town of Santa Cruz. The whole island, with its features of bay, cape, crick, and promontory, was reflected inverted in the sea. Rocks rising perpendicularly from the waves formed its outer enclosure. Beyond Graciosa, in the background, appeared the cone of the volcano, rising from a cupola of clouds, and terminating the aerial perspective. It was decided that I should land in company with Tulloch and the first lieutenant. The chaloupe was launched, and soon brought us to the shore, a distance of about 2 miles. We perceived some movement on the coast, and a barge came towards us. As soon as it came within hearing, we saw that it contained a number of monks. They hailed us in Portuguese, Italian, English, and French, and we replied in the same languages. Alarm reigned on shore, for ours was the first vessel of large tonnage which had ventured to moor in the dangerous roads where we were waiting for wind and tide. And besides, it was the first time that these islanders had seen the tricolour ensign. They did not know whether we might not have come from Algiers or Tunis. Neptune had not recognised the flag so gloriously borne by Cybele. When they saw, however, that we looked like human beings, and that we understood what was said, their joy was extreme. The monks took us into their barge, and we rowed gaily towards Santa Cruz. There we landed, after some difficulty, as the surf was very high. The whole island flocked to see us. 4 or 5 alguazils, armed with rusty pikes, took possession of us. His Majesty's uniform attracted honours to me, and I passed for the important man of the deputation. We were taken to the governor's apartment, a paltry little room, where His Excellency, dressed in a shabby green coat, which had formerly been laced with gold, gave us solemn audience and permission to revictual. Our monks conducted us to their monastery, an edifice surrounded by balconies, commodious and well lighted. Tulloch had found a fellow countryman. The principal monk, who arranged all our proceedings and took most of the trouble on himself, was a Jersey sailor, whose vessel and its whole cargo had been wrecked off Graciosa. He was the only one of the crew who escaped with life, and as he was not wanting in intelligence, showed great docility in receiving the instruction of the catechists. He learned Portuguese and a few words of Latin. His being an Englishman tended to his favour at the monastery, and they converted and made a monk of him. The Jersey sailor, lodged, clothed, and fed in peace beside the altar, found this sort of life much easier than being sent aloft to furl the mizzen topsail. He still remembered his old trade, however, and having been so long deprived of the pleasure of speaking his own language, was delighted to meet with any one who understood it, and laughed and swore like any pilot. He was our guide through the island. The village houses, built of planks and stones, were embellished with exterior galleries, which gave a clean air to these huts, as they introduced a good deal of light. The peasants, who were almost all vine-dressers, were half naked, and bronzed by the sun. The women were small, and dark as mulattoes, but sprightly and naively coquettish, with their nosegays of syringa, and chaplets adorning their heads or necks. The slopes of the hills were thickly covered with vines, the wine produced from which resembled that of Fayal. Water was rare, but wherever a fountain bubbled, there grew a fig tree, with a little oratory beside it, its porch painted in fresco. Through the arches of the porch were to be seen, set as it were in a frame, views of parts of the island and glimpses of the sea. On one of these fig trees I saw a flock of teals settle. They were blue, but not web-footed. The tree had no leaves, but a quantity of red fruit set like crystals. When it was covered with these cerulean birds, each hanging its wings, its fruit appeared to be of a splendid purple colour, and itself to have suddenly put forth an azure foliage. The Azores were probably known to the Carthaginians. It is certain that Phoenician coins have been dug up in the island of Corvo. The first modern navigators who landed on this island found, it is said, an equestrian statue, its right arm extended, and pointing towards the west. This statue may, however, very possibly belong to the class of inventions which embellish the old marine descriptions. In Natchez, I have supposed that Chactas, on his return to Europe, landed at the island of Corvo, and here met with the mysterious statue. He thus expresses the ideas which occupied my mind at Graciosa, and revived the tradition in my memory. I approached this extraordinary monument. On its base, perpetually washed by the sea foam, were graven unknown characters. Moss and sea salt were gradually eating away the surface of the ancient bronze. The halcyon, perched on the casque of the colossus, at intervals sent forth its plaintive notes. Quantities of small shells had clung to the sides, and to the brown mane of the courser, and on putting my ear to the wide nostrils, confused murmuring noises seemed to issue from them. A good supper was served to us at the monastery, after our walk, and we spent the night in drinking with our hosts. Towards noon next day, our provisions having been previously embarked, we returned to the vessel. The monks took charge of our letters for Europe. The vessel had become endangered by the sudden rising of a strong south-east wind. The anchor was veered, but it became entangled in the rocks, and was lost, as was expected. We got under way, and soon left the Azores behind. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of the Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800. Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 2, by François-René de CHATEAUBRIAND. Chapter 17. London, April till September 1822. Sailors' Games, Island of St. Pierre. Fac pelagus miscere probes, quo cabasa laxo. O Muse, aid me to show that I know the sea, on which I now spread my sails. So said, 600 years ago, William the Breton, my fellow countryman. Restored to the sea, I again began to contemplate its solitudes. But through the mist of my ideal world rose, like severe monitors, France and real events. My retreat during the day, when I wished to avoid my fellow passengers, was the round top of the main mast. My agility in climbing to it gained me the applause of the sailors. Here I seated myself in full view of the great waste of waters. The immense vault of heaven, hung as it were with azure, looked like a canvas prepared for the future creations of a great painter. The colour of the water was that of liquid glass. Through the ravines of its undulating mountains were to be seen vistas of the great ocean desert. These ever-changing water views made me understand the comparison in Scripture where it speaks of the earth reeling like a drunken man before the Lord. At one moment the immense space of sea and sky appeared narrow and confined for want of a point of comparison. But let a wave raise its head, or curve itself into an imitation of a distant coast, or a shoal of sea-dogs pass along the horizon, and immediately a standard of measurement was furnished. The vast extent was fully revealed when a haze, rising on the Pelagian surface, seemed even to add to the immensity around. After descending from my eyrie, as in former days from my nest in the willow, for I was perpetually reduced to a solitary life, I supped on a sea biscuit, a lemon, and some sugar, and then lay down, either on the deck in my cloak, or below the poop in my cot. I had but to stretch out my arms to reach from my bed to my coffin. The wind drove us northwards, and we touched at the bank of Newfoundland. Some floating pieces of ice roamed through a cold pale mist. The sons of Neptune have particular games which have been handed down to them by their predecessors. On crossing the line, one must make up one's mind to receive baptism. The same ceremony is observed under the tropics, the same at the bank of Newfoundland, and wherever it may be performed, the chief of the masquerade is always Goodman Tropic. Tropic and hydropic are synonymous in sailors' ideas, so Goodman Tropic is always extremely portly. Even when beneath his tropics, he is clothed in all the sheepskins and furred jackets to be found on board. He crouches on the round top, uttering roars at intervals. Every one below watches him. He begins to descend the shrouds, heavy as a bear, staggering like Silenus. On reaching the poop, he renews his roars, bounds about, seizes a bucket, fills it with salt water, and throws it over the principal man among those who have not crossed the line, or who have never gone so far north as the ice latitude. People take refuge below decks, climb on the hatchways and up the masts, and Father Tropic pursues. The game is finished by the sailors getting some money for drink. Such are the games of Amphitrite, which Homer would have celebrated as he did Proteus, if old Oceanus had been thoroughly known when Ulysses lived. But at that time nothing was yet to be seen of him but his head at the columns of Hercules. His hidden body covered the world. We steered in the direction of the islands of Saint-Pierre and Miquelon in search of a new port. As we were approaching the former one morning between 10 o'clock and noon, we were near going on shore. Its coast loomed through the fog like a dark, shapeless mass. We cast anchor before the capital of the island. The town was not visible, but we heard the sounds on shore. The passengers hastened to land. The superior of Saint-Sulpice, continually harassed by seasickness, was so weak that he was obliged to be carried on shore. I took a private lodging, and waited till a gust of wind should drive away the fog, and show me the place in which I was to live, and, so to speak, the countenances of my hosts in this land of shadows. The port and roadstead of Saint-Pierre lie between the eastern coast of the island and a small islet called l'Île aux Chiens, which protects them from the sea. The harbour, called the Barachois, runs deep into the land, and terminates in a brackish swamp. The mass of the island consists of barren promontories, some detached, towering steep from the shore, others with a strip of level boggy land at their base. The signal posts on the cape are seen from the town. The governor's residence stands opposite to the landing place, where are also the church, the rectory, and the arsenal. Near this also is the house of the harbour master and the captain of the port. The only street in the town stretches along the pebbles on the beach. I dined 2 or 3 times with the governor, who was very obliging and polite. On the glacis of the fort he cultivated a few European leguminous plants, and after dinner he showed me what he called his garden. A sweet and delicious perfume of the heliotrope was wafted from a small patch of beans in flower. It was not borne to us by a breeze from our country, but by a fierce wind from Newfoundland, which had no connection with the exiled plant, no sympathy of recollections or pleasure. This perfume, not breathed by beauty, not purified in its bosom, not shed upon its steps, this perfume removed from its clime, its culture, and its wonted admirers, brought with it all the melancholy feelings of regret, of absence, and of youth. From the garden we climbed up the heights, and stopped at the foot of the flagstaff on the signal post. The new French flag floated over our heads, and like the woman in Virgil, we wept, Flentes, as we looked at the sea. It separated us from our native land. The governor was uneasy. He belonged to the fallen party. He was, moreover, weary of this retreat, fit only for a visionary like myself, but a rude sojourn for a man engaged in business, or one who no longer feels a master passion which makes one indifferent to the rest of the world. My host inquired about the Revolution. I asked for news of the North-West Passage. He was the advance guard of the desert, but he knew nothing of the Eskimo, and received nothing from Canada except partridges. One morning I had gone alone to the Cap à l'Aigle, to see the sun rising from the direction of France. There a winter torrent formed a cascade, whose last bound reached the sea. I sat down upon a projection of the rock, with my feet hanging over the waves which rolled at the base of the cliff. A young sea nymph appeared on the higher declivities of the promontory. Her feet were bare, though it was cold, as she walked over the dew. Her dark hair was confined in tresses by an India muslin handkerchief wound round her head, and on the top of the handkerchief she wore a bonnet, in the form of a ship or a cradle, made of the reeds of the country. A bouquet of wild lilacs adorned her bosom, which was set off by the whiteness of her bodice. From time to time she stooped down to gather the leaves of an aromatic plant called by the islanders thé naturel. With one hand she threw the leaves into a basket, which she carried in the other. She perceived me. Without any fear, she came and sat down beside me, placed her basket near her on the ground, and began, like myself, with her legs dangling over the sea, to look at the sun. We remained some minutes without speaking. At last I took courage, and said, "What are you gathering? The season for seaweed is past." She raised her large black eyes, timid and bright, and answered, "I am gathering tea." She handed me her basket. "Are you taking the tea to your father and mother?" "My father is out fishing with Guillaume." "What do you do in the winter on the island?" "We weave nets and fish in the ponds, by breaking holes in the ice. On Sundays we go to mass and vespers, or we chant the canticles, and then we play on the snow and watch the boys hunting white bears." "Will your father soon return?" "Oh no, the captain takes the ship to Genoa with Guillaume." "But Guillaume, won't he return?" "Oh yes, next season, on the return of the fishermen. He will bring me among his wares a striped silk corset, a muslin petticoat, and a black necklace." "And you will be adorned for the wind, the mountain, and the sea. Would you wish me to send you a bodice, a petticoat, and a necklace?" "Oh no." She rose, took up her basket, and darted off down a steep path along a forest of pines, singing as she went with a loud voice a canticle of the missions. Tout brûlant d'une ardeur immortelle, c'est verdure qu'attend mes désirs. In her descent she started numbers of those beautiful birds called aigrettes, from the plumes of feathers on their heads. She seemed as if she were one of the flock. As soon as she reached the sea, she sprang into a boat, spread the sail, and seated herself at the helm. She might have been taken for Fortune. She disappeared. "Oh yes! Oh no!" Guillaume, the image of the young sailor on the sea in the midst of the winds, changed the wild rocks of Saint-Pierre into a land of delight. L'isolé di fortuna ora vedete. We passed 15 days in the island. From its desolate coast may be seen the still wilder and more barren shores of Newfoundland. The mountains in the interior form diverging chains, the highest of which stretch towards the Bay of Rodriguez. In the valleys, granite rocks, mixed with red and greenish mica, are clothed with masses of lichens and dicranum. Several small lakes are fed by the streams which run from the Vigie, the Courval, the Pain du Sucre, the Cagariou, and the Tête Galante. These marshes are known by the names of the ponds of the Savoyard, of Cape Noir, of Ravenel, of Colombier, and of Cap à l'Aigle. When the whirlwinds strike these ponds, their violence scatters and divides the shallow waters, so as to show here and there portions of the submarine meadows, which are again speedily covered over by the returning waves. The flora of Saint-Pierre is the same as that of Lapland and the Straits of Magellan. The varieties of the vegetable world decrease as the pole is approached, and at Spitzbergen there are not found more than 40 species of phanerogamous plants. By changing their locality, the whole genera of plants become extinct. Some whose habitation is the icy steppes of the north become denizens of the mountains in the south. Others, which delight in the tranquil atmosphere of dense forests, decreasing in vigour and size, perish when exposed to the stormy blasts of the ocean. In Saint-Pierre, the marsh myrtle, Vaccinium fuliginorum, is reduced to the state of a creeper. It will soon be buried in the dog's bane which constitutes its soil. A travelling plant, I have taken precautions to disappear on the shores of the sea, my native soil. The slopes of the hills in Saint-Pierre are covered with tacamahacas, diospyros, larch and spruce firs, whose shoots are used for producing an antiscorbutic beer. None of these trees grow beyond the height of a man. The ocean storm bends and prostrates them like ferns. Then, gliding under these forests of bushes, it lifts them up again, but it meets neither trunks, branches, arches, nor echoes to respond to its roar, and makes no more noise than upon a heath. These rickety woods form a striking contrast with the large forests of Newfoundland, whose neighbouring coasts lie within sight, and whose fir trees are adorned with the silver lichen, Alectoria trichodis. The white bears seem to have hung their skins on the branches of these trees, of which many form the strange creepers. The swamps of this island of Jacques Cartier contain paths trodden by those bears, which nearly resemble the rural paths in the neighbourhood of a sheepfold. The howlings of these hungry animals are heard through the whole night, and the traveller only feels himself safe by the no less mournful sounds of the sea, whose rude and inhospitable waves become companions and friends. The northern extremity of Newfoundland reaches the latitude of Cape Charles I, in Labrador, and a few degrees higher the polar regions commence. If we may believe travellers, these regions have their charms. When the sun approaches the earth in the evening, it seems to remain stationary, and again begins to ascend instead of sinking below the horizon. The mountains clothed with snow, the valleys covered with white mosses, on which the reindeer browse, the seas alive with whales and speckled over with floating ice, form a most brilliant scene, illuminated at the same time by the glowing light of the west, and the splendours of the aurora. It is difficult to know whether one is present at the creation or the end of the world. A small bird, like that which sings by night in our woods, warbles forth its plaintive note. Then love prompts the Eskimo to seek his expecting companion on the rocky ice. These marriages of men at the utmost bounds of the earth are neither destitute of pomp nor happiness. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of the Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole, Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 2, by François-René de CHATEAUBRIAND, Chapter 18. London, from April till September 1822. Coast of Virginia, setting sun, danger, landing in America, separation from fellow passengers, Tulloch. Having taken on board supplies, and replaced the anchor lost at Graciosa, we quitted Saint-Pierre. Steering to the south, we reached latitude 38 degrees. Calms detained us at a short distance from the coast of Maryland and Virginia. A clear sky had succeeded the fogs of the northern regions. We were not in sight of land, but perceived distinctly the smell of the pine forests. The daybreaks and mornings, the rising and setting of the sun, and the twilights and nights were magnificent. I could never satisfy my desire of looking at Venus, whose rays enveloped me like the hairs of my Sylphide long ago. One evening, as I sat reading in the captain's cabin, the bell rang for prayers. I went to mingle my supplications with those of my companions. The officers, together with the passengers, occupied the poop. The chaplain, book in hand, stood somewhat nearer the wheel, whilst the sailors crowded in groups around. We stood with our faces towards the prow. Every sail was furled. The globe of the sun, just about to plunge into the waves, appeared through the mist of the cordage in boundless space. It might have been said that by the rolling of the poop, the radiant luminary every instant changed its horizon. When I drew this picture, the whole of which you may see again in the Génie du Christianisme, my religious feelings were in complete harmony with the scene. But alas, when I was present in person, the old man was living in me. It was not God alone I was contemplating on the waves in the glory of his works. I saw an unknown woman and the miracles of her smile. The beauties of heaven seemed to me to spring from her breath. I would have sold eternity for one of her caresses. I figured to myself that her heart was beating behind this veil of the universe, which concealed her from my eyes. Oh, why was it not in my power to rend this curtain, to press this idealized beauty to my heart, and to enjoy the fullness of an affection which constituted the source of my inspirations, of my despair, and of my life? Whilst I was giving free course to these emotions, so suitable to my future career as a denizen of the woods, an accident was very near putting an end to my designs and my dreams. The heat was oppressive, the ship in a dead calm, without sails, and tottering under the weight of her masts, rolled excessively. Burnt upon the deck and fatigued by the motion, I longed for a bath, and though we had no boats down, I threw myself from the bowsprit into the sea. At first all went well, and several passengers followed my example. I swam without taking heed to the ship, but I no sooner turned my head than I saw that the current was sweeping her far from me. The sailors, alarmed, had thrown out lines to the other swimmers. Sharks showed themselves near the ship, and guns were fired to drive them away. The current was so strong as greatly to retard my return by exhausting my strength. There was a gulf beneath me, and any moment a shark might have taken off an arm or a leg. The master and crew made all possible speed to let down a boat, but it was necessary to fix a tackle, and this consumed a great deal of time. By the greatest good fortune, a breeze almost imperceptible sprung up. The ship answered the helm, and was brought near me. I was not able to lay hold of the rope, but the companions of my rashness having clung to it, we were dragged to the side of the ship, and being at the extremity of the file, they pressed upon me with all their weight. In this way they hauled us up one by one, which was tedious. The rolling of the ship continued, and at every successive roll we were plunged 6 or 7 feet into the sea, or suspended the same height in the air, like fish at the end of a line. At the last plunge I felt myself ready to faint. One roll more, and all was over. They drew me upon deck half dead. If I had been drowned, it would have been a good relief for myself and for others. 2 days after this incident, we sighted land. My heart beat when the captain showed it to me. America, faintly traced by the tops of some maple trees emerging, as it were, from the sea. In the same manner, the palm trees afterwards indicated to me the mouths of the Nile. A pilot came on board, and we sailed into the Chesapeake. The same evening, a boat was sent ashore for supplies of fresh provisions. I joined the party, and soon set foot on American soil. Casting my eyes around me, I remained for some moments motionless. This continent, perhaps unknown through the whole duration of ancient times, and many centuries of modern, the first rude fortunes of the country, and its second destiny since its discovery by Columbus, the dominion of European monarchies shaken in this new world, societies finishing their career in young America, a republic of a kind hitherto unknown, announcing a change in the human mind, the part which my own country had had in these events, these seas and these shores partly indebted for their independence to the French flag and French blood, a great man springing up from the midst of discord and deserts, Washington inhabiting a great city where Penn had purchased a corner of the forests, the United States sending back to France a revolution which France had maintained by her arms. Finally, my own destinies, my virgin muse, which I was about to deliver over to the passion of a new nature, the discoveries which I was eager to attempt in these deserts, whose wide domains stretch far behind the narrow empire of foreign civilization, these were the things which passed through my mind. We made our way towards the house. Groves of Virginia cedars, mocking-birds and cardinals, by their form, note, and colour, gave sure proofs of a new climate. The homestead, which we reached in about half an hour, consisted of an Englishman's farm and a Creole's cottage. Herds of European cows were pasturing on fields fenced in by rails, over which striped squirrels were disporting. Blacks were engaged in cleaving wood, and whites in cultivating tobacco. A negress of about 14 years of age, of singular beauty, almost without clothing, like young night, opened the gate of the enclosure for us. We bought some maize, some fowls, eggs, and milk, and returned to our vessel with our baskets and jars. I presented my silk handkerchief to the young African. My first reception in the land of liberty was given me by a slave. We weighed anchor in order to make the roads and harbour of Baltimore. As we drew near, the channel narrowed, the waters became smooth and still, and to all appearance we were sailing up a sluggish stream bordered with rows of trees. Baltimore came in view, as if at the extremity of a lake. Opposite the city rose a woody hill, at the bottom of which buildings began to spring up. We made fast to the quay in the harbour. I slept on board and did not go on shore till the following day. I took up my quarters with my luggage at an inn. The seminarists retired to the establishment prepared for them, from whence they were dispersed over America. What has become of Francis Tulloch? The following letter was put into my hands in London on the 12th of April, 1822. 30 years have now rolled away, my dear Viscount, since the period of our voyage to Baltimore, and it is very possible you may have forgotten even my name. To judge, however, according to the feelings of my own heart, which has always been true and faithful to you, it is not so, and I flatter myself you will not be displeased to see me again. Living almost opposite to one another, as you will see by the place whence this letter is dated, I am but too sensible how much circumstances separate us. Intimate but the slightest wish to see me, and I will hasten to prove to you how truly I am, as I have ever been, your faithful friend and servant, Francis Tulloch. P.S. The distinguished rank you have now attained, and to which you have so many and such just claims, is before my mind. But the agreeable recollection of the Chevalier de Chateaubriand is so dear to me, that I cannot write to you, at least for this time, as an ambassador, etc., etc. Pardon the style out of regard to our former friendship. 30 Portland Place, Friday, April 19th. So Tulloch is in London. He has not become a priest, and is married. His romance is finished, like my own. This letter bears testimony to the truth of my memoirs and the faithfulness of my recollections. Who could have borne witness to an alliance and friendship of 30 years' standing, had not the contracting parties been alive? And what a melancholy and retrograde perspective does this letter unroll! In the year 1822, Tulloch was in the same city, nay, in the same street with myself. The door of his house, almost opposite to mine, just as we had met in the same ship, on the same deck, and occupied cabins just opposite to each other. How many other friends shall I never meet again? A man, every evening, on retiring to rest, may count his losses. It is only his own years which do not leave him, although they continue to pass. When he reviews them and calls them by name, they answer, "Present." Not one is wanting on the roll. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of the Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole, Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 2, by François-René de CHATEAUBRIAND, Chapter 19. London, April till September, 1822. Philadelphia, General Washington. Baltimore, like all the other principal towns of the United States, was not nearly so large a place at the time I saw it as it has since become. It was a pretty little Catholic town, clean and lively, and its manners and society much resembled those of Europe. I paid my passage money to the captain, and gave him a farewell dinner, then took a place in the stage-coach which runs 3 times a week from Baltimore to Philadelphia, and at 4 in the morning took my seat on it, and found myself rolling along the highways of the New World. The road by which we travelled traced, rather than properly made, traversed rather a flat country. Scarcely any trees, scattered farms and villages, a climate like that of France, and swallows dipping into the waters as on the pond at Combourg. As we approached Philadelphia, we met peasants going to market, public and private conveyances. Philadelphia appeared to me a handsome town, with wide streets, some of them planted, running direct north and south, east and west, and intersecting each other at right angles. The Delaware flows in a line parallel to the street which runs along its western bank. This river would be called considerable in Europe. In America it is thought nothing of. Its banks are flat and not picturesque. At the time of my visit to it, in the year 1791, Philadelphia did not extend as far as the river Schuylkill. The ground between the town and the junction of the Schuylkill and Delaware was parcelled out in sections. Here and there a house was in course of being built. Philadelphia is monotonous in its appearance. In general, the great deficiency in the Protestant cities of the United States is in the great works of architecture. The young Reformation, refusing to sacrifice to the imagination, has rarely erected domes, lofty naves with their airy arches and twin towers, such as those with which the ancient Catholic religion has crowned Europe. No monument, either at Philadelphia, New York, or Boston, rises above the mass of walls and roofs, and the eye is wearied by the sameness of this level. I first took up my quarters at the inn, but afterwards established myself in a boarding-house, where I met St. Domingo colonists, and Frenchmen who had emigrated with very different ideas from myself. A land of liberty offered an asylum to those who fled from the encroachments of liberty at home. Nothing can more strongly prove the high value of generous institutions than this voluntary exile of the partisans of absolute power to a country where the government is a pure democracy. A man landing as I did in the United States, filled with enthusiastic feeling for classical nations, everywhere seeking the severity of primitive Roman manners, would naturally be much scandalized at finding, instead of this, luxury in equipages, frivolity in conversation, immorality in banking and gaming houses, and the noisy confusion of ballrooms and theatres. At Philadelphia I could have fancied myself in Liverpool or Bristol. The appearance of the people was pleasing, the Quakeresses pretty, with their grey dresses, small plain bonnets, and pale complexions. At that time of my life I had a great admiration for republics, although I did not believe their existence possible in our era of the world. My idea of liberty pictured her such as she was among the ancients, daughter of the manners of an infant society. I knew her not as the daughter of enlightenment and the civilization of centuries, as the liberty whose reality the representative republic has proved. God grant it may be durable. We are no longer obliged to work in our own little fields, to curse arts and sciences, and to wear long nails and beards, if we would be free. When I arrived at Philadelphia, General Washington was not there, and it was a week before he returned. I saw him pass in a carriage whirled along by 4 spirited horses. Washington, according to my ideas at that period, was necessarily a Cincinnatus, but Cincinnatus in a carriage was a little out of harmony with my Republic of the year of Rome, 296. Could the dictator Washington be other than a rustic, urging on his oxen and holding his plough? But when I went to deliver my letter of introduction, I found all the simplicity of an ancient Roman. A small house, similar to those around it, was the palace of the President of the United States. No guards, not even any men servants. I knocked, and a young girl opened. I asked if the General was at home. She replied in the affirmative, and I said I had a letter to deliver to him. She asked my name, but found it very difficult to pronounce, and could not remember it, then requested me to walk in, led me along one of those narrow corridors which serve as vestibules to English houses, and left me in a parlour, where she begged me to wait for the General. I was not moved or embarrassed. Neither greatness of soul nor splendour of fortune awe me. I admire the former without feeling overwhelmed by it. The latter inspires me with more pity than respect. Face of man will never confuse me. After an interval of a few minutes, the General entered. Tall, calm, and cold, rather than noble in mien. The engravings of him are good. I silently handed him my letter, he opened it, and turned to the signature, which he read aloud, exclaiming, "Colonel Armand!" The Marquis de la Rouerie was known to him by this name, and had signed the letter with it. We sat down, and I explained to him, as well as I could, the motive of my journey. He answered me in English and French monosyllables, and listened to me with a sort of astonishment. I perceived this, and said to him with some warmth, "But it is less difficult to discover the North-West Passage than to create a nation as you have done." "Well, well, young man," cried he, holding out his hand to me. He invited me to dine with him on the following day, and we parted. I took care not to fail in my appointment. We were only a party of 5 or 6. The conversation turned on the French Revolution, and the General showed us a key of the Bastille. I have already said that these keys were the rather foolish playthings which it was then the fancy to distribute. 3 years later, the distributors of locksmiths' work might have sent the President the bolt of the prison of the monarch who gave liberty to France and to America. If Washington had seen the victors of the Bastille in the gutters of Paris, he would have less respected his relic. The serious essence and strength of the Revolution arose not from these bloody orgies. At the time of the revocation of the Edict of Nantes, in 1685, the same populace of the Faubourg Saint-Antoine demolished the Protestant church at Charenton, with as much zeal as it showed in pillaging and destroying the church of Saint-Denis in 1793. I parted from my host at 10 o'clock, and never saw him again. He went away next day, and I continued my travels. Such was my meeting with the soldier-citizen, the liberator of a world. Washington went down to the tomb before even the slightest fame was attached to my steps. I passed before his eyes as a being utterly unknown. He was at the zenith of his fame, I in all my obscurity. Perhaps my name did not even dwell for a day in his memory. How happy am I, nevertheless, that his eyes have even looked upon me! I have felt their vivifying influence throughout my life. There is a virtue in the glance of a great man. Comparison between Washington and Bonaparte. Bonaparte has but just ceased to exist. And since I have but now spoken of my interview with Washington, a comparison between the founder of the United States and the Emperor of the French naturally presents itself to my mind. The more so, as at the moment I write these lines, Washington himself is gone. Ercilla, while singing and fighting in Chili, stopped in the midst of his travels to narrate the death of Dido. I delay, at the very outset of my journeyings in Pennsylvania, to compare Washington and Bonaparte. I might indeed have deferred the comparison until I came to speak of my meeting with Napoleon, but should death interrupt me before I reached the year 1814, what I have to say of these two instruments of Providence would never be known. I remember the example of Castelnau. He was ambassador in England like myself, and like me, wrote part of his life when in London. At the last page of Book 7 of this life, he says to his son, "I will treat of this subject in Book 8, and Book 8 was never written. The circumstance warns me to take advantage of life." Washington does not, like Bonaparte, belong to that race who outstrip the standard of human measurement. Nothing amazing is attached to his person. He is not placed on a vast theatre of action, is not engaged in terrible combat with the most skillful generals and most powerful monarchs of his time, does not haste full speed from Memphis to Vienna, from Cadiz to Moscow. He stands his ground with a handful of citizens in a country adorned with no peculiar celebrity, within the narrow circle of their domestic hearths. He fights no battles which revive the triumphs of Arbela and Pharsalia. He overturns no thrones to build up others with their ruins. He does not say to the kings at his gate, "Qui se fera attendre et qu'a-t-il son nuit?" An air of silence envelopes Washington's actions. He acts slowly, as if feeling that the liberty of the future is in his hands, and fearful of compromising it. This hero of a new race manages and directs not his own destinies, but those of his country. He does not allow himself to toy with what is not his own. But from this profound humility, what brilliancy now bursts forth! Traverse the woods where Washington's sword flashed to the light, What will we find? Graves? No, a world. Washington has left the United States as a trophy on his battlefield. Bonaparte has no trait in common with this grave, calm American. He combats noisily on an old theatre of action, in an old country. He thinks only of building up his own fame, takes charge only of his own destiny. He seems to know that his mission will be short, that the torrent which falls from such a height will quickly be exhausted. He hastens to enjoy and to abuse his power, like a quickly fleeting youth. Like Homer's gods, he longs to reach the extremity of the world in 4 steps. He appears on every shore, hastily inscribes his name on the records of every nation, and throws crowns to his family and his soldiers. He is in haste in everything, in his monuments, his laws, and his victories. Leaning over the world, with one hand he overturns kings, with the other crushes the giant revolution. But in overcoming anarchy he stifles liberty, and finally loses his own on his last field of battle. Each is rewarded according to his deeds. Washington raises a nation to independence. A magistrate in the repose of domestic life, he falls asleep beneath his own roof, amidst the regrets of his fellow countrymen and the veneration of nations. Bonaparte robs a nation of its independence. A fallen emperor, he is cast forth into exile, where the terror of nations still looks upon him as insufficiently imprisoned, even under the guard of ocean. He expires, the news published at the gate of the palace before which the conqueror caused so many deaths to be proclaimed, neither arrests nor astonishes the passer-by. What are the citizens to regret? Washington's republic still exists. Bonaparte's empire has fallen to the ground. Washington and Bonaparte were both nursed in the lap of democracy, both born of liberty. The one was faithful to her, the other betrayed her. Washington was the representative of the wants, ideas, intelligence, and opinions of his time. He seconded, instead of opposing, the movements of the public mind. He willed what it was his duty to will, the thing to which he was called. Hence the coherence and perpetuity of his work. This man, not striking because in his just proportions, mingled his existence with that of his country. His fame is the patrimony of civilization. His renown stands like one of those public sanctuaries whence flows a fertilizing, inexhaustible stream. Bonaparte had it equally in his power to enrich the common domain. He had as material in his hands the most intelligent, the bravest, and most brilliant nation on earth. What would not now be his rank, in the estimation and reverence of men, had he added magnanimity to the heroic qualities he possessed? If Washington and Bonaparte in one, he had named liberty the universal legatee of his fame. But this giant did not link his destinies with those of his contemporaries. His genius belonged to a modern age, his ambition to an ancient one. He saw not that the miracles of his life outshone the value of a diadem, and that this Gothic ornament would ill suit his head. Sometimes he precipitated himself on the future, at others fell back on the past, and whether going against or with the stream of the age, drew with him or repulsed the waves by his mighty strength. Men were in his eyes but a means to power. No sympathy united their happiness and his. He had promised to deliver them, and he fettered them. He isolated himself from them, and they became estranged from him. The kings of Egypt built their funereal pyramids, not amidst verdant fields, but amidst sterile plains of sand. These vast tombs rise like eternity in solitude. Bonaparte followed their example in erecting the monument of his renown. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of the Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768-1800, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768-1800, Part 2. Chapter 20. London from April to September 1822. Revised in December 1846. Journey from Philadelphia to New York and Boston, Mackenzie. I was impatient to continue my journey. It was not to see Americans that I had come, but to find something entirely different from the men whom I knew, and more in accordance with the habitual train of my ideas. I was anxious to hurry upon an enterprise for which I had no other qualifications than my courage and imaginative temperament. When I formed the project of discovering a north-west passage, it was not known whether North America extended to the pole and was connected with Greenland, or whether it was bounded by some sea approaching Hudson's Bay and Bering Straits. In 1772, Hearne had discovered the sea at the mouth of the Coppermine River, in 71 degrees 15 minutes north latitude and 119 degrees 15 minutes longitude west from Greenwich. On the side of the Pacific, the efforts of Captain Cook and of subsequent navigators had still left doubts. In 1787, a vessel was said to have penetrated to an inland sea in North America. According to the account of the captain of this vessel, the whole of that which had been always supposed an unbroken line of coast to the north of California was merely a chain of very lofty and rugged islands. The Admiralty of England sent Vancouver to examine into the truth of these reports, and he ascertained that they were unfounded. Vancouver had not yet made his second voyage. In the United States, they were beginning to talk about the course of Mackenzie, who left the fort of Chipewyan on Lake Athabasca on the 3rd of June 1789, and descended to the Polar Sea by the river to which he gave his name. This discovery might have induced me to change my intended course and to go direct northwards, had I not scrupled about making any alterations in the plan arranged between M. de Malesherbes and myself. It was my wish to go westwards in such a way as to arrive at the northwest coast at the head of the Gulf of California. Thence, following the outline of the shore, and always keeping within sight of the sea, it was my aim to examine Behring's Straits, to double the most northern extremity of the American continent, to travel eastwards along the shores of the Polar Sea, and to return to the United States by way of Hudson's Bay, Labrador, and Canada. What means had I to accomplish this enormous journey? None. Most of the French travellers have been isolated individuals, left entirely to their own resources. It is very rarely that either the government or private companies have employed or even assisted them. Englishmen, Germans, Americans, Spaniards, and Portuguese have accomplished, with the assistance of their governments, what unaided individuals of our nation have attempted in vain. Mackenzie, and after him many others, have made discoveries in America to the profit of the United States and of Great Britain, which I dreamt of making for the benefit of my native country. Had I succeeded, I should have had the honour of giving French names to those unknown regions, and of bestowing upon my country a colony on the Pacific Ocean, of depriving a rival power of the profitable trade in furs, and of preventing that power from opening for its own use a shorter way to India by putting France herself into possession of it. I have mentioned the projects in my Essai historique, published in London in 1796, and they were taken from the account of my journeys written in 1791. These dates prove that both in my wishes and my labours, I preceded the last explorers of the Arctic seas. I found no encouragement at Philadelphia. I had an idea from that time that the object of this first journey would not be accomplished, and that it would only be the prelude to a second and more protracted one. I wrote to that effect to M. de Malesherbes, and, in expressing my hopes for the future, I promised to poetry that which would be lost to science. In fact, if I did not meet in America with that which I sought, viz. A polar continent, I did meet with a new muse. A stage-coach, similar to that in which I had travelled from Baltimore, conveyed me from Philadelphia to New York, a city gay, populous, and rich, but which was, nevertheless, far from being what it is now, and still further from what it will be in a few years, for the United States grow faster than my writings. On my way I went to Boston, to see the first field of battle of American liberty. I have seen the field of Lexington. I sought there, as I did subsequently at Sparta, for the tombs of those who fell, obeying the holy laws of their country. Wonderful example of the connection of all human affairs, a financial bill passed in the English House of Commons in 1765 causes the establishment of a new power on the earth in 1782, and the downfall of one of the most ancient kingdoms of Europe in 1789. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of the Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole. The Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 2, Chapter 21. London, from April till September 1822. North River. Song by a lady on board the steamer. Mr. Swift. Departure for the Falls of Niagara with a Dutch guide. M. Violet. At New York, I took my passage on the packet-boat for Albany, situated some distance up the North River. The passengers were numerous. Towards the evening of the first day, a collation of fruit and milk was served. The ladies sat upon benches on the deck, whilst the gentlemen lay stretched at their feet. The conversation was not long kept up. At sight of the magnificent scenery of the river, we involuntarily became silent. Suddenly someone cried out, "See, there is the place where Asgill was taken." A Quakeress from Philadelphia was asked to sing the melody, well known under the name of Asgill. We were among the mountains. The voice of the songstress died away on the waves, or swelled again as we sailed closer to the bank. The fate of this young soldier, at once a lover, a poet, a man of courage and favourite of Washington, and honoured by the noble-minded mediation of an unfortunate queen, added a new charm to the romantic scenery. M. de Fontanes, a friend whom I have lost, let fall some courageous expressions in memory of Asgill, when Bonaparte was preparing to mount the throne which had been occupied by Marie Antoinette. The American officers appeared to be affected by the song of their Pennsylvanian countrywoman. The various scenes of trouble through which their country had passed rendered the calm of the present more deeply impressive. They contemplated with emotion places which not long since had been filled with troops and echoed the clang of arms, but were now buried in profound repose. These places, gilded by the last rays of the sun, enlivened by the whistling of the cardinals, the cooing of the wood-pigeons, and the song of the mocking-bird, whose inhabitants, leaning listlessly on their elbows in their enclosures fringed with bignonias, gazed at our vessel as she glided past beneath them. On my arrival at Albany, I went in search of Mr. Swift, to whom I had a letter of recommendation. This Mr. Swift carried on a trade in furs with the Indians, who occupied the territory ceded by England to the United States. For the civilized powers, republican and monarchical, without ceremony, divided and partitioned lands in America, which belonged to neither. After having listened to my statements, Mr. Swift started a number of well-founded objections. He said, in the first place, that I could not, alone, undertake a journey of this magnitude, without assistance, a guide, and recommendations to the English, American, and Spanish stations, through which I should be obliged to pass. That then, if I were fortunate enough to pass safely through so many deserts, I would arrive at frozen regions where I must necessarily perish from cold and hunger. He advised me to begin by acclimating myself, to make acquaintance with the Sioux, the Iroquois, and the Eskimo languages, and to spend some time among the backwoods men and the agents of the Hudson's Bay Company. When, he said, I had made these experimental trials, I might perhaps be able in the course of 4 or 5 years, with the aid of the French government, to proceed on my dangerous mission. This advice, of which, in reality, I recognised the justice, thwarted my wishes. If I had consulted only my inclination, I would have set out directly on a journey to the Pole, just as one goes from Paris to Pontoise. I, however, concealed my displeasure from Mr. Swift, and begged him to procure me a guide and horses to proceed to the Falls of Niagara and to Pittsburgh. From Pittsburgh I purposed to descend the Ohio, and to collect information useful for my future projects. I still kept in view the first plan of my journey. Mr. Swift engaged for my service a Dutchman who was familiar with several of the Indian dialects, and having bought 2 horses, I left Albany. The whole country which lies between Albany and Niagara is at present cleared, inhabited, and traversed by the New York Canal, but at that time a great part of the country was completely a desert. I had no sooner passed the Mohawk, and entered the woods in which the axe had never resounded, than I became, as it were, intoxicated with a sense of independence. I passed from tree to tree, and from right to left, saying, "Here no more roads, no more towns, no more monarchies, no more republics, no more presidents, no more kings, no more men." And to try whether I was really re-established in the fullness of my original rights, I betook myself to voluntary actions which enraged my guide, who, in his soul, was convinced I was really mad. Alas! I imagined myself alone in the midst of the forest, where I bore such a lofty head. All of a sudden I knocked my nose against a shed, and under this shed presented themselves to my astonished eyes the first savages I had ever seen. They consisted of about a score of persons, men and women, daubed over with paint, like sorcerers, half naked, with pierced ears, their heads adorned with crow's feathers, and rings in their noses. A little Frenchman, powdered and frizzled, dressed in an apple-green coat, a drugget waistcoat, and a muslin front and ruffles, was busy scraping away on an old pocket fiddle, and playing Madelon Friquet to the dancing of these Iroquois. M. Violet, for that was his name, was the dancing master to these savages, who paid for his lessons in beaver skins and bears' hams. He had been a kitchen boy in the service of General Rochambeau during the American War. Having stayed behind in New York on the departure of our army, he resolved to devote himself to teaching the fine arts among the Americans. His views had grown with his success, and this new Orpheus carried civilization among the savage hordes of the New World. When speaking to me of the Indians, he always said, ces messieurs sauvages et ces dames sauvagesses. He bestowed great praise on the agility of his pupils. In truth, I never in my life saw such extraordinary gambols. M. Violet, holding his little fiddle between his chin and his chest, tuned his miserable instrument and shouted to the Iroquois, "Places!" and the whole party leapt like a band of demons. Was it not an overwhelming thing for a disciple of Rousseau to have his first introduction to savage life at a ball given by an old kitchen boy of General Rochambeau to a band of Iroquois? I had a great desire to laugh, but I was cruelly humiliated. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of the Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 2, Chapter 22. London, from April till September 1822. My savage apparel, hunting, the carcajou and Canadian fox, muskrat, fishing dogs, insects, montcalm and wolf. I bought a complete suit of apparel from the Indians, 2 bearskins, one for a short cloak and the second for a bed. In addition to these, a large cap with ear pieces of red cloth, a surtout, girdle, hunting horn, and the sort of cartridge box used by the backwoodsmen. My hair hung loose on my open neck, and my beard was allowed to grow. In this fashion I became a compound of the savage, the hunter, and the missionary. An invitation was given me to join a hunting party the next day, to track a carcajou. This race of animals, as well as the beaver, has become almost extinct in Canada. We set out before day to ascend a river which flowed from the wood where the carcajou had been seen. The party consisted of 30 Indians, backwoodsmen, and Canadians. A division of the party with the hounds kept along the bank, accompanying the advance of the canoes, and the women carried our provisions. We failed in meeting with the carcajou, but we killed several lynxes and muskrats. The Indians make great lamentation when they happen by mistake to kill any of the latter, the female muskrat being, as is well known, the mother of the human race. The Chinese, who are good observers, hold it as certain that the rat changes to a quail and the mole to a loriot. Our table was abundantly supplied with waterfowl and fish. The dogs are trained to dive, and when not employed in hunting, they are taken to fish. They dash into the stream and seize the fish at the very bottom of the river. A great fire, around which we all gathered, served the women for dressing our repast. We were obliged to lie down flat with our faces towards the ground, to save our eyes from the smoke, clouds of which floating above our heads protected us, as best it might, from the stings of the mosquitoes. These carnivorous insects, viewed through the microscope, are most formidable animals. They were perhaps those winged dragons whose skeletons are found again diminish in size in proportion as they are lessened in power. The hydras, griffins, and other monsters of tradition now appear in the form of insects. The giants of the antediluvian period are the little men of the present age. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of the Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 2, by François-René de CHATEAUBRIAND, Chapter 23. London, from April till September, 1822. Encampment on the shore of the lake of the Onondagas. Arabs. A course of botany. The Indian woman and the cow. M. Violet offered me letters to the Onondagas, a remnant of one of the 6 Iroquois nations. We first reached the lake of this tribe. My Dutchman selected a suitable place for our camp. A river issued from the lake, and our implements were arranged in the bend of the river. We drove 2 forked sticks firmly into the ground, 6 feet apart, and laid a long pole horizontally on these 2 supports. Large pieces of the bark of the birch tree were placed with one end on the ground, and the other leaning against the transverse pole, in order to form a roof for our palace. Our saddles served as pillows, and our cloaks for bedclothes. We tied small bells to our horses' necks, and let them loose in the wood near our encampment, from which they did not stray far. 15 years afterwards, when I bivouacked on the sands of the desert of Saba, a few yards from the Jordan, and on the banks of the Dead Sea, our horses, the fleet sons of Arabia, appeared to listen to the tales of the Sheikh, and to take an interest in the stories of Antar and Job's horse. It was not more than 4 in the afternoon when our hut was completed. I took up my gun and went out to try my luck in the neighbourhood. Few birds were seen, only a solitary couple sprung before me, like the birds which I had followed in my paternal woods. By the colour of the male, I recognised the white sparrow, Passer nivalis, of the ornithologists. I heard also the osprey, so well characterised by its cry. The flight of this noisy bird led me to a narrow valley, lying between bare and rocky hills. About half-way up on one side stood a miserable cabin, and a lean cow was wandering about in a meadow below. I delight in these sheltered nooks. A chico pajarillo, chico nidillo, little bird, little nest. I sat down on the slope opposite to the hut. A few minutes after, I heard voices in the valley. 3 men appeared, driving 5 or 6 fat cattle to pasture, and drove away the lean cow with their sticks. An Indian woman came out of the hut, advanced towards the frightened animal, and addressed it. The cow ran to her, stretching out her neck with a slight lowing. The planters from a distance threatened the poor woman, who returned to her cabin. The cow followed her. I rose up, went down the slope of the hill, crossed the valley, mounted the parallel ridge, and reached the hut. I pronounced the salutation which I had been taught: Sigo, I am come. Instead of returning my salutation by the customary "You are come," the woman made no reply. I then caressed the cow. Her yellow and mournful countenance assumed an expression of tenderness. I was struck with the mysterious relations of misfortune. There is pleasure in being affected at the evils which have never been wept over before. The woman continued to look at me a little longer, with an appearance of some lingering doubt. She then came forward and passed her hands over the face of the companion of her misery and solitude. Encouraged by this mark of confidence, I said in English, for my stock of Indian phraseology was exhausted, "She is very lean." The woman answered in broken English, "She eats very little." "They drove her away very cruelly," I added, and the Indian answered, "We are both accustomed to that." "Is not then this meadow yours?" she said. "This meadow belonged to my husband who is dead. I have no children, and the white men drive their cattle into my field." I had nothing to offer to this creature of God. We parted. The poor woman said a great deal to me which I did not understand. It was no doubt the expression of her good wishes for my happiness, and if they were not heard in heaven, it was undoubtedly not the fault of her who prayed, but the frailties of him for whom the prayer was offered. All minds have not the same aptitude for happiness, as all soils do not bear the same harvest. I returned to my bark palace, where I found a meal of potatoes and maize awaiting me. The evening was magnificent. The lake, as smooth as a looking-glass, lay before me without a ruffle. The river murmured around our peninsula, which was perfumed by the odour of flowers. The whippoorwill repeated his song. We heard him sometimes near and sometimes at a distance, as the bird changed the scene of his loving call. No one called me. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of the Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole, Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 2, by François-René de CHATEAUBRIAND, Chapter 24. London, from April till September, 1822. An Iroquois, the Sachem of the Onondagas, Veli and the Franks, ceremonies of hospitality, ancient Greeks. Next day, I went to pay a visit to the Sachem of the Onondagas. I reached his village about 10 o'clock. I was immediately surrounded by groups of young savages, who spoke to me in their native tongue, mixed with English phrases, and a few French words. They made a great noise, and exhibited the same joyful appearance which the first Turks did, whom I since saw at Coron, on my landing in Greece. These Indian tribes, surrounded by the clearings of the white men, possess horses, flocks and herds. Their huts are supplied with domestic utensils, purchased on the one side at Quebec, Montreal, and Detroit, and on the other in the markets of the United States. In passing through the interior of North America, there are found among the different savage tribes the same forms of government as are known amongst civilized nations. The Iroquois belonged to a race which appeared destined to conquer the Indian tribes, had not foreigners interfered to exhaust their resources and to arrest their power.
This intrepid man showed no signs of astonishment or fear when firearms were used against him for the first time. He stood as firm amidst the whistling of balls and the roar of artillery, as if the sounds had been familiar to him all his life, and he paid no more attention to them than to the rolling of a thunderstorm. As soon as he procured a musket, he learned to make better use of it than a European. He never abandoned his club, his scalping knife, and his bow and arrows, but to these he added the carbine, pistol, dagger, and axe. He appeared never to have arms enough to content his valour. Thus doubly armed with the murderous weapons of Europe and America, his head adorned with bunches of feathers, his ears cut, his arms tattooed and stained with blood, this champion of the New World became as formidable to look upon as to fight against, on the shores which he defended foot to foot against the attacks of the invaders. The Sachem of the Onondagas was, in all strictness of language, an old Iroquois. His person was a record of the traditions of the olden time of the desert. In all the English accounts, the Indian Sachem is called the Old Gentleman. This old gentleman, however, was completely naked. He had a feather or fishbone passed through the cartilage of the nose, and on his shaven head, as round as a cheese, he sometimes wore a three-cornered hat, in honour of European civilization. Has not Velly written history with the same fidelity? Chilperic, the leader of the Franks, rubbed his hair with rancid butter. Infundens acido comam butiro, daubed his cheeks with green paint, and wore an extraordinary jacket or plaid, made of the skins of wild beasts. He is, however, represented by Velly as a prince, magnificent even to ostentation in his furniture and equipage, voluptuous even to debauchery, and entertaining scarcely any belief in God, whose ministers were the objects of his ridicule. The Sachem of the Onondagas received me well, and made me sit down on a mat. He spoke English and understood French, whilst my guide was acquainted with Iroquois. His conversation was easy. Among other things, the old man told me that although his nation had always been at war with mine, he had always esteemed it. He made complaints of the Americans, whom he regarded as unjust and covetous, expressing his regret that in the partition of the country the lot of his nation had not fallen to the English. The women served up a repast. Hospitality is the last virtue left to the savages in the midst of European civilization. It is known how sacred it was in olden times, when the hearth had all the power of the altar. When a tribe was driven from its native woods, or a man came to ask hospitality, the stranger began what was called the suppliant's dance. A child touched the threshold of the door and said, "Behold, a stranger!" And the chief replied, "Child, bring the man into the hut." The stranger, entering under the protection of the child, went and sat down by the ashes on the hearth. The women then sung the song of consolation. The stranger has found again a mother and a wife. The sun shall rise and set for him as before. These customs appear to have been borrowed from the Greeks. Themistocles, on going to the house of Admetus, embraces his Penates, household gods, and the young son of his host, I may perhaps, when at Megara, have trampled on the hearth of the poor woman under which lay hidden the cinerary urn of Phocion. And Ulysses, in the house of Alcinous, thus entreats: "Arete, noble Arete, daughter of Rhexenor, I throw myself at your feet, after having suffered many evils." When he had spoken these words, the hero retired and went to sit down on the ashes of the hearth. I took my leave of the aged Sachem, who had been present at the taking of Quebec. The episode of the war in Canada afforded some consolation in the shameful annals of the reign of Louis XV. It appeared like a page of our ancient history discovered in the Tower of London. Montcalm, without supplies, charged with the duty of defending Canada against forces frequently reinforced, and 4 times as numerous as his, struggled with success for 2 years. He defeated Lord Rawdon and General Abercrombie. At length, however, fortune forsook him, he fell wounded under the walls of Quebec, and 2 days after he breathed his last. His grenadiers buried him in a trench scooped out by a bomb, a grave worthy of the honour of our arms. His noble enemy, Wolfe, fell at the same place. He paid for the fall of Montcalm the penalty of his own life, and had the glory of dying on French colours. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of the Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole, Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 2, by François-René de CHATEAUBRIAND, Chapter 25. London, April to September, 1822. Journey from the lake of the Onondagas to the river Genesee. Bees, clearings, hospitality, bed, charmed rattlesnake. My guide and I now mounted again and pursued our route, which became more difficult and was barely traced by felled trees. The trunks of these trees served as bridges over the streams, or fascines in the swamps. The American population was at that time flowing towards the grants of land near the river Genesee. These grants varied in price according to the quality of the soil and of the trees, and the course and abundance of the water. It has been observed that settlers in the woods are often preceded by bees. Pioneers of the labourer, they are the symbol of the industry and civilization which they announce. These peaceful conquerors, foreign to America, and reaching it in the track of Columbus' sails, only took from a new world of flowers treasures of the use of which the natives were ignorant, and only made use of these treasures to enrich the soil whence they had drawn them. The clearings on either side of the road, which I was pursuing, presented a curious mixture of a state of nature and a state of civilization. In the corner of a wood, which had until now resounded only with the cries of the savage and the roar of wild beasts, we came upon a piece of cultivated land. From the same point of view we saw an Indian wigwam and a planter's house. Some of these houses, already completed, reminded one in their neat appearance of Dutch farmhouses. Others were only half finished, and had as yet no roof but the sky. I was received into these dwellings, the work of a morning, and often found in them a family surrounded by European elegancies, mahogany furniture, a piano, carpets, and mirrors, at a few paces from the hut of an Iroquois. In the evening, when the labouring part of the household had returned from the woods or fields with the axe or hoe, the windows were thrown open. My host's daughters, in their long fair ringlets, sang to the piano Paisiello's duet Pandolfetto, or a cantabile of Cimarosa's, while the open windows afforded a view of the wilderness without, and occasionally the murmur of a cascade mingled itself with the song. On the best districts of land, villages were established. The spire of a new belfry rose from the depths of an ancient forest. English manners follow the English wherever they go, and after traversing an extent of country where there was no trace of inhabitants, I frequently came upon the sign of an inn swinging from some tree. Hunters, planters, and Indians met at these caravanserais, but the first time that I slept at one, I vowed should also be the last. On entering one of them, I was amazed to see an immense bed, built in a circle round a central post. Each traveller took his place in this bed, with his feet at the post, and his head at the outer line of the circle, so that the sleepers were arranged symmetrically, like the spokes of a wheel, or the sticks of a fan. After some hesitation, I got into this extraordinary machine, seeing no one else in it. I was just falling asleep when I felt something glide against me. It was the leg of my great Dutch guide. I never in my life experienced such a sensation of disgust. I jumped out of the hospitable receptacle, heartily cursing the customs of our good old forefathers. I went out and lay down in my cloak beneath the clear moonlight to sleep. This companion of the traveller's rest was at least agreeable, fresh, and pure. On the bank of the river Genesee, we found a ferry. A number of settlers and Indians crossed with us. We encamped in meadows bright with butterflies and flowers. With our various costumes, our different groupings around the fires, our horses picketed or feeding near, we resembled a caravan. It was here that I met with a rattlesnake, which allowed itself to be charmed by the sound of a flute. The Greeks would have made an Orpheus of my Canadian, a lyre of his flute, and Cerberus, or perhaps Eurydice, of the serpent. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of the Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 2, by François-René de CHATEAUBRIAND, Chapter 26. London, from April till September 1822. Indian family, a night in the forest, departure of the family, Indians of Niagara, Captain Gordon, Jerusalem. We continued to approach Niagara, and were now within 8 or 9 leagues of it, when we came in sight of an Indian fire in an oak grove, and by the bank of a stream, at a place where we had ourselves thought of bivouacking. We availed ourselves of their encampment, and having attended to our horses and arranged our own dress for the night, joined the group. Crossing our legs after the manner of tailors, we ranged ourselves round the piled-up fire in company with the Indians, and set our bunches of maize to roast. The family consisted of 2 women, 2 children at the breast, and 3 warriors. The conversation became general, that is to say, interspersed with a few words and many gestures on my part, and then everyone lay down to sleep where he was. I was the only wakeful person of the party, and went to sit apart from the rest, on the root of a tree which ran along the bank of the stream. The moon had risen above the trees, and a perfumed breeze, brought with her from the east by the Queen of Night, seemed to go before her into the forest like her fresh breath. She gradually rose in the blue sky, sometimes gliding on without interruption, sometimes passing through masses of clouds resembling mountain summits crowned with snow. The fall of a few leaves, the sigh of a passing breeze, or the whoop of an owl, were the only sounds which broke upon the silence and repose around. In the distance the ear caught the dull roar of Niagara, which was prolonged in the calm night air from wild to wild, and died away in the solitary depths of the forest. It was during such nights as these that a new muse revealed herself to me. I caught some of her accents, and inscribed them in my book by the light of the stars, as an inferior musician would write down the notes dictated to him by some great master of harmony. Next morning the Indian warriors armed themselves with their various weapons, and the women collected together the baggage. I distributed a little gunpowder and vermilion among my hosts. We saluted each other at parting by touching our foreheads and breasts. The warriors gave the word to march, and went on in front. The women followed, carrying the children, who were suspended, wrapped in furs, from their mothers' shoulders, and turned their heads to look back at us. I stood watching them till they disappeared in the forest. The Indians of Niagara, in the British Dominion, were entrusted with the keeping of the frontier on the side by which we approached. These strange-looking guards, armed with bows and arrows, refused to let us pass, and I was obliged to send my Dutchman to the fort of Niagara to get a permission to enter the British territory. This incident gave me a painful sensation, for I remembered that France had formerly ruled over Upper as well as Lower Canada. My guide returned with the permission, which I still preserve. It is signed Captain Gordon. Is it not singular that I should have found this same name on the door of my cell at Jerusalem? 13 pilgrims had inscribed their names on the inside of the door. The first name was Charles Lombard, the date attached to it, 1669, the last John Gordon, and the date of his visit, 1804. Itinéraire. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of the Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole, Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 2, by François-René de CHATEAUBRIAND, Chapter 27. London, from April till September 1822. Cataract of Niagara. Rattlesnake. I fall at the edge of the abyss. I remained 2 days in the Indian village, whence I wrote a letter to M. de Malesherbes. The Indian women were occupied in different ways at work. Their infants were suspended in wicker baskets from the branches of a large purple beech. The grass was covered with dew, the wind came laden with perfume from the forests, and the cotton plants with their hanging pods resemble white rose trees. The breeze rocked the airy cradles with almost imperceptible motion. The mothers rose occasionally to see whether their children still slept, or whether they had been awakened by the birds. From the Indian village to the cataract was reckoned a distance of between 3 and 4 leagues. It took myself and my guide as many hours to reach it. When we approached within 6 miles of it, I could see a column of vapour indicating the spot of the fall. My heart beat with a joy mingled with terror as I entered the wood which concealed from my eyes one of the grandest sights ever offered by nature to man. We alighted, and leading our horses by the bridle, passed through bushes and thicket, and reached the bank of the river Niagara, 700 or 800 feet above the fall. I continued to move forward, and the guide seized me by the arm and stopped me at the very edge of the water, which flowed by with the rapidity of an arrow. It did not foam, but glided in one smooth mass to the very edge of the precipice. Its silence before its fall formed a striking contrast with the noise of the fall itself. Scripture often compares a nation to great waters. The Niagara above the fall is the emblem of a dying nation, deprived of all power of voice by its agony, hurrying on to the abyss of eternity. The guide continued to hold me back, for I felt myself drawn as it were towards the river, and urged by an involuntary impulse to throw myself into it. I looked now up along the shore, now down towards the island, which rose suddenly amidst the vast plain of waters, dividing them as if they had been cleft in the sky. After standing for about a quarter of an hour in a confused reverie of undefined admiration, I proceeded to the fall. My ideas and impressions of it will be found in the Essais sur les Révolutions and in Atala. Now there are good roads leading to the cataract, inns on the American and English shores, mills and manufactories below the chasm, At the time I saw it, none of these were in existence. I had no utterance for the thoughts which agitated me at the sight of such sublime confusion. In the desolate solitude of my early life, I was forced to invent personages to embellish it. I drew from the sources of my own mind ideal beings whom I found nowhere else, creatures of my own imagination. Thus with the cataract of Niagara I have associated recollections of Atala and René, like the expression of its solemnity and sadness. What is a cascade eternally falling over its precipice in the silent, unimpressible presence of earth and sky, if human nature is not there with its destinies and its unhappiness? How joyless to plunge into this solitude of water and mountain, and to have no one to whom to pour out the feelings inspired by the magnificent spectacle! To have the waves, the rocks, the woods and torrents for oneself alone, give a companion to the soul and the smiling verdure of the hills, the fresh breath of the wave thrill it with delight, the daily journey, the sweet repose at its close, the gentle rocking on the waves, the soft sleep on the moss, draw forth its fullest depths of tenderness. My fancy placed Valeda on the Armorican strand, Simodice beneath the porticos of Athens, Blanca in the halls of the Alhambra. Alexander left cities as monuments in his track. I left dreams as the only trace of my footsteps. I have seen the Alpine cascades with their chamois, the Pyrenean with their Osiris. I did not go as far up the hill as its cataracts, which are now known to be only rapids. I do not speak of the variegated columns of Terni and Tivoli, elegant lines of ruins, or subjects for the poet's song, at Praeseps Anio ac Tiberni Lucis, the rapid Anio, and the sacred grove of Tibur. Niagara effaces them all. I was contemplating the cataract revealed to the Old World not by insignificant travellers like myself, but by missionaries who, seeking God in these solitudes, threw themselves on their knees at the sight of some wonder of nature, and received martyrdom while chanting their hymn of admiration. Our priests greeted the natural wonders of America and consecrated them with their blood. Our soldiers have applauded at the ruins of Thebes and presented arms in Andalusia. The whole genius of France lies in the double militia of her camps and her altars. I had my bridle twisted round my arm. A rattlesnake moved in the thicket, and my horse, startled at the noise, reared and backed towards the fall. I could not free my arm, and the horse, becoming more and more unmanageable, dragged me after him. His forefeet were already over the edge. Hanging on the very verge of the abyss, he kept himself from falling solely by the muscular strength of his back. I gave myself up for lost, when suddenly the animal, astonished at his new danger, made a great effort, and regained his footing by a quick turn. Had I lost my life amidst the Canadian woods, would my soul have carried with it to the supreme tribunal the sacrifices, the good works and virtues of the fathers Jogues and Lallemand, or a burden of useless days and miserable chimeras? This was not the only danger which I incurred at Niagara. A ladder of bindweed enabled the natives to descend into the lower basin, but this was now broken. Wishing to see the cataract from below, I ventured, notwithstanding the representations of my guide, to descend the side of an almost conical rock. The water roared and boiled below me, but my head remained steady, and I succeeded in descending about 40 feet. But here the bare perpendicular rock offered nothing to which I could cling. I remained hanging by one hand to the last tree root, feeling my fingers relax their grasp with the weight of my body. Few men have in the course of their lives passed 2 minutes such as those I now passed. At length my hand lost its hold, and I fell. By extraordinary good fortune I found myself on the ledge of a rock on which I was much more likely to have been dashed to pieces. I did not feel much hurt. I was within half a foot of the chasm, and yet had not fallen into it. But when the cold and damp began to chill me, I found that I had not escaped so easily as I imagined. My left arm was broken above the elbow. My guide, who was watching me from above, and to whom I made signals of distress, hastened in search of some Indians. They pulled me up with ropes by an otter path, and carried me to their village. It was merely a simple fracture, and 2 splints, a bandage, and a sling sufficed for my cure. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of the Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole, Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 2, by François-René de CHATEAUBRIAND, Chapter 28. London, from April till September 1822. 12 days in a hut. Change of manners among the Indians. Birth and death. Montaigne, Song of the Snake, Singing of a Little Indian Girl, the original of Mila. I remained for 12 days under the care of my doctors, the Indians of Niagara, and while there saw some other tribes on their way down from Detroit, and the districts to the south and east of Lake Erie. I made enquiries respecting their customs, and by means of small presents obtained representations and details of their ancient manners, now no longer in existence. Yet, at the commencement of the War of American Independence, the Indians still ate the prisoners, or rather those who were killed. An English captain, taking soup from an Indian pot with the large spoon, drew up a hand. The events of birth and death among the Indians have retained more of their ancient associations and customs than any other, because these events are not changed by outward influences, like the life which lies between them. They are not matters of fashion passing with its breath. The oldest name beneath an Indian roof is still conferred on an infant as an honour, that of its grandmother, for example, for names always descend in the maternal line. From that moment the child occupies the place of the woman whose name has been given to it, and in speaking to it, it is addressed by the degree of parentage revived by its name. Thus an uncle may salute his nephew by the title of grandmother. This custom, ridiculous in appearance, is nevertheless touching. It brings those who are gone to life again. It reproduces the weakness of age in that of infancy. It connects the extremes of life, the beginning and the end of a family. It communicates a kind of immortality to the ancestors, and supposes them present amidst their posterity. As regards the dead, it is easy to find motives for the attachment of the savage to sacred remains. Civilized nations have the ever-living spirit of literature and art to preserve the recollections of their country. They have cities, palaces, towers, columns and obelisks. They have the trace of the plough in the fields already cultivated. Names are carved in brass and marble, actions immortalized in chronicles. The nations of these solitudes have nothing of all this. Their names are not inscribed on the trees. Their huts, built in a few hours, disappear in a few moments. Their labour but grazes the earth, and does not even make a furrow. Their traditional songs perish with the last memory which retains them, with the last voice that repeats them. The tribes of the New World have then but one monument, the tomb. Take from the savage the bones of his fathers, and you take his history, his laws, and his gods. You take from the race in future generations the proofs of their existence, as of their non-existence. I wish to hear my host sing. A pretty little Indian girl named Mila, of about 14 years old (the Indian women are only pretty when very young), sang very pleasingly. Was this not the couplet cited by Montaigne? Stay, snake, and let my sister take the pattern of thy colours, to work a rich cord that I may give to my love, and thy beauty and disposition shall always be preferred to that of all other snakes. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of the Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole. Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 2, by François-René de CHATEAUBRIAND, Chapter 29. London, from April to September, 1822. Reflections. Old Canada. Indian population. Demoralization. True civilization promoted by religion. False civilization by trade. Backwoodsmen. Factories. Hunting. Mixed races. Contest between trading companies. Death of the Indian languages. The Canadians are no longer such as they have been described by Cartier, Champlain, Larentin, Lescarbot, Lafitteau, Charlevoix, and the Lettres édifiantes. The 16th century and the beginning of the 17th were the times of fertile imagination and of simple manners. The admiration of the former reflected a virgin nature, and the candour of the latter reproduced the simplicity of the savage. Champlain, at the end of his first voyage to Canada in 1603, relates that an island lying to the south of the Bay of Chaleur is regarded as the abode of a dreadful monster whom the savages call Gougou. Canada had its giant as well as the Cape of Storms. Homer is the true father of all these fables. There are always and everywhere Cyclops, Scylla and Charybdis, ogres or giants. The savage population of North America, exclusive of Mexico and the Eskimo, does not at present amount to 400,000 souls, reckoning all the tribes on both sides of the Rocky Mountains. Some travellers limit the number to 150,000. Demoralization has kept pace among the Indians with the diminution of their tribes. Religious traditions are become confused. The instruction imparted by the Jesuits in Canada has become mixed up with ideas foreign to the native ideas of the indigenous races. Through the mist of gross fables, there may still be traced some distorted images of Christian truths. The most of the Indians wear crosses in the manner of ornaments, and what the Catholic missionaries formerly bestowed as emblems of religious faith are sold to them now by Protestant traders. Let me observe, to the honour of our country and the glory of our religion, that the Indians were warmly attached to us, that they never ceased to regret our rule, and that a black gown, a missionary, is still held in veneration amid the forests of America. The savage continues to love us under the tree where we were his first guests, on the soil which we have trodden, and where we have committed to him the care of our tombs. As long as the Indian continued naked or clothed in skins, there was something great and noble in his character. Now, European rags, without covering his nakedness, bear witness to his misery. He is like a beggar at the door of a counting-house, and no longer a savage in his wiles. Lastly, there has sprung up a kind of half-caste race, the offspring of colonists and Indian women. These men, surnamed Burntwoods, Bois Brûlés, on account of the colour of their skin, are the great promoters of change between the authors of their double origin. Speaking at once the language of both parents, they inherit the vices of both races. These meagre descendants of a civilized and a savage nature sell themselves one while to the Americans, and another to the English, in order to secure for the one or the other monopoly of the fur trade. They cherish rivalries between the English Hudson's Bay and North West Companies with those of the Columbian, American, and Missouri Fur Companies, and others. They themselves are continually engaged in hunting expeditions for contractors, and accompanied by hunters paid out of the funds of the several companies. The great war of American independence is alone known. The world is ignorant of the fact that blood has been shed to promote the miserable interests of a mere handful of traders. In 1811, the Hudson's Bay Company sold to Lord Selkirk a territory on the banks of the Red River, where an establishment was formed in 1812. The North West or Canada Company took offence at the proceeding. The two factions and their respective Indian allies, seconded by the Bois Brûlés, came to actual hostilities, and this domestic conflict, horrible in its details, took place in the midst of the icy deserts of Hudson's Bay. Lord Selkirk's colony was destroyed in the month of June, 1815, precisely at the period of the Battle of Waterloo. On these two theatres, so different in their renown and obscurity, the calamities of the human race were the same. We must seek no longer in America for those skillfully constructed political constitutions, of which Chauvois has given an account, for the monarchy of the Hurons and the Republic of the Iroquois. Changes of the same nature have been brought about, and are still gradually occurring in Europe, even under our eyes. A Prussian poet, at a banquet of the Teutonic Order, about the year 1400, sang in the ancient Prussian language of the heroic deeds of the ancient warriors of his country. No one understood him, and his only reward was 100 empty nuts. In the present day, the Bas-Breton, the Basque, and the Gaelic are perishing from hut to hut, as the generations of shepherds and labourers pass away. In the English county of Cornwall, the original language became obsolete about the year 1676. A fisherman there said to some travellers, "I hardly know more than 4 or 5 persons who speak Cornish, and they are old people like myself, from 60 to 80 years of age. None of the young people understand a word of it." Some tribes that formerly lived on the Orinoco exist no longer. There only remain about a dozen words of their dialect, which are uttered from the tops of the trees by paroquets which have regained their liberty, like Agrippina's thrush, which chattered Greek upon the balustrades of the palace at Rome. Such will be sooner or later the fate of our modern jargons, which are made up of the remnants of Greek and Latin. Some magpie, escaped from the cage of the last French priest, will be heard to call out from the top of the belfry of a ruin to the unknown people who may succeed us. Accept this, the last effort of a language once known. You'll put an end to all further conversation in it. Be then a Bossuet, and the consequence will be that your chef d'oeuvre may survive in the recollection of a bird, your language and your memory in the minds of men. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of the Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain.
For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole, Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768–1800, Part 2, by François-René de CHATEAUBRIAND. Chapter 30. London from April till September 1822. The former possessions of France in America. Regrets. Past follies. Note from Francis Cunningham. Speaking of Canada and Louisiana, and inspecting the old map of the original French settlements in America, I am at a loss to understand how the government of my country allowed these colonies, which would have been now an inexhaustible source of prosperity to us, to pass out of their hands. From Acadia in Canada to Louisiana, from the mouth of the St. Lawrence to that of the Mississippi, the territory of New France encompassed that which formed the confederacy of the first 13 United States. The other 11, with the District of Columbia, the territories of Michigan, the Northwest, the Missouri, Oregon, and Arkansas, belonged to us, or would have come into our possession, as they now belong to the United States, by the cession of the English and the Spaniards, who succeeded us in Canada and Louisiana. The whole territory lying between the Atlantic on the northeast, the Polar Sea on the north, the Pacific with the Russian possessions in the northwest, and the Mexican Gulf on the south, that is to say, more than 2/3 of the whole of North America, acknowledge the laws of France. I fear lest the restoration may prove vain in consequence of the adoption of views contrary to those which I have here expressed. The madness of adhering to precedents, a folly which I never cease to combat, would not be by any means so sad had it only disturbed me by depriving me of the favour of my prince, but it may perhaps cause the overthrow of the throne. To be stationary in political affairs is impossible. It is necessary to advance with the progress of human intelligence. Let us respect the dignity given by time. Let us look back with veneration to the past ages which are rendered sacred by the memory and the relics of our ancestors. At the same time, let us not attempt to retrograde towards them, for they have no longer anything real in common with us, and should we attempt to seize them, they would vanish. The chapter of Notre Dame at Aix-la-Chapelle had the tomb of Charlemagne opened, as it is said, about the year 1450. They found the emperor seated in a gilt chair, holding in his skeleton hands the books of the evangelists, written in letters of gold. Before him were placed his sceptre and his shield of gold. By his side lay his joyeuse, sheathed in a golden scabbard. He was clothed in imperial robes. Upon his head, which was retained in its proper position by a chain of gold, was a piece of linen, which covered what had once been his face, and which was surmounted by a crown. They touched the phantom, and it crumbled into dust. We possessed beyond sea an immense tract of country. It afforded a refuge for the excess of our population, a field for our commerce, and a supply of sailors for our navy. We are excluded from the New World, where the human race is taking a fresh start. The English, Portuguese, and Spanish languages serve in Africa, in Asia, in Polynesia, in the islands of the South Seas, and on the continent of the 2 Americas, as a vehicle for expressing the thoughts of many millions of human beings, whilst we, deprived of the acquisitions made by our courage and our skill, only hear the language of Colbert and of Louis XIV, spoken under the government of foreign nations in some small districts of Canada and Louisiana. It only remains as a witness of the reverses of our fortune and the faults of our administration. And who is the monarch whose rule now replaces that of the French king over the Canadian forests? The same who caused this note to be written to me yesterday. Royal Lodge, Windsor, June 4th, 1822. My Lord Viscount, I am commanded by His Majesty to invite Your Excellency to dine and sleep at the Palace on Thursday, the 6th instant. Your very humble and obedient servant, Francis Cunningham. It was a part of my fate to be tormented by princes. But I pause. I recross the Atlantic. I have the arm reset which was broken at Niagara. I lay aside my bearskin dress and resume my embroidered apparel. I go from the wigwam of an Iroquois to the royal lodge of His Britannic Majesty, the monarch of the 3 United Kingdoms and lord of the Indies. I leave my host with the pierced ears and the little savage girl adorned with pearls, wishing my Lady Cunningham the gentleness of Mila, together with that age which belongs only to the young spring, those days which precede the month of May, and which our French poets call l'Avrier. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of the Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768–1800, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole, Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 2, by François-René de CHATEAUBRIAND. Chapter 31. London, from April till September 1822. Revised in December 1846. The account originally written in America. The Lakes of Canada. Flotilla of Indian canoes. Ruins of nature. Valley of the Tomb. Destiny of rivers. The tribe of the young girl with the pearls set out. My guide, the Dutchman, refused to accompany me beyond the cataract. I paid him and joined some traders who were setting out to descend the Ohio. Before starting, I cast a glance upon the Canadian lakes. There is nothing so sad as the aspect of these lakes. The plains of the ocean and of the Mediterranean afford highways for nations, and their shores are, or were, inhabited by races numerous, powerful, and civilized. The Canadian lakes present nothing but open waters surrounded by desert land, solitudes which divide other solitudes, shores without inhabitants overlook waters without ships. You land from desert waves upon a desert strand. Lake Erie is more than 100 leagues in circumference. The nations which dwelt upon its banks were exterminated by the Iroquois 2 centuries ago. It is fearful to see the Indians venturing their bark canoes upon this lake so celebrated for tempests, and which was formerly the habitation of thousands of snakes. These Indians hang up their garments at the head of their canoes, and launch into the midst of the eddies caused by the turbulent waves. The waves, on a level with the gunwale of the canoes, appear ready to swallow them up. The hunters' dogs, with their paws upon the gunwale, utter short barks, while their masters, preserving a profound silence, strike the waters with their paddles in regular time. The canoes advance in single file. At the prow of the foremost, a chief stands upright, and repeats the diphthong, "Oh-ah!" or with a full and prolonged intonation, "ah" with a short and quick tone. In the hindmost canoe is another chief, also standing, who manages a branch in the form of a rudder. The other warriors squat on their heels at the bottom of the canoes. Through the fog and the spray are only to be seen the feathers with which the heads of the Indians are adorned, the outstretched necks of the howling dogs, and the shoulders of the 2 sachems, the pilot and the steersman, as one might say the gods of the lakes. The rivers of Canada are without annals in the Old World. How different is the fate of the Ganges, the Euphrates, the Nile, the Danube, and the Rhine! How much sweat and blood have conquerors poured forth in order to cross in their course those waters which a goat herd can step across at their source. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of the Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole, Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 2, by François-René de CHATEAUBRIAND, Chapter 32. London, from April till September 1822. The course of the Ohio. Leaving the lakes of Canada, we came to Port William, at the confluence of the rivers Ohio and Kentucky. There the landscape displays a most extraordinary magnificence. This splendid country is, however, called Kentucky, from the name of the river which flows through it, and which signifies the river of blood. It owes its name to its beauty. During the space of 2 centuries, the tribes in alliance with the Cherokees disputed its occupation with those of the Iroquois. Will the European races, which now people the banks, prove more virtuous and free than the exterminated savages? Is there not slave labour in this country of man's primitive independence, under the lash of their masters? Do no prisons and gibbets replace the open hut and the tall tulip tree in which the birds built their nests? Will the riches of nature give rise to no new wars? Will Kentucky cease to be the land of blood? And will the monuments of art prove a greater ornament to the banks of the Ohio than the monuments of nature? After passing the Wabash, the Great Cypress, the Cumberland River, the Cherokee or Tennessee, and the Yellow Banks, we arrive at a strip of land often flooded when the waters are high. Here the confluence of the Mississippi and the Ohio takes place, in latitude 36 degrees 54 minutes north. The 2 rivers, offering equal resistance, slacken their speed. They run alongside of each other in the same channel without mingling for some miles, as 2 great races originally separate, but subsequently amalgamated, form only one nation. As 2 illustrious rivals share the same couch after the battle, as man and wife, descended from hostile races,
who had at first little inclination towards one another, subsequently joined their destinies in marriage. For myself, like the powerful sources of rivers, I have spread out the little course of my life, at one time on one side of a mountain, and then again on the other, wilful in my mistakes, yet never intentionally doing wrong, preferring poor valleys to rich plains, resting on flowers rather than in a palace. As for the rest, I was so much pleased with my travels that I thought little about the Pole. A company of traders about to start for the country of the Creeks in the Floridas permitted me to join them. We set forward towards the country then known under the general name of the Floridas, but now divided into the states of Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina, and Tennessee. We followed pretty nearly the footpath which now connects the great road from Natchez to Nashville with Jackson and Florence, and which enters Virginia by Knoxville and Salem, a country at this time very little frequented, but the lakes and best portions of which Bertram had nevertheless explored. The planters of Georgia and the coast of the Floridas came to the residences of the different tribes of Creeks to buy horses and half-wild beasts, which multiplied amazingly on the savannas that surrounded the springs on the banks of which I have represented Atala and Chactas as reposing. They even extended their journeys as far as the Ohio. We were urged on in our course by a fresh wind. The Ohio, swelled by the tribute of 100 rivers, was at one time lost in the lakes which opened before us, and at another in the forests. Islands arose in the middle of the lakes. We made sail towards one of the largest and landed at 8 o'clock in the morning. I crossed a prairie strewn over with the yellow-flowered ragwort, the variegated mallow, roses, and the purple-tufted obelaria. An Indian river attracted my attention. The contrast between this ruin and the apparent newness of nature, this monument of mankind in a desert, made a great impression upon me. What race dwelt on this island? What was their name, what their origin, and what the period of their extinction? Did they live while the world in whose bosom they were hidden continued unknown to the other 3 parts of the globe? Their silence was possibly cotemporary with the fame of other great nations, which have since in their turn passed away into oblivion. On the sandy nooks, among the ruins of the tumuli, there grows a species of poppy with red flowers hanging at the end of small footstalks from a green stem. The stalk and the flower have a smell which is communicated to the fingers on touching the plant. This smell, which survives the flower, is but an emblem of the memory of a life spent in solitude. I watched the water lilies as they began to hide their white flowers under the waves towards the close of day, and the Parietica, which only encloses its flowers at night. The pyramidal Oenothera, with oblong denticulated leaves of a dark green colour, has other habits and another destiny. Its yellow flower begins gradually to expand in the evening, when Venus is sinking below the horizon. It continues to open to the rays of the stars. The dawn finds it in all its beauty. During the forenoon it fades, and at midday falls off. It only lives a few hours, but it spends these hours under a serene sky, fanned by the breath of Venus and Aurora. What matters, then, the shortness of its life? Garlands of Dionea hang over the streams, and insects hum around. There are also hummingbirds and butterflies, whose brilliant colours vie in splendour with the variegated tints of the flowers. During these excursions and in the midst of such studies, I was often struck with their vanity. What? Could not the revolution, which had driven me into the woods, and still hung over me, inspire me with some more serious thoughts? Was it during the period of the distractions of my country that I should be engaged in describing plants, butterflies, and flowers? The selfishness of mankind affords a standard for estimating the slight importance of the most astonishing events. How many men are totally indifferent to all such occurrences? How many more entirely ignorant of them? The total population of the globe is estimated at from 1,100,000,000 to 1,200,000,000. One individual dies every second, and thus during every minute we pass in grief or joy, 60 human beings expire, and 60 families are plunged into mourning and sorrow. Life is but one continued torment. The chain of mourning and funerals by which we are encircled never breaks, but constantly enlarges its circuit. We ourselves form a link in the chain. Let us still, however, exalt and magnify the importance of those catastrophes of which 7/8 of the world never hear. Still let us pant after a renown which will never extend a few leagues from our tombstones. Let us plunge into the ocean of bliss, of which each instant glides away among 60 coffins constantly renewed. Nam nox nulla diem, neque noctem auroris sequuta est, quae non audierit mixtos vagitibus egris,
Ploratus mortis committis et funeris atri. No day has passed, nor night succeeded morn, but still the sounds of mourning and of grief have sounded loud, attendance upon death. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of the Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole. Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 2, by François-René de CHATEAUBRIAND, Chapter 33. London, from April till September, 1822. Fountain of Jouvence, muskogees and Seminoles, our camp. The natives of Florida have a legend that in the middle of one of their lakes lies an island inhabited solely by beautiful women. The muskogees, they say, have often attempted its conquest, but this Eden vanishes before their canoes, an image of the chimeras which flee before the grasp of our desires. This island also contained a fountain of Jouvence. Who desires to renew his life by a draught? These fables were very near assuming a kind of reality in my eyes. At a moment when we least expected it, we saw a flotilla of canoes leave a bay, some rowed, others with sails, and make for our island, which they soon reached. The canoes contained 2 families of Creek Indians, the one Seminoles, the other Muskogees. Among the latter were a number of Cherokees and Bois Brûlés. I was struck with the elegance of these savages, who bore no resemblance to those of Canada. The Seminoles and Muskogees are rather large, fine-looking men, but by an extraordinary contrast, their mothers, wives, and daughters are the smallest race of women known in America. The Indian women who landed on our island belonged to a race of mingled Cherokee and Spanish blood, and were tall. 2 of them resembled the Creoles of Saint Domingo and the Isle of France, but had the delicate olive complexion of the women of the Ganges. These 2 Floridans, cousins on the father's side, served as my models, the one of Atala, the other of Celuta, but they excelled the sketches I have made of them, in that variable and fugitive truth of nature, those characteristics of race and climate which I have been unable thoroughly to depict. There was an indescribable charm in the oval countenance, the complexion, over which a shade as of a light orange-coloured mist seemed cast, the black soft hair, the long eyes, half concealed beneath their satin lids, languidly lifted to allow a glimpse of them. In short, in the united seductions of the Indian and the Spaniard. This meeting with our host caused some little change in our plans. Our trading agents began to inquire about horses, and it was decided that we should go and encamp near the place where the horses were kept. The plain on which our camp was established was covered with cattle, horses, bisons, buffaloes, cranes, turkeys, and pelicans. These birds variegated the green pasture land with their white, black, and rose-coloured plumage. The love affairs of the Spaniards and the Creek women formed the groundwork of many adventures, and in these romances the Bois Brûlés played a principal part. One story, put into Seminole verse under the name of Tabamika, was chanted in crossing the woods. Carried off in their turn by the colonists, the Indian women soon died neglected at Pensacola, and the tale of their misfortunes went to enlarge the romanceros, and to be placed beside the lamentations of Jimena. The 2 Floridans, ruins on the Ohio. The earth is a charming mother. We owe existence to her. In infancy she feeds us with milk and honey. In youth and maturity she lavishes her cooling springs, her harvests and fruits on us. She offers us everywhere shade, bath, table, and bed, and when we die she receives us again to her bosom, and clothes our remains in grass and flowers, while she secretly transforms us into her own substance, to reproduce us in some graceful form. Such were my thoughts when my opening eyes rested on the blue heaven, the canopy of my couch. The hunters were gone on their daily occupation, and I remained alone with the women and the children. I left not the side of my 2 sylvan goddesses. The one was haughty, the other sad. I did not understand a word they said to me, nor they one that I said to them, but I fetched water for their bowl, branches for their fire, and moss for their bed. They wore the Spanish short petticoat and slashed sleeves, the Indian bodice and cloak. Their bare legs were wreathed with a kind of lace or fringe made from part of the birch tree. They entwined their hair with bouquets or reeds, and covered themselves with chains and collars of coloured glass. From their ears hung purple seeds. They had a pretty speaking paroquet, bird of Armida. They fastened it to their shoulders after the manner of an emerald, or carried it hooded on their hands, as the great ladies of the 10th century used to carry the hawk. To strengthen their breast and arms, they rubbed themselves with the apaya, or American cypress.
In Bengal, the bayadere chew the beetle, and in the Levant, the Ames suck the cheomastic. The Floridans crush between their transparent teeth the gum of the liquid ambar and the root of the Libanis, which exhale the mingled fragrance of angelica, cedra, and vanilla. They lived in an atmosphere of perfumes emanating from themselves, like orange trees and flowers, in the pure effluence of their leaves and chalices. I amused myself by adorning their heads with some wreath or ornament of my own invention. They submitted in a sort of gentle alarm. Enchantresses themselves, they imagined that I was performing some charm on them. One of them, the haughty one, frequently prayed. She appeared to me to be half a Christian. The other sang in a voice soft as velvet, uttering every now and then a cry which thrilled the ear. Sometimes they spoke together with great animation. I fancied I detected the accents of jealousy. But the sad one wept, and silence returned. Weak myself, I sought examples of weakness as precedents. Had not Camoens loved a black slave of Barbary in the Indies? And might not I offer homage in America to 2 orange-coloured sultanas? Had not Camoens addressed endechas or stanzas to a Barbara escrava? Had he not said to her, "A quella captiva, che me tem captivo, porque nella vivo, già now quem che viva, en nunque virosa, em suaves molos, que para meus ojos fosse mais formosa. Pretidao de amor, tau doce a figura, que a neve he jura, que trocara a cor. Leda mansidao, que osiso accompagna, rem pareve estrania, mas barbara now. This captive who holds me captive, because I live in her, does not spare my life. Never was rose in a sweet nosegay so charming to my eyes. Her black hair inspires love. Her face is so sweet that the snow desires to change colour with her. Her gaiety is accompanied by reserve. She is a stranger, not a barbarian." We made a fishing party. The sun was near its setting. The wood formed, as it were, 3 ranges. The first composed of sassafras, tulip trees, catalpas, and oaks, whose branches were clothed with white moss. Behind this first range rose the most beautiful of trees, the papaya, looking like a column of traced silver surmounted by a Corinthian urn, and highest of all waved the tacamahaca, the magnolia, and the liquid amber. The sun now sank behind this ridge of foliage. A ray, glancing beneath the tree-tops, glittered like a set carbuncle on the dark leaves. Then, diverging among the trunks and branches, threw widening streaks and changing arabesques on the turf. At the feet of the trees were lilac bushes, azaleas, masses of bindweed with its flexible twisting branches. Overhead, clouds in every variety of form, some stationary, like promontories or old towers, others floating along like rosy mists or carded silk. Their successive transformations gave to view now, as it were, a fiery cavern mouth, now a pile of burning coal, now a river of lava. The whole was resplendent, radiant, and golden, bathed in the rich light. After the insurrection in the Morea in 1770, many Greek families took refuge in Florida. They might still imagine themselves in the climate of Ionia, which would seem to have become soft and voluptuous in proportion as men's passions gained the ascendancy. At Smyrna, in the evening, nature sleeps like one exhausted with excess of delight. To our right were some ruins belonging to the great fortifications discovered on the Ohio. To our left, an ancient camp of the Indians. The island on which we were, caught in the reflection of the wave, and reproduced by mirage, spread its double perspective before our eyes. To the east, the moon seemed to rest on the distant hills. To the west, the azure vault of heaven seemed to melt away into a sea of diamond and sapphire, in which the sun, half sunk, appeared to dissolve. All the animals of creation were awake and full of life. The earth in adoration seemed to offer incense to the sky, and the perfumes exhaled from it returned upon it in a refreshing dew, as a prayer returns on the head of him who prays. I quitted my companions, and sat down near a thick clump of trees. Their shadow, here and there shot with rays of light, cast its protecting coolness over me. Fireflies glittered among the shrubs and were eclipsed when they issued into the moonbeams. The gentle murmuring flow of the lake fell on the ear, with an occasional splash of a goldfish or cry of a wild duck. My eyes were fixed on the water, and I fell by degrees into the state of somnolency well known to men who travel much. No distinct recollection remained in my mind. I felt myself living and vegetating with nature in a kind of pantheism. I leaned against the trunk of a magnolia and fell asleep. My slumber was cradled, as it were, on a vague sea of hope. On awaking, I found the 2 Indians beside me.
They had found me asleep, and not wishing to awaken me, had sat down silently, one on each side, and whether it was that they were really asleep or feigning to be so, their heads had fallen on my shoulders. A breeze passed through the thicket, and covered us with a shower of magnolia blossoms. The youngest of the Seminoles began to sing. Let no one who is not quite secure of his own firmness ever expose himself thus to danger. Passion, instilled through the voice of melody, increases tenfold in power. Suddenly, a rude, jealous voice replied to these sweet accents. A bois brûlé called the two cousins, they trembled and rose. The dawn was beginning to appear in the east. I looked on a similar scene to this on the shores of Greece, though without an Aspasia. I ascended the Parthenon with the dawn, and saw Cythera, Mount Hymettus, the Acropolis of Corinth, the tombs and the ruins, bathed in a transparent golden mist of light, reflected by the sea, and floating like a perfume on the zephyrs of Salamis and Delos. We performed our short voyage in silence. At midday the camp was broken up to go and examine the horses, which the Creeks wished to sell and the traders to buy. Women and children, all were called together as witnesses, as is their custom on great occasions of dealing. Horses of all ages and colours, colts and mares, bulls, cows and heifers, began to gallop about us. In the confusion I was separated from the Creeks. A large group of horses and men was collected on the skirts of a wood, and suddenly I caught sight of my two Floridans among them. They were being lifted on two horses, and behind them mounted, without a saddle, a bois brûlé and a Seminole. O Cid! Why had I not thy fleet steed, Babicha, to hasten after them? They rode off, and the immense squadron followed. The horses kicked, bounded, and neighed among the buffaloes and other cattle. Their feet met in the air, their tails and manes were bloody. A cloud of devouring insects enveloped this wild cavalcade, and my two Floridans vanished like the daughter of Ceres carried off by Pluto. Thus it is that everything in my life's history vanishes without trace or aim. I only retain dreams of all that has passed so swiftly. I shall descend to the Elysian fields accompanied by more shadows than ever man took with him before. The fault lies in my organization. I know not how to profit by any good fortune. I am interested in nothing that interests other men. Except in religion, I have no belief. Had my destiny made me a pastor or a king, what should I have done with my crosier or my sceptre? I should have become equally weary of fame and genius, of labour and ease, of prosperity and adversity. Everything wearies me. I am troubled to perceive how my days are weighed down with ennui, and I go about yawning away my life. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of the Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole. Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 2, by François-René de CHATEAUBRIAND, Chapter 34. The two Indians, arrest of Louis XVI at Varennes, I determined to return to Europe. Ronsard has given us a description of Mary Stuart on her departure for Scotland, after the death of Francis II. De tel habit vous étiez accoustré, partant et là, de la belle contrée, dont avez le sceptre dans la main, lorsque pensive et baignant votre scène, du beau cristal de vos larmes roulées, triste, marchez par les longues allées du grand jardin de ce royal château, qui prend son nom de la source d'une eau. Did I bear any resemblance to Mary Stuart, wandering at Fontainebleau, when I wandered over my meadows after losing my fair companions? It is certain, at all events, that my mind, if not my person, was enveloped in a crêpe longue, subtile et déliée, as Ronsard, an old poet of the new school, goes on to say of her. My evil genius having carried off my two Floridans, I learned from my guide that a bois brûlé, who was in love with one of the women and had become jealous of me, had determined with the aid of a Seminole, the brother of the other, to take Atala and Celuta out of my reach. The guides unscrupulously designated them by no very respectful name, which wounded my vanity. I was the more humiliated as the bois brûlé, my successful rival, was a lean, black, ugly rascal, possessing all the characteristics of those insects which, according to the definition of the entomologists of the Grand Lama, are animals having their flesh inside and their bones outside. The solitudes appeared empty to me after my mishap. I gave an uncourteous reception to my sylph, who generously hastened to console a faithless lover, like Julie, when she pardoned Saint-Preux his Floridans of Paris. I was in haste to quit the wilds, and have since described my companions of that night. I know not whether I have given back to them in full the life they gave me, but I have at least in expiation made one of them a blameless maiden, and the other a chaste wife. We recrossed the Blue Mountains and again approached the European clearings in the neighbourhood of Chillicothe. I had gained no information on the principal object of my journey, but I was surrounded and escorted by a world of poetry. Comme une jeune abeille aux roses engagées, ma muse revenait de son butin chargé. I came upon an American house on the banks of a stream, a farm in one wing, a mill in the other. I went in to seek a lodging and was well received. My hostess led me up a ladder to a room over the mill wheel. My little window, festooned with ivy and water iris, looked on the mill stream, running straight and solitary between two close lines of willows, alders, sassafras, tamarinds, and Carolina poplars. The mossy wheel slowly turned beneath their shade, throwing long streams of water from it with every turn. Perch and trout leapt in the foam of the eddy. Wagtails flew from one bank to the other, and a sort of kingfisher hovered with their blue wings over the stream. Would it not have been delightful to have had my melancholy Floridan beside me, supposing her faithful, to have sat dreaming at her feet with my head on her knee, listening to the noise of the cascade, the revolutions of the wheel, the confused noise of the mill-works, the sifting and bolting of the flour, the regular strokes of the mill-clapper, breathing the freshness of the water and the pleasant odour of the pearly grain? Night came, and I went down to the common room. It was only lighted by the flame of the bundles of maize straw and bean shells, which were blazing on the hearth. Some guns, belonging to the master of the place, and hanging on the wall, shone in the firelight. I sat down on a stool in a corner of the wide chimney-place near a squirrel, which was amusing itself by leaping from the back of a great dog to the shelf of a spinning-wheel. A little cat took possession of my knee to watch the game. The miller's wife hung a large pot on the fire, which encircled its black sides like a radiated crown of gold. While the potatoes for my supper were thus getting ready before my eyes, I amused myself in reading by the light of the fire an English newspaper which had fallen on the ground near me. Suddenly these words printed in large letters caught my eye: Flight of the King. Below was an account of the flight of Louis XVI, and of the unfortunate monarch's arrest at Varennes. The paper also related the progress of emigration and the uniting of the officers in the army under the standards of the French princes. A sudden change came over my mind. Rinaldo saw his weakness in the mirror of honour in Armida's gardens, and though not Tasso's hero, the same mirror was held up to me in the midst of an American forest. The clash of arms, the tumult of the world, reached my ears beneath the thatched roof of a mill buried in unknown woods. I abruptly checked my course and said to myself, "Return to France." Thus what appeared to me a duty overthrew my original designs and induced the first of those sudden changes by which my career has been marked. The Bourbons had needed not that a cadet of Brittany should return from beyond seas to offer them his obscure devotion, any more than they needed his services when he afterwards rose from his obscurity. If I had continued my travels and lighted my pipe with the newspaper which effected such a change in my life, no one would have remarked my absence. My life was then as insignificant and of as little weight or importance as the smoke of my calumet. It was merely an argument, a decision between myself and my conscience, which sent me forth upon the theatre of the world. I might have done as I would, since I was the only witness of the debate, but of all witnesses, that is the one before whom I should most fear to blush. Why does the recollection of the solitudes of Lakes Erie and Ontario, even to this day, recur to my mind with a more lively and agreeable impression than the brilliant spectacle of the Bosphorus? At the time of my travels in the United States, my mind was full of illusions. The troubles of France originated about the same time in which I was born. Nothing was finished either in myself or in my country. These days are full of agreeable recollections, because they recall the delightful feelings inspired by domestic relations, together with the enjoyments of youth. 15 years later, after my travels in the Levant, the Republic, swollen with debris and tears, had emptied itself, like the torrent of a deluge, into despotism. I no longer flattered myself with chimeras. My recollections, taking from thenceforth their source in society and its passions, were destitute of candour. Deceived in my 2 pilgrimages to the West and the East, I had not discovered the North-West Passage. I had not carried away glory from the banks of the Niagara, whither I had gone to seek for it, and I had left it seated on the ruins of Athens. Having set out to be a traveller in America and returned to be a soldier in Europe, I finally succeeded in neither one nor the other of these careers. An evil genius snatched away the staff and the sword and put a pen into my hand. 15 years later still, being at Sparta and contemplating the heavens during the night,
I call to mind the countries which I had already seen in my peaceful or my troubled sleep. In the woods of Germany, or amid the fogs of England, on the fields of Italy, on the open seas, and in the Canadian forests, I had already gazed upon the same stars which I then saw shining upon the country of Helen and Menelaus. But of what use was it to complain of the stars, the motionless witnesses of my wandering destinies? One day their look will no longer be weary of following me. At present, indifferent to my fate, I shall not ask these stars to shed upon it a gentle influence, or to restore to me what the traveller leaves of his life in the places through which he passes. Were I now to revisit the United States, I should no longer recognise the country. Where I left forests, I should find cultivated fields. Where I brushed my way along a path through brambles, I should now travel on excellent roads. At Natchez, instead of the hut of Saluta, there now stands a town of 5,000 inhabitants, and Chactas might be today a member of Congress. I very recently received a pamphlet printed among the Cherokees, addressed to me as a friend of the freedom of the press, with a view to promote the cause of civilization among the tribe. Among the Muskogees, the Seminoles, and the Chickasaws, there will be found an Athens, a Marathon, a Carthage, a Memphis, a Sparta, and a Florence. A county of Colombia and another of Marengo. The glory of all nations has furnished names for places in the same deserts where I once met Father Aubrey and the obscure Atala. Kentucky contains a Versailles, and the district of Bourbon has a Paris for its capital. The exiled and oppressed of all countries, who have found an asylum in America, have transported thither the memory of their native lands. Falsi simuentis ad undam, libabat cineri Andromache. In its bosom, and under the protection of liberty, the United States offers an image and remembrancer of most of the celebrated places of antiquity and of modern Europe. In the garden of his country house near Rome, Adrian caused a memorial of his empire to be erected. 33 great public roads issue from Washington, just as the great Roman roads formerly radiated from the capital. Having traversed the whole distance, they terminate at the circumference of the United States, and comprise an extent of 25,747 miles. On many of these roads, regular posts are established. A seat in a coach may be now taken for Ohio or Niagara, just in the same manner as in my time the traveller took a guide or an Indian interpreter. The present means of conveyance is twofold. Lakes and rivers exist everywhere, connected by canals. One may travel by the side of the roads in boats, both with oars and sails, in barges or steamboats. Fuel is inexhaustible, for the immense forests grow over coal mines, which in some places cross out on the surface of the ground. The population of the United States increased at the rate of 35% each 10 years from 1790 till 1820. At the same rate it will amount in 1830 to 12,875,000 souls, and by continuing to double itself every 25 years, in 1855 it will reach 25,750,000, and in 1880 it will exceed 50 million. This human sap makes the desert flourish on all sides. The Canadian lakes, not long since without a sail, now resemble basins in which frigates, corvettes, cutters and barks are mingled with Indian canoes, as large ships and galleys mingle with barges, sloops and caiques in the waters of Constantinople. The Mississippi, the Missouri and the Ohio no longer flow on in solitude. Large vessels ascend their currents, and more than 200 steamboats enliven their banks. This immense internal navigation, which alone would suffice to ensure the prosperity of the United States, does not in the least degree diminish their distant expeditions. Their ships traverse every sea, are engaged in every species of commerce, and carry the starry banner of the West along the coasts of the East, which have never known anything but the horrors of slavery. In order to complete this astonishing picture, we must imagine such cities as Boston, New York, Philadelphia, Baltimore, Charleston, Savannah, and New Orleans, well lighted by night, their streets crowded with horses and carriages, brilliant with coffee-houses, museums, libraries, assembly rooms, and theatres, affording all the enjoyments and resources of luxury. We must not, however, look in the United States for that which especially distinguishes man from the other beings in creation, but which constitutes his highest glory and the ornament of his days. Literary refinement is unknown in the New Republic, however it may appear to be promoted by multitudes of establishments. The American has substituted the practical art for intellectual culture. His mediocrity, however, in the higher arts is not to be imputed to mental inferiority, but to the want of attention to such pursuits. Thrown from different causes upon a desert soil, agriculture and commerce have necessarily engaged his whole attention. Before cultivating the taste, it was necessary to provide for the sustenance of the body. Before planting trees, it was necessary to cut them down, in order to clear the ground for tillage. The early colonists, with their minds full of religious controversies, carried with them, it is true, a passion for disputation into the bosom of the forest, but they found it necessary to make the axe the first implement for the conquest of the desert, having nothing better than the trunk of a hewn tree as a pulpit in their intervals of labour. The Americans have not passed through the regular gradations of age like other nations. They have left their childhood and youth in Europe. The prattling of the cradle has been a thing unknown. They have only enjoyed the pleasures of a home in their regret for a country which they have never seen, whose eternal absence they have deplored, and the delights of which have only reached them from ancestral traditions. The New World possesses neither a classical, a romantic, nor an Indian literature. In classical literature, the Americans have no models. In romance, they have no middle age. In Indian literature, they look with contempt upon the native savages, and look with horror upon the woods as they would upon a prison. Thus in America there is no trace of literature, properly so called. What is to be found is the applied sciences, the literature which affects the various uses of social life, the literature of artisans, merchants, sailors, and agriculturists. The Americans have little success except in mechanics and the applied sciences. Franklin and Fulton have drawn means of human improvement from the thundercloud and from steam. It was the honour of America to enrich the world with a discovery which henceforth will open up all the coasts of the world to the researches of science and the influence of commerce. Poetry and imagination, which fall to the lot of a very small number of those exempt from the labours of life, are regarded in the United States as the puerilities of youth and of old age. The Americans have never had a youth, and have not yet attained to old age. Hence it follows, that men engaged in serious studies have been necessarily obliged to mix in the business of their country, in order to acquire knowledge of its interests, and that they have also been necessarily actors in their revolution. It is, however, melancholy to remark the rapid degeneracy of talent from the early promoters of the American disturbances to those of these latter times, although they are but a generation apart. The early presidents of the Republic possessed a religious character, simple, dignified, and calm, of which no trace whatever is to be found in the bloody phrase of our Republic and Empire. The solitudes with which the Americans were surrounded reacted upon their nature. They effected their liberty in silence. The farewell address of General Washington to the people of the United States might well have been pronounced by the most distinguished man of antiquity. The public records, says the General, prove to what extent the principles which I have just stated have been the guides of my conduct in the discharge of my public duties. My conscience at least assures me that I have followed them, and although in examining again the acts of my administration, I am not conscious of any intentional faults, yet I am too deeply sensible of my defects not to be convinced that I have probably fallen into many mistakes. Whatever these may be, I fervently implore the Almighty to remove or dissipate the evils to which they may have led. I shall also carry with me the hope that my country will never cease to look upon them with indulgence, and that after 45 years of my life devoted to her service with zeal and integrity, the wrongs of my humble merit will be forgotten, as I shall soon myself be gathered to the house of all living. After the death of one of his 2 children, Jefferson writes from Monticello as follows: "The loss which I have experienced is really great. Others may lose of their abundance, but I have to deplore the loss of the 1/2 of my whole portion. The evening of my life is only held together by the slender threads of one human life. Perhaps I am destined to see the last bond of paternal affection broken. Philosophy, which is rarely affecting, is so here in the very highest degree." This was none of the indolent grief of a man who was exempt from the active occupations of life. Jefferson died on the 4th of July, 1826, in the 84th year of his age, and the 54th of the independence of his country. His mortal remains repose, covered with a simple stone, on which, as his only epitaph, is engraved the following inscription: Thomas Jefferson, author of the Declaration of Independence. Pericles and Demosthenes pronounced the funeral orations of some young Greeks who fell for a people which disappeared soon after them. In 1817, Brackenridge celebrated the death of some young Americans, whose blood has given birth to a people. There exists a national gallery of portraits of distinguished Americans in 4 volumes, 8vo, and what is remarkable is a biography containing the lives of more than 100 of the principal Indian chiefs. Logan, the chief of Virginia, spoke the following address to Lord Dunmore: "Last spring, Colonel Cross, without any provocation, slew all the kindred of Logan. There no longer flows a single drop of my blood in the veins of any living creature. It is this which has called me to vengeance. I have sought him, I have slain many. Is there any one who will now come and lament for the death of Logan? None." Without loving nature, the Americans have applied themselves to the study of natural history. Townsend set out from Philadelphia and explored on foot the whole country between the Atlantic and the Pacific, and enrich his journal with numerous observations. Thomas Say, who travelled in the Floridas and to the Rocky Mountains, has published a work on American entomology. Wilson, originally a weaver, became an author, and has furnished some very finished delineations. In reference to literature properly so called, although there is little worth notice, there are some names which cannot be altogether overlooked. Browne, the son of a Quaker, is the author of Wieland, which Wieland has become the source and model of the novel writers of the new school. In opposition to the tendencies of his countrymen, Browne alleges that he prefers wandering in the forest to beating out corn. Wieland, the hero of his story, is a Puritan whom heaven has commanded to kill his wife. "I have brought you here," says he, "to fulfil the commands of God. By my hands you must die," and I seized her 2 arms. She uttered the most piercing shrieks and attempted to get free. "Wieland, am not I your wife? Do you wish to kill me? To kill me? Mercy, mercy!" As long as she could utter a sound, she continued to beg for mercy and for aid. Wieland strangles his wife and experiences unspeakable delights beside the dead body of his victim. The horrors of our modern inventors are here surpassed. Browne had formed his taste by reading Caleb Williams, and in his Wieland he has transferred into his book a scene from Othello. At the present time, the American novelists Cooper and Washington Irving are obliged to come to Europe to find materials and readers. The language of the great English writers has been creolized, provincialized, and barbarized, without having gained anything in energy in the midst of a virgin nature. It has been found necessary to publish lists of Americanisms. As to the American poets, their language has something pleasing, but they rise but little beyond mediocrity. However, the Ode to the Evening Breeze, Sunrise on the Mountain, The Torrent, and some others are worth reading. Halleck has sung Bozzaris is Dying, and George Hill has wandered amongst the ruins of Greece. It is a pleasure to me, who have been a traveller on the shores of Hellas and Atlantis, to hear the independent voice of a country unknown to the ancients, lamenting over the lost liberties of the Old World. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of the Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole, Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 2, by François-René de CHATEAUBRIAND, Chapter 35. Dangerous incident to the United States. Will America retain its present form of government? Will not the States separate? Has not a representative from Virginia already maintained the cause of ancient liberty with slaves, the result of paganism, against a representative from Massachusetts, upholding the cause of modern liberty without slaves, such as Christianity has made it? Are not the northern and central states opposed both in feeling and interests? Will not the western states, so far removed from the Atlantic, desire a government of their own? Is the federal bond, on the one hand, strong enough to maintain the union and to constrain the obedience of the neighbouring states? On the other, if the power of the executive be increased, will not the presidential power become a despotism, with the guards and privileges of a dictator? The isolation of the United States has been favourable to their origin and greatness. It is very doubtful whether such a state could have sprung up and grown to maturity in Europe. Federal Switzerland existed in the midst of us. Why? It is small, poor, and girdled round with lofty mountains, the forcing house of soldiers for the use of kings, and the scene of excursions of pleasure. Completely separated from the Old World, the population of the United States still dwell in solitude. Its deserts have constituted its freedom. But even now the conditions of its position begin to change. The existence of the democracies of Mexico, Colombia, Peru, Chile, and Buenos Aires, all in a state of disturbance as they are, constitute a danger. As long as the United States had no other neighbours but the colonies of a transatlantic kingdom, there was no probability of any serious war. At present, the rivalries of the new states are a subject of apprehension. In proportion as recourse is had to arms among them, and as the descendants of Washington become imbued with a military spirit, there is danger of some great captain springing up, who will aim at a throne. Glory always has a desire for crowns. I have already observed that the interests of the northern, central, and western states are different. Each of them is aware of the fact. Should any of these divisions violate the Union, will there be an attempt to reduce it to obedience by force of arms? Then what a multitude of enmities will be spread in the social union! What discords will immediately break out in these emancipated states! These transatlantic republics being broken up will only form weak units, of no weight in the social scale, or they will be successively subjugated by some one amongst them. In these remarks I lay out of view the serious question of foreign alliances and interventions. Kentucky, inhabited by a race of men more rustic, hardy, and warlike than the rest, seems destined to be a conquering state. In such a state, if it should prove successful and victorious, the power of an individual would not be long in gaining a complete ascendancy and in rising upon the ruins of the power of all. So much for the dangers of war. Those of a long peace ought also to be borne in mind. Since their emancipation, the United States have enjoyed, with very short exceptions, a period of the most profound tranquillity. Whilst hundreds of battles were shaking Europe to its centre, they were engaged in cultivating their fields in peace. The consequence of this has been an immense development of population and wealth, with all the inconvenience of a superabundance of riches and population. Should hostilities arise amongst an unwarlike people, would they know how to resist? With their wealth and habits, would they consent to make the necessary sacrifices? How could they bring themselves to renounce their indolent customs, their comforts, and the quiet enjoyments of life? China and India, reposing in their muslins, have constantly submitted to foreign domination. That which is most suited to the nature and advancement of a free society is a state of peace moderated by war, and a state of war tempered by peace. The Americans have already worn the olive crown too long. The tree which produces it is not indigenous to their soil. The spirit of trade begins to overrun them, and self-interest is even now become a national vice. The spirit of gambling in their banking systems has already involved them in difficulties, and bankruptcies threaten the public weal. As long as liberty produces gold, an industrious republic effects prodigies, but when gold has been acquired or is exhausted, it loses that love of independence, which is not founded on a moral sentiment, but has originated in a thirst for money and a passion for industry. Moreover, it is difficult to create a country amongst states which have no community either in religion or material interests, which have sprung from various sources at different times and live in a different soil and climate. What common relation is there between a Frenchman of Louisiana, a Spaniard from the Floridas, a German from New York, an Englishman from New England, Virginia, Carolina, or Georgia, all of them reputed Americans? The first is a light-minded dualist, the second an indolent and haughty Catholic, the third an industrious Lutheran without slaves, the last an English planter with Negroes, or a Puritan and merchant. How many centuries it will require to make these elements homogeneous? An aristocracy of money is ready to appear with the love of distinctions and a passion for titles. It is quite erroneous to suppose that there exists anything resembling a general level in the United States. There are societies wholly exclusive in their nature. There are drawing-rooms in which the haughtiness of their masters very far surpasses that of a German prince with his 16 quarterings. These plebeian nobles aspire to be a caste, in despite of the progress of knowledge which has made them equal and free. Some of them never speak of anything but their ancestors, proud barons, apparently bastards and companions of William the Bastard. They display the blazonry of the chivalry of the old world, adorned with the serpents, the lizards and parroquets of the new. A Gascon cadet, landing merely with his cloak and umbrella on their republican shores, if he takes care to give himself the title of Marquis, is received with consideration on board the American steamboats. The enormous inequality of fortune threatens more seriously still to destroy the spirit of equality. Individual Americans possess 1 or 2 millions of income. Thus the Yankees of high society can no longer live after the fashion of Franklin. The true gentleman, disgusted with the habits of his new country, travels to Europe to seek for those of the old, and he is to be found in every hotel, making the tour of Italy, and vying with the English in extravagance or the spleen. These wanderers from Carolina and Virginia purchase ruined abbeys in France and plant English gardens with American trees at Melun. Naples sends to New York her singers and performers, Paris her fashions and strollers, London her grooms and her boxers, exotic enjoyments which do not render the Union more cheerful. People, as an amusement, threw themselves into the cataract of Niagara with the immense applause of 50,000 half-savage planters. What is still more extraordinary is, that at the same time that this inequality of fortune is in process of development, and an aristocracy begins to be formed, the great equality impulse from without compels the great and wealthy manufacturing proprietors or capitalists to conceal their luxury and to dissemble their riches for fear of being assassinated by their neighbours. No regard whatever is paid to the executive power. Local authorities are removed from office, although they are persons of their own choice, and new authorities are put in their stead. Order is not, however, disturbed. Practical democracy is observed, whilst men laugh at laws passed by the same democracy in theory. The bonds of family feeling scarcely exist. As soon as the child is in a condition to work, he must set about and fly with his own wings, like a fledged bird. From these generations, emancipated by a premature orphanhood, and the emigrants who are constantly arriving from Europe, nomad companies are formed, who clear the lands, dig canals, and carry their industry everywhere without attaching themselves to the soil. They commence houses in the desert, where the fleeting occupant will not remain more than a few days. Their towns are the abodes of a cold and hard egotism. Piastres and dollars, banknotes and money, the rise or fall of the funds, constitute the staple of all conversation. A man might suppose himself on the exchange or in the counting-house of some great establishment. The newspapers, of huge dimensions, are filled with details of trade and commerce, or with idle rumours and small talk. Will the Americans, without knowing it, submit to the law of a climate in which vegetable nature appears to have flourished at the expense of living nature, a law contended against by many distinguished men, but the regulation of which has not by any means been placed beyond inquiry and examination? It might be a fair subject of inquiry whether America has not been too soon experienced in philosophical liberty, as Russia has been in a civilized despotism. In short, the United States give the idea of a colony and not of a mother country. They have no past, their manners and morals are not the fruits of their laws. The citizens of the New World took their rank among nations just at the time when political ideas were entering into the ascendant phase, and this explains why they have changed with such extraordinary rapidity. Anything like a permanent condition of society seems to have become impracticable amongst them, on the one hand from the extreme ennui of individuals, and on the other from the impossibility of remaining in any fixed place, and the necessity of movement which controls and urges them on. For people can never be stationary when their household gods are continually wandering. Situated on the highway of oceans, and at the head of progressive opinions, as new as his country, the American seems to have received from Columbus rather the mission of discovering new worlds than of creating them. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of the Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole, Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 2, by François-René de CHATEAUBRIAND, Chapter 36. London, from April till September 1822. Return to Europe, escape from shipwreck. On my return from the wilds to Philadelphia, having hastily noted down on the way, like La Fontaine's old man, the observations I have just related, I was disappointed by not finding there the remittances which I expected. This was the beginning of the pecuniary embarrassments in which I have ever since been plunged. Fortune and I began to quarrel as soon as we caught sight of each other. Herodotus gives an account of certain Indian ants which collected together heaps of gold. According to Athenaeus, the sun gave Hercules a golden ship in which to reach the island of Erythea, the retreat of the Hesperides. Although an ant, I have not the honour of belonging to the great Indian family, and although a sailor, I never crossed the water in any other vessel than one made of pine. It was one of this kind which brought me back from America to Europe. The captain gave me my passage on credit. On the 10th of December 1791, I embarked with several of my fellow countrymen, who were returning, like myself, to France from various motives. The ship was bound for Havre. A westerly gale caught us at the mouth of the Delaware, and carried us across the Atlantic in 17 days, often scudding under bare poles. It was with great difficulty that the ship could be brought to. The sun never once shone on us. The vessel, steering by a dead reckoning, was swept along before the surge. I crossed the ocean in the midst of shadows. Never did it appear to me so sad. I myself was even more sad. I had been deceived and disappointed in my first outset in life. Palaces are not built on the seas, says the Persian poet, Ferid Eddin. I felt an indescribable weight at my heart, as of the approach of some great misfortune. Gazing over the waves, I tried to read my destiny in them, or wrote, more annoyed by the motion they caused than fearful of their threats. Instead of diminishing as we neared Europe, the tempest increased in force, but it blew in an equal continuous gale, and from the uniformity of its rage resulted a sort of angry calm in the pale sky and leaden sea. The captain, not having been able to sound, became uneasy. He went up into the shrouds and looked through his glass at the different points of the horizon. A lookout was stationed on the bowsprit, and another on the main-top-mast cross-trees. The sea became short, and the colour of the water changed. Signs of land. But of what land? The Breton sailors have a proverb: Celui qui voit Belle-Île, voit son île. Celui qui voit Groix, voit sa joie. Celui qui voit Ouessant, voit son sang. I had spent 2 nights walking on deck amidst the hissing of the waves in the darkness, the whistling of the wind in the rigging, and the constant dashing of the sea over the deck. All around us was one wild tumult of waters. At the beginning of the 3rd night, wearied with the shocks and motion of the vessel, I retired to bed. The weather was dreadful. My hammock creaked and swung with the dash of the sea, which continually broke over the ship, seeming as if it would shake her very planks asunder. I heard coils of cordage falling on all parts of the deck, and felt the peculiar motion experienced when a ship goes about. The hatchway over the ladder between decks was open, and a voice, as of someone in fear, called to the captain. This voice, heard through the darkness and the roar of the tempest, had something terrible in its sound. I listened, and thought I heard the sailors discussing the bearing of a coast. I threw myself out of my hammock. At that moment a wave burst into the quarter-deck and inundated the captain's cabin. Tables, beds, chests, furniture, and arms rolled over pell-mell, and I gained the deck half drowned. On emerging from the hatchway, a sublime spectacle was presented to my eyes. The vessel had tried to put about, but not having been able to succeed, had been driven to leeward. The fitful light of the moon, now emerging from a mass of clouds, then instantly hidden again, showed on either side of us, through a yellow base, lines of coast bristling with rocks. The sea threw up waves like mountains in the canal in which we lay engulfed. Sometimes their summits foamed and glittered with sparks of fire, at others presented an oily vitreous surface marbled with black, copper-coloured or greenish spots, according to the colour of the bottom which they lashed. For a few moments the noise of the abyss of waters and of the wind were mingled in one confusion of sound, but a moment after we could distinguish the flow of the currents, the hissing noise on the reefs, and the roar of the distant surge. From the hold of the vessel issued sounds which made the hearts of the stoutest sailors quake. The ship's prow met the thick mass of waves with a fearful crash, and torrents of water rushed foaming from the helm as from the opening of a sluice. Amidst this tumult nothing was so alarming as a certain dull, murmuring sound, like a vase filling. Lighted by a cresset and kept down by leads, books of navigation, charts, and ship's courses were spread out on a hen-coop. The gale had extinguished the binnacle lamp. Every one had a different opinion about the land in sight. We had entered the channel without perceiving it. The ship, reeling with every wave, was drifting between the Isles of Guernsey and Alderney. Shipwreck appeared inevitable, and the passengers held fast what they most prized, to save it with themselves. There were some French sailors among the crew. One of them, in default of a chaplain, raised that hymn to Notre Dame de Bon Secours, which had been the earliest lesson of my childhood. I now repeated it in sight of the coast of Brittany, almost under the eyes of my mother. The Protestant American sailors joined heartily in the chant of their Catholic French comrades. Danger teaches men their weakness and unites their prayers. Passengers and crew, all were crowded together on deck, some clinging to the rigging, some to the sides, some to the capstern, some to the bills of the anchors, to prevent themselves from being swept away by the surge, or thrown into the sea by the heaving of the vessel. The captain cried, "A hatchet! A hatchet!" to cut away the masts, and the rudder, the tiller having been abandoned, swung hither and thither with a harsh grating sound. One attempt might yet be made to save us. The lead showed only 4 fathoms of water on a bank of sand crossing the current. It was possible that the surge might lift us over this bank and float us in deep water. But who would venture to seize the helm and take the safety of the whole crew into his own hands? One false turn of the helm and we were lost. One of those men who spring from events, the spontaneous offspring of peril, came forward. A New York sailor took the deserted post of the steersman. I still see him in his shirt and canvas trousers, with his bare feet and flying wet hair, holding the tiller in his strong grasp while, with his head turned, he watched the approach of the wave which was to save or destroy us. The mountain of water embracing the whole of the channel in which we lay came rolling along in one unbroken mass, like one sea invading another. Large white birds, with their calm flight, preceded it like birds of death. The vessel struck and heeled, not a word was spoken, but every face was blanched. The wave reached us. At the very moment it touched the vessel, our helmsman gave the turn to the rudder. The ship, which was just ready to fall over on her side, presented her stern, and the very wave, which seemed about to engulf, lifted and carried us on its crest. Soundings were taken and showed 17 fathoms. A loud huzza burst from all lips. We added the cry, "Vive le roi!" Heaven heard it not for Louis XVI. It only profited ourselves. Though now disengaged from the two islands, we were not out of danger. We could not succeed in turning the point of the northern coast. At length, the retiring tide carried us with it, and we doubled Cap de la Hague. I had experienced no terror during this near approach to shipwreck, and felt no joy at having been saved. It is far better to yield up life while one is young, than to be forced to yield it by time. The next day we reached Havre. The whole population crowded to see us. Our topmasts were broken, our boats carried away, our poop cut down, and we shipped water at every pitch of the vessel. I landed on the jetty. On the 2nd of January 1792, I again trod my native soil, once more destined to vanish before my gaze. I brought with me not any Eskimo from the polar regions, but two savages of an unknown race, Chactas and Atala. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of the Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole, Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 2, by François-René de CHATEAUBRIAND, Chapter 37. London, from April till September 1822. Revised in December 1846. I go to my mother at Saint-Malo. Progress of the Revolution. My marriage. I wrote from Havre to my brother in Paris, giving the details of my voyage, explaining the motives of my return, and requesting him to lend me the sum necessary to pay my passage. He replied that he had sent my letter to my mother. She did not keep me waiting, but put me in a condition to pay my debts and quit Havre. In her letter, she informed me that Lucile was with her, and also my uncle, the Count de Bedée, and his family. This news determined me to go to Saint-Malo, where I could consult my uncle on the subject of my approaching emigration. Revolutions, like rivers, swell as they flow. I found the one I had left in France enormously enlarged, and overflowing its banks. I had left it with Mirabeau under La Constituante. I found it with Danton under La Législative. The news of the Treaty of Pillnitz of the 27th of August 1791 had reached Paris. On the 14th of December, while I was in the midst of tempests, the king announced that he had written to the princes of the Germanic body, especially to the Elector of Treves, on the subject of the German armaments. The king's brothers, the Prince de Condé, M. de Calonne, Viscount Mirabeau, and M. de Quay, were immediately accused. A previous decree, of the 9th of November, had been directed against the other émigrés, and it was in these already proscribed ranks that I was hastening to place myself. Others would, perhaps, have recoiled, but the right of the strongest always inclines me to take the side of the weakest. The pride of victory is to me insupportable. On my way from Havre to Saint-Malo, I had opportunity to note the divisions and misfortunes of France. Châteaux burned or abandoned, the proprietors, scared by threats, had made their escape, the women had taken refuge in the towns. The hamlets and small towns groaned under the tyranny of clubs connected with the central club of the Cordeliers, afterwards united to the Jacobins. The antagonist to this club, the Société Monarchique or Société des Feuillants, was no longer in existence. The ignoble denomination of sans-culotte had become popular. The king was called nothing but Monsieur Vito or Monsieur Capet. I was tenderly received by my mother and the rest of my family, who nevertheless deplored the inopportuneness of my return. My uncle, the Count de Bedée, was preparing to go to Jersey with his wife, his sons, and his daughters. The question was how to find funds to enable me to join the princes. My voyage to America had made a breach in my fortune. My property was almost annihilated in my portion as younger son by the suppression of the feudal rights. The small benefices which should have fallen to me in virtue of my admission into the Order of Malta had been seized by the nation along with the other possessions of the clergy. This concurrence of circumstances decided on the gravest act of my life. I was made to marry in order to procure myself the means of going to risk my life in upholding a cause for which I had no love. There lived in retirement at Saint-Malo a certain M. de Lavigne, a knight of Saint-Louis and formerly commandant of Lorient. The Count d'Artois had been his guest at the latter town when he visited Brittany, and had been so charmed with his host that he promised to grant him anything he might in future like to ask. This M. de Lavigne had two sons. One of them married Mademoiselle de la Placelière. Two daughters, the children of this marriage, were early left orphans by the death of both parents. The eldest married Count du Plessis-Pasquin, commander of a vessel, the son and grandson of an admiral, now himself Rear Admiral of the Red and commandant of the Naval College at Brest. The youngest still lived with her grandfather, and was 17 years old at the time of my return from America.
She was fair and delicate in complexion, slight in figure, and very pretty. Her fair hair fell in natural curls on her neck, like a child's. Her fortune was reckoned at 500 or 600,000 francs. My sisters took it into their heads to make me marry Mademoiselle de Lavigne, who had strongly attached herself to Lucile. The affair was conducted without my knowledge. I had not seen Mademoiselle de Lavigne more than 3 or 4 times. I knew her at a distance on the Sillon by her rose-coloured pelisse, her white dress and fair hair floating in the wind, when I was sitting on the strand enjoying the embraces of my first love, the sea. I felt no qualification for the position of husband. All my illusions were still vivid and unfaded, none were yet exhausted. On the contrary, the energy of my existence seemed to have redoubled during my wanderings. I was tormented by the muse. Lucile was fond of Mademoiselle de Lavigne, and saw an independent fortune for me in this marriage. "Be it as you like, then," said I. "In my character, the public man is immovable, the private man at the mercy of any one who wishes to influence him. To avoid the bickering of an hour, I would enslave myself for a century." The consent of the grandfather, the paternal uncle, and the principal relations was easily obtained. The only opponent was a maternal uncle, M. de Vauvert, a great democrat. He was greatly against the marriage of his niece with an aristocrat like me, yet I was not one at all. It was thought that the matter might proceed without his consent, but my pious mother insisted that the religious marriage should be performed by a priest non assermenté, and this could only be done in secret. M. Vauvert heard of it, and set the magistracy upon us, under pretext of abduction and violation of the law, bringing forward the pretended dotage into which the grandfather, M. de Lavigne, had fallen. Mademoiselle de Lavigne, now become Madame de Chateaubriand, without my having had any communication with her, was carried off in the name of justice, and put into the convent of La Victoire in Saint-Malo, pending the decision of the tribunals. There was neither abduction, nor violation of the law, nor adventure, nor romance of love in the whole affair. The marriage only possessed the unattractive side of romance, truth. The cause was pleaded, and the tribunal adjudged the marriage valid in a civil point of view. The families being agreed on the matter, M. de Vauvert desisted from his opposition. The constitutional curate, liberally paid, no longer exclaimed against the first nuptial benediction, and Madame de Chateaubriand quitted the convent, whither she had been accompanied by Lucile. I had now a new acquaintance to make, and she proved all that I could desire. I know not that there has ever existed a finer intelligence than my wife's. She divines the thought and the word on the brow and lip of the person with whom she is conversing. To deceive her in anything is impossible. Possessing an original and cultivated mind, curious and inquiring in the most piquant way, relating anything with wondrous cleverness, Madame de Chateaubriand admires me without ever having read 2 lines of my works. She would fear to meet in them with ideas differing from her own, or to discover that the rest of the world is not enthusiastic enough in its estimate of me. Although an impassioned judge, she is a well-informed and good one. Madame de Chateaubriand's faults, if she has any, flow from the superabundance of her qualities. My very real faults result from the sterility of mine. It is easy to have resignation, patience, general obligingness of manner, and serenity of temper, when one takes interest in nothing, becomes weary of everything, and replies to misfortune as to good fortune, by a desperate and despairing, "What does it matter?" Madame de Chateaubriand is better than I, although of less easy intercourse. Have I been irreproachable in my conduct towards her? Have I given to my companion in life's journey all those feelings which she deserved, and to which she had a right? What happiness has she enjoyed in return for an affection which has never belied itself? She has shared my adversity, has been plunged into the dungeons of the Reign of Terror, suffered the persecutions of the Empire and the disgraces of the Restoration, and has not found in maternal joys a compensation for her troubles. Without children, with whom perhaps in another union she would have been blessed, and whom she would have loved to excess, not receiving the honours, or living in the atmosphere of tenderness surrounding the mother of a family, and consoling her for the loss of her youth, she has advanced childless and solitary towards old age. Often separated from me, and with a distaste to literature, the pride of bearing my name is not a sufficient compensation. Timid and trembling for me alone, her constantly arising fears deprive her of sleep and of time to recover her health. I am her permanent infirmity and the cause of her relapses. Can I for a moment weigh a few little irritations which she has caused me against the care and anxiety I have caused her? Or compare my qualities, such as they are, with her virtues, which feed the poor, which have established the infirmary of Maria Theresa, in spite of every obstacle? What are my labours beside her Christian works? When we both appear before the supreme tribunal, I shall be the one to be condemned. And, in conclusion, when I consider the whole tendency and imperfection of my nature, is it certain that marriage has been the bane of my destiny? I should doubtless have enjoyed more leisure and repose. I should have been better received in certain circles and by certain high ones of the earth. But if Madame de Chateaubriand has differed with me in politics, she has never prevented my following my own path, because in that, as in the matter of honour, I judge solely by my own feelings. Should I have produced a greater number of works had I remained independent, and would these works have been better? Have not circumstances occurred, as will hereafter be seen, in which, marrying out of France, I would have ceased to write, and would have renounced my country? If I had not married, would not my weakness have given me up a prey to some unworthy object of attachment? Should I not have squandered and degraded my hours like Lord Byron? Now that I am growing old, all my follies would be past. I would have left nothing behind but regrets and a painful void. I should be an old bachelor, esteemed by none, either continuing to be deceived or painfully undeceived, an old bird, repeating a worn-out song to inattentive ears. The full license of my ideas would not have added a chord to my lyre, or an accent of deeper feeling to my voice. The restraint of my feelings, the mystery of my thoughts have, perhaps, added to the power of my accents, and animated my writings with an inward fever, a hidden flame, which would have been dissipated in the free air of love. Bound by an indissoluble tie, I purchased, with a little bitterness at first, the enjoyments I now taste. Of the evils of my existence, I have only retained the incurable portion. Tender and eternal gratitude do I owe then to my wife, whose attachment has been as touching as it has been profound and sincere. She has rendered my life of more weight and value, more noble and more honourable, by always inspiring me with respect for duty, if not always making me feel its full force. End of chapter 37.
Chapter 38 of the Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole, Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 2, by François-René de CHATEAUBRIAND, Chapter 38. London, from April till September, 1822. Paris. Old and new acquaintances. The Abbé Barthélemy. Saint-Ange. The theatre. I was married at the end of March 1792. On the 20th of April, the Legislative Assembly declared war against Francis II, who had just succeeded his father Leopold. On the 10th of the same month, Benoît Labre had been canonized at Rome. Here were two different worlds. The war drove the rest of the nobility out of France. On the one hand, the persecutions of the Royalists redoubled in violence. On the other, the Royalists could not attempt to remain peacefully at home without being reputed cowards. It became necessary for me to set out to seek the camp I had come so far to join. My uncle de Bédé and his family left for Jersey, and I went to Paris with my wife and my two sisters, Lucile and Julie. We had secured apartments in the little Hôtel de Villette, Cul-de-Sac-Ferou, Faubourg Saint-Germain. I hastened to seek out my former circle of acquaintance. Among the new faces, I noticed those of the learned Abbé Barthélemy and the poet Saint-Ange. The Abbé's description of the gymnasia of Athens bears too strong a resemblance to the salons of Chanteloup. The translator of Ovid was not a man without talent. Talent is a gift, an isolated thing. It may be combined with other faculties, or it may exist separately from them. Saint-Ange was a proof of this. He held himself high in order not to display his folly, but he displayed it, nevertheless, unavoidably. Bernardin de Saint-Pierre, a man whose works I then admired, and still admire, was wanting in intellect, and unfortunately his character was on a level with his intellect. How many pictures in the Études de la Nature are spoiled by the limited intelligence, by the deficiency of true elevation of soul in the writer! Rulhière had died suddenly in 1791, before my departure for America. I have since seen his little house at Saint-Denis, with the fountain and the pretty statue of Love, on the pedestal of which the following lines are inscribed: D'Egmont avec l'amour visita cette rive. Une image de sa beauté se peignit un moment sur l'onde fugitive. D'Egmont a disparu, l'amour seul est resté. When I quitted France, the theatres of Paris were still resounding with the Réveil d'Épiménide, and with this verse: J'aime la vertu guerrière de nos braves défenseurs, mais d'un peuple sanguinaire, je déteste les fureurs. À l'Europe redoutable, soyons libres à jamais, mais soyons toujours aimables et gardons l'esprit français. On my return, the Réveil d'Épiménide was no longer to be heard of, and if the verse had been sung, the author would have suffered for it. Charles IX had prevailed. It was principally the circumstances of the time which caused such a mania for this piece. The tocsin, a people armed with daggers, the hatred of kings and priests, offered a private repetition of the tragedy which was being publicly enacted. Talma, then a débutant, continued to succeed. While tragedy was staining the streets, pastorals flourished at the theatres. There one was greeted only by innocent shepherds and modest shepherdesses. Fields, brooks, meadows, lambs, doves, the age of gold in the hut, were revived to the sight of the shepherd's pipe before the cooing tierces and the naïve tricoteurs who had just come from watching the guillotine. If Samson had had time, he would have played the part of Colin, and Mademoiselle Thirogne de Méricourt that of Babet. The conventionalists piqued themselves on being the most benign of men, good fathers, good sons, good husbands. They took their little children out to walk, filled the place of nurses to them, wept with tenderness at their simple games, and took these little lambs gently in their arms to show them the dada of the guillotine carts, taking his victims to execution. They sang of nature, peace, pity, beneficence, candour, and the domestic virtues. These saintly philanthropists cut their neighbours' throats with extreme sensibility for the supreme happiness and welfare of the human race. End of chapter 38. End of part 2. Chapter 1 of the Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole, Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 3, by François-René de CHATEAUBRIAND, Chapter 1. London from April till September 1822. Revised December 1846. Change in the appearance of Paris. Club of the Cordeliers. Marat. In 1792, Paris no longer exhibited the same appearance as in 1789 and 1790. It was no longer the newborn revolution, but a people intoxicated, rushing on to fulfil its destiny, across abysses and by devious ways. The appearance of the people was no longer tumultuous, curious, and eager, but threatening. Terrified or fierce men were to be met in every street, persons who stole quietly along close by the houses in order to escape notice, or who were roaming about in search of their prey. Their timid and downcast looks were either turned away from you, or fixed upon yours in order to scrutinize and thoroughly penetrate you. All variety of costume had disappeared. The dress of former times was wholly displaced, and everyone had adopted the uniform apparel of the new social condition, even apparel which was then only the latest clothing of those destined to future condemnation. The social license manifested at the regeneration of France, the liberties of 1789, those fantastic and wild liberties of an order of things which is self-destructive and nothing better than anarchy, had already brought everything to the same level under the sway of the empire of the people. There was on all hands abundant evidence of the approach of a young plebeian tyranny, fertile, it is true, and filled with hopes, but in other respects as much to be dreaded as the fallen despotism of the old royalty. The sovereign people being everywhere, when it becomes a tyrant, the tyrant is everywhere. It is the universal presence of a universal Tiberius. The population of Paris was mixed up with a strange population of cutthroats from the south. The advance guard of the Marseillais, whom Danton was drawing together in Paris for the 10th of August, and the massacres of September. These newcomers were easily known by their rags, their bronzed faces, and the appearance of idleness and crime, but the crimes of a different climate. In vultu vitium, wickedness in their countenances. In the Legislative Assembly I recognized no one. Mirabeau and the first idols of our disturbances were either no longer in existence or had lost their altars. In order, however, to resume the thread of history, broken by my voyage to America, I must revert to things of a somewhat earlier date. Retrospect. The King's flight on the 21st of June 1791 gave an immense impulse to the Revolution. Having been brought back to Paris on the 25th of the same month, he was dethroned for the first time, in consequence of the declaration of the National Assembly that all its decrees should have the force of law, without the King's concurrence or assent. A High Court of Justice, intended to replace a revolutionary tribunal, had been established at Orléans. From that time forth, Madame Roland was urgent for the beheading of the Queen, in anticipation of the time when the Revolution should demand her own. The Assembly in the Champ de Mars had taken place to protest against the decrees which suspended the King from the exercise of his functions, instead of bringing him to trial. The acceptance of the Constitution on the 14th of September had no effect in calming the storm. The question then was the deposition of Louis XVI, which, if it had taken place, would have spared the crime of the 21st of January. The condition of the French people was changed in relation to the monarchy and to posterity. The members of the Constituent Assembly, who opposed the king's deposition, thought to save his crown, and they lost it. Those who thought to destroy it, by demanding his deposition, would have saved it. So it is almost always in politics, the result is contrary to the anticipation. On the 30th of the same month of September 1791, the Constituent Assembly held its last sitting. The unwise decree of the 17th of the preceding May, which rendered the retiring members ineligible for the subsequent assembly, begot the Convention. Nothing can be more dangerous, more unsuitable, or more inapplicable to public affairs than resolutions directed against individuals or bodies, even when these resolutions are themselves honourable. The decree of the 29th of September for the regulation of popular assemblies only served to render them more violent. This was the last act of the Constituent Assembly. It separated on the next day, and left to France a revolution. The Legislative Assembly. Clubs. The Legislative Assembly, which was installed on the 1st of October 1791, was carried along by the whirlwind, which was about to sweep away the living and the dead. Popular commotions led to shedding of blood in the departments. At Caen, the people were gorged with massacre and devoured the heart of M. de Berzance. The decree against the émigrés and that against the non-juring clergy, which deprived them of all rights, were vetoed by the king. These legal acts increased the agitation. Pétion had become mayor of Paris. On the 1st of January 1792, the deputies passed a decree for the trial of the emigrated princes. And on the 2nd they resolved that this same 1st of January was to be reckoned as the first day of the year of liberty for. About the 13th of February, the red caps made their appearance in the streets of Paris, and the municipality caused pikes to be fabricated. The manifesto of the émigrés was issued on the 1st of March. Austria had recourse to arms. Paris was divided into sections more or less hostile to one another. On the 20th of March 1792, the Legislative Assembly adopted that sepulchral machine without which the judgments of the Reign of Terror could not have been carried into effect. The instrument was first tried upon dead bodies, in order to learn from them the execution of its work. This machine may indeed be spoken of as an executioner, since persons, delighted with its valuable services, dedicated sums of money for its support, as testimonies of their respect. The invention of such a murderous instrument, at the very moment in which its services became so necessary to crime, is a memorable proof of the mode in which events are coordinate to one another, or rather a proof of those hidden means employed by Providence when the whole face of empires is destined to be changed. At the instigation of the Girondins, Roland was called to be minister and member of the King's Council. On the 20th of April, war was declared against the King of Hungary and Bohemia. Marat published the Ami du Peuple, in spite of the decree specially directed against him. The Royal German Regiment and that of Becchini deserted. Isnard was busy, speaking about the treachery of the court, while Jean Sonnet and Brissot denounced the Austrian Committee. An insurrection broke out in reference to the Royal Guard, which was disbanded. On the 28th of May, the Assembly declared its sittings permanent. The palace of the Tuileries was forced by the masses of the Faubourg Saint-Antoine and Marceau on the 20th of June, on pretext of Louis XVI's refusal to sanction the proscription of the priests. The king's life was exposed to peril. The country was declared to be in danger. M. de Lafayette was burned in effigy. The confederates of the Second Federation were arriving. The Marseillais, on the invitation of Danton, were on their march. They entered Paris on the 30th of July, and were lodged by Pétion in the convent of the Cordeliers. The Cordeliers. Along with the National Tribune, two others had been concurrently established, that of the Jacobins and that of the Cordeliers, the latter being at that time the most formidable, because it furnished members for the famous Common Council of Paris, and provided it with the means of action. Had the formation of this council not taken place, Paris, for want of a given point of concentration, would have become divided, and the different wards, with their local officers, been rival powers. The Club of the Cordeliers was established in the monastery of that name, the church of which had been built in the year 1259, in the reign of St. Louis, with money given as reparation for murder. In 1590, it became the resort of the most celebrated adherents of the League. There are places which appear to be the laboratory of factions. Notice was given, says L'Étoile, July 12, 1593, to the Duke de Mayenne, of 200 Cordeliers having arrived in Paris, furnishing themselves with arms, and coming to an understanding with the 16, who held their daily councils in the Cordeliers of Paris. On that day, the 16, assembled at the Cordeliers, laid down their arms. Thus the fanatical Leaguers had yielded up to our philosophical revolutionists the convent of the Cordeliers as a dead house. The pictures, the sculptured or painted images, the veils and curtains of the convent had been torn down. The church, stripped of its ornaments, presented nothing to the eye except its skeleton angles. In the apsis of the church, where the wind and the rain entered through the broken and unglazed windows, the workshop of a carpenter was made to serve as an office for the president, when the sittings were held in the church. In these workshops the red caps were laid aside, which every orator wore when he mounted the tribune to address the assembly. The tribune itself consisted of 4 small beams laid crosswise in the form of an X, supported by props, at whose intersections boards were laid down like a scaffold. Behind the president stood a statue of Liberty, surrounded by the pretended instruments of ancient justice, then supplanted by a single bloody machine, just as various complicated machinery has been supplanted by the hydraulic ram. The Club of the Exalted Jacobins borrowed some of its arrangements from the Cordeliers. Orators. The orators of the clubs, united for destruction, had no common understanding either with respect to the chiefs to be chosen or the means to be employed. They discoursed with beggars, pickpockets, robbers and murderers in the midst of the storms of hisses and hootings of these different groups of devils. Their metaphors were selected from the materials of murder, borrowed from the foulest objects of all kinds connected with the slaughter-house and the dunghill, or drawn from places appropriated to the prostitution of men and women. Their gesticulations made these objects sensible. Everything was called by its own name, with the cynicism of dogs, in an impious and obscene procession of oaths and blasphemies. In the midst of this savage cant with which the ears were assailed and stunned, nothing was to be gathered but the sounds of destruction and production, death and generation. The declaimers, with voices like hailstorms or thunder, were interrupted by others, besides their opponents. The small black doors of this convent, without monks, and of the tower without bells, sported in and out of the broken windows, hoping for prey, and thus interrupted the speeches. They were at first called to order by the useless ringing of the president's bell, but not ceasing from their screeching, recourse was had to firearms to reduce them to silence. They fell palpitating and wounded, prophets of evil, in the midst of the pandemonium. Torn down timbers, rickety benches, dismantled stalls, and trunks of saints served as standing places for the spectators, covered with dust and mud, drunk and sweating, with pikes over their shoulders or their naked arms crossed. The ugliest of the band always obtained a preference in obtaining leave to speak. All the infirmities both of body and mind played characters in our troubles. Self-love disappointed has made great revolutionists. Marat and his friends. According to this precedency of ugliness, a series of Gorgon heads, mixed with the phantoms of the 16, passed successively. The old physician of the Count d'Artois' bodyguard, the Swiss dwarf, Marat, with sabots or shoes shod with iron on his feet without stockings, was the first to deliver his oration in virtue of his incontestable rights. Clothed with the office of fool at the court of the people, he shouted with his broad face and that simpering countenance of feudal politeness which the old system of training gave to every face. 270,000 heads must fall. This Caligula of the highways was followed by Chaumette, the atheist shoemaker. After the latter again came Camille Desmoulins, the Attorney General of the lamp-post. This stammering Cicero was the public counsellor of murderers, worn out with debauchery, the light-headed republican full of puns and witticisms, the jester upon the mumbling ceremonies of the cemetery, who declared that in the massacres of September all things had been done decently and in order. He consented to become a Spartan, provided the making of the black broth should be left to Mayo, the restaurateur. Fouché, having run up from Juilly and Nantes, studied the calamities of the times under these masters. In the circle of these ferocious beasts, listening attentively at the base of the tribune, he exhibited the appearance of a hyena dressed like a man. He scented the future outpouring of blood. He already breathed the incense of processions of fools and executioners, awaiting the day on which, driven from the club of the Jacobins as a thief, an atheist, and an assassin, he should be selected as a minister of state. When Marat descended from the rostrum, this political triboulet became the sport of his masters. They bantered him, trod upon his toes, and hooted at him, which, however, did not prevent him from becoming the leader of the multitude, from mounting to the belfry of the Hôtel de Ville, sounding the tocsin of a general massacre, and triumphing at the revolutionary tribunal. Marat was overtaken by death. Chénier wrote his apotheosis. David painted him in his bloody bath, and he was compared to the divine author of the Gospel. The following prayer was used in his honour. Heart of Jesus, heart of Marat, O sacred heart of Jesus, O sacred heart of Marat. This heart of Marat was placed in a precious pyx, in a rich repository. A cenotaph of gauze was erected on the Place du Carrousel, where the public went to visit the bust, the bath, the lamp, and writing desk of the divinity. The wind, however, changed. The filth poured from the agate urn into another vase was emptied into the common sewer. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of the Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 3, by François-René de CHATEAUBRIAND, Chapter 2. London, from April till September 1822. Danton, Camille Desmoulins, Fabre d'Églantine. The scenes at the Cordeliers, at which I was 3 or 4 times present, were ruled and presided over by Danton, a Hun with the stature of a Goth, flat-nosed, with wide nostrils, broad face, and the expression of a gendarme mingled with that of a slippery and cruel attorney. In the nave of his church, Danton, with his 3 male furies, Camille Desmoulins, Marat, and Fabre d'Églantine, organised the assassinations of September. Billaud de Varennes proposed to set fire to the prisons and burn all who were within them. Another member of the Convention recommended drowning all who were in custody. Marat declared in favour of a general massacre. The author of the Circular of the Common Council, he invited the Friends of Liberty to repeat in the departments the enormities perpetrated at the Carmelites and in the Abbaye. Let us examine the page of history. Sixtus V, for the salvation of mankind, compared the devotedness of Jacques Clément to the mystery of the Incarnation, as Marat was compared to the Saviour of the world. Charles IX wrote to the governors of the provinces to imitate the massacre of St. Bartholomew, as Danton gave orders to the patriots to take example by the murders of September. The Jacobins were plagiarists. They gave a proof of this by immolating Louis XVI after the example of Charles I. As crimes are found mixed up with great social movements, it has been most improperly represented that these crimes produced the great benefits of the Revolution, of which they were only the hideous imitations. Impassioned or systematic minds admire nothing in a noble nature under suffering, except the convulsion. Danton, more frank than the English, used to say, "We will not bring the king to trial, we will kill him." And of the priests he said, "These priests, these nobles are not guilty, but they must be put to death, because they are out of their place, impede the course of events, and embarrass the future." This language has the appearance of a horrible depth, but it has no real character of genius, for it supposes innocence to be nothing, and that moral order may be separated from political order without destroying it, which is false. Danton had no real conviction of the principles which he maintained. He merely wrapped himself up in the mantle of the Revolution in order to make his fortune. "Come, ball with us," was his advice to a young man. "When you have enriched yourself, then you can do as you please." He acknowledged that he did not devote himself to the cause of the court because they were unwilling to give his price. This was the effrontery of an intelligence acquainted with its own power, and of corruption proclaimed with open mouth. Inferior, even in ugliness, to Mirabeau, whose agent he had been, Danton was superior to Robespierre, without having, like him, lent his name to crimes. He preserved some sense of religion. "We have not," said he, "destroyed superstition in order to establish atheism. His passions may have been good from the fact alone of their being passions. We ought always to pay some regard to the characters of men's minds in forming a judgment of their actions. Criminals of imaginative minds, like Danton, from the very fact of the exaggeration of their sayings and deportment, appear more perversely wicked than those who are cold-blooded, although they are really less so. This remark, too, applies to a whole people. Taken collectively, the people is the poet, author, and zealous actor in the piece in which it plays, or which it is made to play. Its excesses are not so much the instinct of a natural cruelty, as the delirium of a multitude inebriated with sights especially of a tragical nature, a thing so true, that in all popular horrors there is always something superfluous added to the picture and the emotion. Danton was caught in the snare which he had laid. It proved of no use to him to throw pellets of bread in the faces of his judges, to answer their questions with courage and nobleness, to cause the tribunal to hesitate, to put the Convention in danger and fear, to reason logically, upon the crimes by which the very power of his enemies had been created, and, seized with a fruitless repentance, to cry out, "It was I who established this infamous tribunal. I ask pardon for the deed from God and men," a phrase which has been pillaged more than once. He should have made this declaration respecting the infamy of the tribunal before being called to its bar. Nothing now remained for Danton but to show himself as unfeeling with respect to his own death, as he had been with regard to that of his victims, to carry his head higher than the suspended sword. This he did. From the scaffold of the Reign of Terror, where his feet were covered with the clotted blood shed the previous evening, having cast a look of contempt and pride on the multitude, he said to the executioner, "You will show my head to the people. It is worth the trouble." Danton's head remained in the hands of the executioner, whilst the headless trunk went to mix with the decapitated bodies of his victims. This was still equality. Danton's deacon and subdeacon, Camille Desmoulins and Fabre d'Églantine, perished in the same manner as their priest. At the time in which grants were made to the guillotine, and when people wore alternately at their buttonhole, disguised as a flower, a little golden guillotine, or a very small portion of the heart of some one who had been guillotined, at the time in which men shouted "Vive l'enfer!", in which joyful orgies of blood, steel and rage were celebrated, when men drank to annihilation and in complete nakedness danced the dance of the dead, not to have the trouble of undressing when they went to join the departed. At this time, a man must sooner or later arrive at the last banquet, at the last jest of sorrow. Desmoulins was called before the tribunal of Fouquier-Tinville. "And what is your age?" asked the president. "The age of Jesus Christ, the sans-culotte," replied Camille, playing the buffoon. A sort of avenging constraint compelled these cutthroats of Christians unceasingly to confess the name of Jesus. It would be unjust to forget that Camille Desmoulins dared to brave Robespierre, and by his courage to redeem his crimes. He gave the signal for a reaction against the Reign of Terror. A young and beautiful woman, full of energy, by rendering him capable of love, rendered him capable of virtues and sacrifices. Indignation raised the intrepid and biting irony of the tribune to the rank of eloquence. In a bold and haughty strain, he assailed the use of the scaffold, which he had contributed to raise. Suiting his conduct to his words, he would not agree to his own punishment. He struggled with the executioner in the hurdle, and only arrived at the brink of the last gulf half torn to pieces. Fabre d'Églantine, author of a piece which will survive, exhibited a character the very reverse of Desmoulins, of pitiable weakness. Jean Rousseau, the executioner in Paris at the time of the League, ordered to be hung for having lent his aid to the assassins of President Brisson, could not resolve to submit to the rope. It appears that a man does not learn to die by putting others to death. The debates at the Cordeliers furnished me with a view of a condition of society in the most rapid moments of its transformation. I had seen the Constituent Assembly commence the murder of royalty in 1789 and 1790. I found the dead body of the old monarchy still warm, given up in 1792 to gut-spinning legislators. They eviscerated and dissected it in the vaults of their clubs, just as the halberdiers cut in pieces and burned the body of Balafré in the ruins of the castle of Blois. Of all the men whose names I have here recalled, Danton, Marat, Camille Desmoulins, Fabre d'Églantine and Robespierre, not one is now alive. I met with them for a moment on my passage between a new springing society in America and a dying system in Europe, between the forests of the New World and the solitudes of exile. I had only been some months upon a foreign soil, and these lovers of death were already exhausted by it. At the distance at which I now am from their apparitions, it appears to me that, having descended into hell in my youth, I have a confused recollection of the ghosts which I met wandering about on the banks of the Cocytus. They complete the varied dreams of my life, and are now to be inscribed on the tablets of my posthumous memoirs. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of the Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole, Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 3, by François-René de CHATEAUBRIAND, Chapter 3. London, from April till September 1822. Monsieur de Malesherbes' opinion on the emigration. It was a great gratification to me again to meet Monsieur de Malesherbes, and to talk to him about my former plans. I entered into the details of a journey which I intended should occupy 9 years,
Previously, however, I would make a hurried visit to Germany. I would hasten to the army of the princes, then return to crush the revolution. All this was to be accomplished in 2 or 3 months, and I would then hoist my sail and return to the New World, freed from a revolution and having got a wife. And yet my zeal outran my faith. I felt persuaded that emigration was a great folly. Like Pélaudet every way, says Montaigne, with the Ghibellin I was Guelph, with the Guelph Ghibellin. My slight attachment to absolute monarchy prevented me from acting under any illusion in the determination to which I came. I had some scruples, and although I was resolved to sacrifice myself for what I looked upon as a point of honour, yet I wished to have the opinion of M. de Malesherbes on the emigration question. I found him very much excited. The crimes perpetrated before his eyes had destroyed the political toleration of this friend of Rousseau. Between the executioners and their victims, he did not hesitate which side to take. He thought that anything would be better than the then existing state of affairs, and in my particular case, he said that no man wearing a sword could dispense with joining the brothers of his king, oppressed and delivered up to his enemies. He quite approved of my return from America, and urged my brother to set out with me. I stated the usual objections about the alliance with foreigners, the interests of one's native country, etc., etc. He answered them, and passing from general reasons to particular details, cited several embarrassing examples. He recalled to my memory the Guelphs and Ghibellins strengthening their several parties by the troops of the Emperor and the Pope, and in England the barons taking up arms against John Lackland, and to conclude he instanced in our own times the Republic of the United States imploring the assistance of France. Thus we see, continued M. de Malesherbes, that men, the most devoted friends of liberty and philosophy, who were Republicans and Protestants, saw no culpability in borrowing such aid as might give the victory to their party. Without our gold, our ships and soldiers, would the New World be now emancipated? I myself, who now address you, did I not, in 1776, receive Franklin, who came to renew the negotiations begun by Silas Deane, and yet Franklin was no traitor? Was the liberation of America less honourable because it had been aided and assisted by Lafayette and French grenadiers? Every government which, instead of guaranteeing the fundamental laws of society, transgresses itself the laws of equity and the rules of justice, by so doing ceases to exist, and restores man to the state of nature. Self-defence is then allowable. It is lawful to have recourse to such means as seem most proper for the overthrow of tyranny, and re-establishing the rights of each and of all. The principles of natural justice, advanced by the greatest civilians, developed by such a man as M. de Malesherbes, and supported by numerous historical examples, struck my mind, but without convincing me. In yielding to them, I in reality was guided merely by the feelings natural to my age and the punctilios of honour. To these instances given by M. de Malesherbes, I shall add a few of more recent date. During the war in Spain, in 1823, the Republican French party embraced the cause of the Cortes, and felt no scruple about bearing arms against their country. In 1830 and 1831, the Poles and the Italian Constitutional Party solicited assistance from France, and the Portuguese of the Charte invaded their native land with the money and troops of the foreigner. We have two standards of weight and measure. We approve in relation to one idea, one system, one interest, one man, what we blame in relation to another idea, another system, another interest, another man. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of the Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole, Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 3, by François-René de CHATEAUBRIAND, Chapter 4. London, from April till September 1822. I play and lose. Adventure of the hackney coach. Madame Roland. Barrère at Rousseau's Hermitage. Second Federation of the 14th of July. Preparations for emigration. These conversations between the illustrious adherent of the King and myself took place at the house of my sister-in-law. Her second son had just been born. M. de Malesherbes stood godfather to him, and gave him his own name, Christian. I was present at the baptism of this child, whose only sight of his parents was destined to be at an age when life leaves no trace on the memory, but appears in after years like the distant shadow of a dream. The preparations for my emigration in the meantime proceeded. My friends had thought to secure me a good fortune by my marriage, but it was now found that my wife's fortune was in church property, which the nation undertook to pay after its own fashion. Madame de Chateaubriand had, besides, with the consent of her guardians, lent the title to a great proportion of her income to her sister, the Countess du Plessis-Pascal, now an émigrée. There was still, then, a deficiency of money, and it was found necessary to borrow some. A notary procured us 10,000 francs. I was carrying them home with me in assignats when I met, in the Rue de Richelieu, one of my former comrades in the regiment of Navarre, Count Achard. He was a great gambler. He proposed that we should go together to the M rooms, where we could talk more comfortably. My evil genius urged me on. I went, played, and lost all except 1,500 francs, with which, full of remorse and shame, I flung myself into the first vehicle I met. I had never gambled. Play produced a sort of painful intoxication in me, and if the passion for it had once seized me, it would certainly have turned my brain. In a state of half-distraction, I got out of the carriage at Saint-Sulpice, and left behind me the pocket-book containing the poor fragment of my treasure. I hastened home and said I had left the 10,000 francs in a hackney coach. I went out again down the Rue Dauphine and over the Pont Neuf, not without an inclination to throw myself into the river, as far as the square of the Palais Royal, where I had taken the unlucky conveyance. There I questioned the Savoyards who watered the horses and described the carriage. They indicated a number at a guess. The police commissary of the quarter informed me that the vehicle bearing that number belonged to a letter out of conveyances at the far end of the Faubourg Saint-Denis. I set off and stayed all night in the stables, awaiting the return of the vehicles. First came a great number, none of which was the one I wanted, but at length at 2 in the morning came my equipage. I had scarcely time to recognise the 2 white horses, when the poor beasts, broken down, stiff and wearied, fell down on the straw with their legs stretched out, as if they were dead. The driver remembered my having hired him. After me, he had driven a citizen who had been set down at the Jacobin Club. After the citizen, a lady whom he had set down in the Rue de Cléry, No. 13. After this lady, a gentleman whom he had taken to the Franciscan convent, Rue Saint-Martin. I promised a trifling reward to the driver, and under his guidance set out, as soon as it was day, to track my 1,500 francs, something in the way I had gone to discover the North-West Passage. It appeared plain to me that the citizen of the Jacobin Club had confiscated them in right of his sovereignty. The lady in the Rue de Cléry assured me she had seen nothing in the coach. I now reached the 3rd and last station, entirely hopeless of success. The driver described the gentleman as well as he could to the porter of the convent. "Oh, that is Father so-and-so," cried he. He then led me through the deserted galleries and rooms into one where I found a Franciscan, the only inhabitant of that large building, and he merely remaining to make an inventory of the furniture of his convent. This monk, seated on a heap of ruins in a dusty garment, listened attentively to my tale. "Are you," said he, "the Chevalier de Chateaubriand?" I answered in the affirmative. "Here," replied he, "is your pocket-book. I had found your address in it, and should have brought it to you after I had finished my work." Thus it was a despoiled and persecuted monk, driven from his home, and yet occupied in conscientiously making an inventory of what remained in his cloister for his proscribers, who restored to me, in these 1,500 francs, the means of proceeding into exile. Had I never recovered this little sum, I should not have emigrated. What would have become of me? My life's course would have been entirely changed. Now, I would not go one step out of my way to pick up 1,000,000. This adventure occurred on the 16th of June, 1792. Faithful to my instincts, I had returned from America to offer my sword to Louis XVI., not to involve myself in party intrigues. The disbanding of the King's New Guard, in which was Murat, the successive ministries of Roland, Dumouriez, and Duport du Tertre, the petty court conspiracies or great popular movements, only filled me with ennui and contempt. I heard Madame Roland much talked of, but did not see her. Her memoirs give evidence that she possessed extraordinary strength of mind. She was said to be very agreeable, whether sufficiently so as to make the cynicism of unnatural virtues tolerable is doubtful. Certain it is that the woman who, at the very foot of the guillotine, called for ink, pen and paper, to set down the discoveries which she made on her way from the Conciergerie to the Place de la Révolution, showed a preoccupation of mind and a disdain of life, of which we have few examples. Madame Roland possessed character rather than genius. The former may give the latter cannot give the former. On the 19th of June, I had gone to the valley of Montmorency to visit J. Rousseau's hermitage. Not that I found any pleasure in recollections of Madame d'Épinay. and the factitious and depraved circle around her, but I desired to bid adieu to the retreat of a man whose manners and mind were in strong opposition to my own, although he was gifted with a genius whose voice had powerfully moved my youthful mind. The next day, the 20th, I was still at the Hermitage, and there met with 2 men, wandering like myself in these deserted haunts during the day which tolled the knell of monarchy, indifferent as they were, or as I thought they would be, to the affairs of the world. The one was M. Maret of the Empire, the other M. Barrère of the Republic. The gentle Barrère had retired thither from the noise and tumult in his sentimental philosophy, to address sweet little revolutionary sonnets to the shade of Julie. The troubadour of the guillotine, in reference to whom the Convention decreed that la terreur était à l'ordre du jour, only escaped the murderous grasp of this same terror by hiding himself in the basket for the heads, and from the depths of this bloody receptacle, under the very scaffold, he was only heard to croak la mort. Barrère belonged to that species of tiger which Oppian describes as formed from the light breath of the wind, velocis zephiri proles. Ginguené and Chamfort, my old acquaintances in the literary world, were charmed with the proceedings of this 20th of June. Laharpe, continuing his lessons at the Lyceum, cried in a stentorian voice, "Madmen! You replied to all the representations of the people, 'Bayonets! Bayonets!' Well, now you have them." Although my voyage to America had made me a less insignificant personage, I was utterly unable to rise to such a transcendent height of principle and eloquence. Fontanes was in rather a precarious situation in consequence of his former connection with the Société Monarchique. My brother belonged to a club of enragés. The Prussians were on their march, in virtue of an agreement between the cabinets of Vienna and Berlin. A rather warm engagement had already taken place between the French and Austrians near Mons. It became imperatively necessary to determine on a course. My brother and I procured false passports for Lille. We were 2 wine merchants, National Guards of Paris, wearing the uniform and intending to contract for provisioning the army. My brother's valet, Louis Poulain, nicknamed Saint Louis, travelled under his own name. He was going to see his relations in Flanders, although they lived at his native place, Lamballe, in Brittany. Our departure was fixed for the 15th of July, the day after the Second Federation. We spent the 14th in the garden of Tivoli with the Rosambo family, my sisters, and my wife. Tivoli belonged to M. Boutin, whose daughter had married M. de Malesherbes. Towards the close of the day, we saw a number of Federalists wandering about pell-mell with the sentence "Pétion ou la mort" written in chalk on their hats. Tivoli, my point of departure into exile, was to become a rendezvous for games and fêtes. Our relations parted from us cheerfully. They were persuaded that we were merely going on a pleasure excursion. My recovered 1,500 francs seemed a treasure sufficient to bring me back in triumph to Paris. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of the Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole, Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 3, by François-René de CHATEAUBRIAND, Chapter 5. London, from April till September 1822. I emigrate with my brother. Adventure of St. Louis. We cross the frontier. On the 15th of July, at 6 in the morning, we got into the diligence. My brother and I had secured places in the coupé beside the driver. The valet, whom we were supposed not to know, ensconced himself in the body of the carriage among the other travellers. St. Louis was a somnambulist. He used to go to fetch his master at night in Paris, with his eyes open but sound asleep. He undressed my brother and assisted him to bed still fast asleep, and replied to everything that was said to him during these attacks, "Je sais, je sais." The only way to waken him was to throw cold water in his face. He was a man about 40, nearly 6 feet high, and as ugly as he was tall. The poor man had never served any other master than my brother, and was impressed with a profound respect for him, and he was terribly disturbed when at supper he had to sit at the same table with us. His fellow travellers, talking patriotically of hanging up aristocrats à la lanterne, increased his terror, and the idea that, after going through all this, he must cross the Austrian army and go and fight for the princes, completed the derangement of his brain. He drank a great deal and got into the diligence again. We resumed our places in the coupé. In the middle of the night, we were startled by cries from the centre of the diligence. Some of the travellers, putting their heads out at the window, shouted, "Stop! Stop!" Then came a confusion of voices, male and female. "Get out, citizen! Get out! Get down, brute! You cannot stay here! He is a brigand! Get out! Get out!" We alighted also, and saw St. Louis, all scared, thrown out of the diligence,
Getting up again, he stared round with his open, somnambulistic eyes, and then set off at full speed and without a hat, in the direction of Paris. We could not call him back, as we should have betrayed ourselves. We were therefore obliged to leave him to his fate. He was stopped and apprehended at the first village he came to, and declared that he was valet to Monsieur le Comte de Chateaubriand, and that he lived in Paris, Rue de Bondy. The patrol sent him from division to President Rosambo, and this unfortunate man's depositions served to prove our emigration and to send my brother and sister-in-law to the scaffold. Next morning, at the general breakfast, we had the pleasure of hearing the whole history 20 times over. The man's imagination was entirely disturbed. He dreamed aloud and said the strangest things. He was doubtless a conspirator, an assassin flying from justice. The well-behaved citoyennes blushed and agitated their great fans of green paper à la Constitution. We easily recognised in these accounts the mingled effects of somnambulism, fear, and wine. On arriving at Lille, we sought out the person who was to get us across the frontier. The emigration had its agents of safety, who in the end proved to be agents of perdition. The monarchical party was still powerful, the question in suspense, and the weak and cowardly were contented. We left Lille before the gates were shut. We then stopped at a retired house, and did not set out on our way till 10 o'clock, when night was quite fallen. We carried nothing with us but a little cane. It was not more than a year since I followed my Dutchman in the same style through the American forests. We went through fields of corn, across which wound paths but slightly traced. The French and Austrian patrols were scouring the country. We might fall into the hands of one or the other, or suddenly find ourselves close to the pistol of a vidette. We caught glimpses every now and then at some distance of single horsemen, motionless on their posts, with arms ready for use. We heard the tread of horses sounding in hollow ways, and putting our ears to the ground, could distinguish the regular sound of infantry marching. After proceeding for about 3 hours, sometimes running, sometimes going slowly on tiptoe, we reached a cross-road in a wood where some late nightingales were singing. Suddenly a company of soldiers, who had been concealed behind a hedge, rushed upon us with drawn sabres. We cried, "We are officers going to join the princes," and demanded to be taken to Tournay, declaring that we had the means of making ourselves known. The commander of the post placed us among his horsemen and carried us off. When the day dawned, the men perceived our uniform of National Guards beneath our greatcoats, and insulted the colours which France was soon to make vassal Europe wear. It was in the Tournaisis, the primitive kingdom of the Franks, that Clovis resided during the first years of his reign. He left Tournay with his companions when he was called to the conquest of Gaul. Arms attract all rights to themselves, says Tacitus. Through this town, from which the first king of the first race went out in the year 486 to found his long and powerful dynasty, I passed in 1792, on my way to join the princes of the third race on a foreign soil, and again in 1814 on my way back, when the last king of the French quitted the kingdom of the first king of the Franks, omnia migrant. On arriving at Tournay, I left my brother to encounter the authorities, and under the garb of a soldier, visited the cathedral. In the olden time, Otho of Orleans, teaching canon of this cathedral, had sat during the night before its entrance, demonstrating the motions of the planets to his disciples, and indicating with his finger the Milky Way and the different stars. I should have been better pleased to find this simple astronomer at Tournay than Pandour. I have great taste for those old times of which the chronicles tell such things as that, in the year 1049 in Normandy, a man was metamorphosed into an ass, a thing which, as has been seen, was very near happening to me under the tuition of the Demoiselles Coupard, my instructors in the art of reading. Hildebert, in the year 1114, noticed a girl with heads of corn springing from her ears, Ceres perhaps. The river Meuse, which I was soon about to cross, was seen suspended in the air in the year 1118, witness William of Nangy and Alberic. Rigord assures us that in the year 1194, between Compiègne and Clermont, in the district of Beauvais, there fell a shower of hail mingled with crows carrying lighted coals which set fire to what they fell on. The tempest, according to Jervis of Tilbury, could not extinguish a candle placed on the window-sill of the priory of St. Michael of Camisa. He also tells us of a pure and beautiful fountain existing in the diocese of Uzès, which changed its place whenever anything unclean was thrown into it. Consciences in the present day are not so easily troubled. Reader, I am not losing time, as you may perhaps think. I am chatting with you to prevent your being impatient during my brother's long negotiation. Here he is at last. He has succeeded in explaining himself to the satisfaction of the Austrian commandant, and permission is granted us to go to Brussels, an exile purchased with too much care and trouble. End of chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of the Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole, Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 3, by François-René de CHATEAUBRIAND, Chapter 6. London from April till September 1822. Brussels. Dinner at the Baron de Breteuil. Rivarol. Departure for the Royal Army. Route. Meet with the Russian Army. Arrival at Trèves. Brussels was the headquarters of the most distinguished émigrés, the most elegant women, and the most fashionable men of Paris, who could only take the field as aides de camp, expected from pleasure the rewards of victory. They had new and handsome uniforms, in which they exhibited themselves to show the extent of their absurdity and folly. They consumed, on the festivities of a few days, sums of money considerable enough to have maintained them for some years. It was not worth while to economize, seeing they would be almost immediately in Paris. These brilliant chevaliers were preparing for military glory by successes in love, following precisely the opposite mode of ancient chivalry. They looked with contempt upon us poor fellows on foot, with our knapsacks on our backs. Small provincial gentlemen become soldiers. At the feet of their omphales, these Herculeses twirled the distaffs, which they had sent to us, and which we, contenting ourselves with our swords, returned to them. At Brussels I found my trifling baggage, which had arrived before me. It consisted of my uniform of the regiment of Navarre, a few changes of linen, and my precious notebooks, from which I could never separate. I was invited to dine along with my brother at the Baron de Breteuil. There I met the Baroness de Montmorency, then young and beautiful, but at the present time just dying, and martyr bishops with mohair cassocks and crosses of gold, young magistrates turned into colonels of hussars, and Rivarol, whom I never saw but this once in my life. His name had not been announced. I was struck with the language of a man, who alone talked, and with some right claimed a hearing like an oracle. Rivarol's wit was injurious to his talents, his words to his pen. On this occasion he said very aptly of revolutions, "The first blow is aimed at a god, the second only strikes against insensible marble." I had resumed the dress of a shabby sub-lieutenant of infantry, and on leaving the dinner-table was about to set out. My knapsack was behind the door. I was still bronzed by the rays of an American sun and the sea breezes. I wore my black hair smooth. My figure and my silence annoyed Rivarol, and the Baron de Breteuil, who perceived his restless curiosity, satisfied it. "Where does your brother, the chevalier, come from?" said he to my brother. I answered, "From Niagara." Rivarol exclaimed, "From the Falls?" I was silent. He stammered the beginning of a question. "Monsieur is going—" "To the war," said I, interrupting him. We rose from dinner. These coxcomb émigrés were hateful to me. I was eager to see my peers, émigrés like myself, with 600 livres income. We were very stupid, doubtless, but at least our swords were ready, and had we obtained success, the benefits of the victory would not have fallen to us. My brother remained at Brussels, with the Baron de Montboissier, to whom he was attached as an aide de camp. I set out alone for Coblentz. Nothing can be more historical than the road I followed. Every place as I passed recalled some of the splendid triumphs of France. I passed through Liège, one of those municipal republics which was accustomed so often to rebel against its bishops, or against the Counts of Flanders. Louis XI, when an ally of the men of Liège, was compelled to consent to the sack of their city, in order to escape from his ridiculous imprisonment at Péronne. I was going to rejoin and form a part of those men of war who placed their glory in similar things. In 1792, the relations between Liège and France were more peaceable. The Abbot of Saint-Hubert was obliged every year to send 2 hunting dogs to the successors of King Dagobert. At Aix-la-Chapelle, another gift, but on the part of France, the pall which was used at the interment of a most Christian king was sent to the tomb of Charlemagne as liege pall to a feudal superior. Our kings thus rendered faith and homage by taking possession of the inheritance of eternity. They swore at the knees of the dead, their lady, to be true and faithful, after having given the feudal kiss. But this was the only suzerainty to which France ever yielded homage as a vassal. The cathedral of Aix-la-Chapelle was built by Charlemagne and consecrated by Leo III. 2 prelates were wanting at the ceremony, who were replaced by 2 bishops of Maastricht, long since dead, but resuscitated expressly for the occasion. Charlemagne, having lost a beautiful mistress, pressed the body in his arms and would not be separated from it.
This passion was attributed to a charm. The dead body of the young lady was examined, and a small pearl was found under the tongue. The pearl was thrown into a marsh. Charlemagne, madly enamoured of the marsh, gave orders to have it filled up. There he built a palace and a church, the one to dwell in during life, and the other to be his resting place when dead. The authorities for this story are Archbishop Turpin and Petrarch. At Cologne, I was struck with admiration at the cathedral. Had it been finished, it would be the noblest Gothic monument in Europe. The monks alone were the painters, sculptors, architects, and masons of their temples, and Cementarius, master mason, was a title of which they boasted. It is curious in the present day to hear philosophical pretenders and blustering democrats declaim against the clergy, as if those surplus labourers, those mendicant orders, to whom we owe almost everything, had been gentlemen. Cologne recalled to mind Caligula and St. Bruno. I saw the remains of the dykes of the former at Bye, and the desolate cell of the latter at the Grande Chartreuse. I went up the Rhine the whole way to Coblentz, Confluentia. The royal army was no longer there. I crossed those empty kingdoms, in Ania Regna. I saw the beautiful valley of the Rhine, the Tempe of the barbarian muses, in which knights appeared around the ruins of their castles, or where, at night, sounds of arms were heard when war was portending. Between Coblentz and Treves, I fell in with the Prussian army. I passed along the column, and when I reached as far as the guards, I saw they were marching in order of battle, with cannon in line. The King and the Duke of Brunswick occupied the centre of a square formed by Frederick's old grenadiers. My white uniform caught the King's eye. He sent for me. He and the Duke of Brunswick took off their hats, and in my person saluted the old French army. They asked me my name, that of my regiment, and where I was going to join the princes. The military reception affected me. I replied that having learned in America the misfortunes of my king, I had returned to shed my blood in his service. The generals and officers who surrounded Frederick William made signs of approbation, and the Russian monarch said to me, "Sir, it is always easy to recognise the sentiments of the French nobility." He again took off his hat, remained uncovered, and stopped till I had disappeared behind the mass of grenadiers. Now the émigrés are declaimed against, as tigers who tore out the heart of their mother. At the time of which I speak, they were held up as examples, and honour was held in as much regard as country. In 1792, fidelity to oaths was looked upon as a duty. It is now become so rare as to be considered a virtue. A strange scene, which has occurred to others as well as myself, was very near making me retrace my steps. I was almost refused admittance into the army of the princes, when I at length reached it at Treves. I was one of those men who waited for the event before coming to a determination. I ought to have been in the camp 3 years ago. I had just come when victory was certain. There was no need of such persons as myself. There were already too many gallant men after the fight. Whole squadrons of cavalry were deserting daily. The very artillery went away en masse. Prodigious illusion of parties. I was fortunate enough to meet with my cousin, Armand de Chateaubriand, who took me under his protection, called a meeting of the Bretons, and pleaded my cause. I was sent for and explained myself. I said I had just come from America, to have the honour of serving with my comrades, that the campaign was merely opened, not begun, and that I was time enough for the first fire, that moreover I would withdraw if they required it, but after having obtained satisfaction for an undeserved insult. The matter was arranged. As I was a good fellow, the ranks were opened to receive me, and my only remaining difficulty was the embarrassment where to choose. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of the Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 3, by François-René de CHATEAUBRIAND. Chapter 7. Army of the Princes. Roman Amphitheatre. Atala. Henry IV.'s shirts. The army of the princes was composed of gentlemen, classed according to provinces, and serving as common soldiers. The nobility were tracing up their lineage to its origin, and to the origin of the monarchy, at the very moment in which that origin and that monarchy were on the eve of closing their career, as an old man returns to childhood. There were, besides, several brigades of émigré officers from various regiments become common soldiers. Among this number were my comrades of Navarre, under the command of their colonel, the Marquis de Mortemart. I would have been greatly tempted to enrol myself with La Martinière, if he could still have been in love, but Armorican patriotism prevailed. I entered the 7th Company of the Bretons, under the command of M. de Goyon-Miniac. The nobility of my province had furnished 7 companies, and there was an 8th formed of young men belonging to the tiers-état. The iron-grey uniform of this last company differed from that of the other 7, which was royal blue, with ermine facings. Thus, men attached to the same cause, and exposed to the same dangers, perpetuated their political inequalities by odious distinctions. The true heroes were the plebeian soldiers, who had no personal interest to prompt the sacrifice of their services. Our little army consisted of infantry, composed of soldiers of noble birth, and officers, 4 companies of deserters, dressed in the different uniforms of the regiments from which they had come, 1 company of artillery, some engineer officers with a few pieces of cannon, bombs, and mortars of various calibre, the artillery and engineers who almost to a man embraced the cause of the Revolution, contributed greatly to the success of its arms, a fine body of German cavalry, of musketeers, under the command of the old Count de Montmorin, and naval officers from Brest, Rochefort, and Toulon, supported our infantry. The general emigration of the officers of the navy threw the maritime power of France completely back into that weakness from which Louis XVI had rescued it. Never since the days of Duquesne and Tourville had our fleets obtained greater glory. My comrades were full of joy, whilst I had tears in my eyes, when I saw these dragoons of the ocean passing before us, no longer commanding the ships with which they had humbled the English and delivered America. Instead of going to discover new continents, to unite them as appendages to France, these companions of La Pérouse were plunging into the muddy roads of Germany. They mounted the horse consecrated to Neptune, but they had changed their element, and the land was not their sphere. In vain their commander carried at their head the flag of the Belle Poule, a holy relic of the white flag, from the tatters of which there still hung honour, but from whence victory had fallen. We had tents, but were in want of everything else. Our guns, of German manufacture, were good for nothing, of frightful weight, which fretted our shoulders, and were often in a condition not to go off. I went through the whole campaign with one of these muskets, the hammer of which would not fall. We remained 2 days at Trèves. It was to me a great source of pleasure to visit the Roman remains, and, after having seen the nameless ruins of the Ohio, to stand amidst a city so often sacked, of which Salwan said, "Fugitives of Trèves, do you seek for theatres? Do you demand a circus from your chiefs? For what state, I pray you? For what people? For what city? Theatra igitur quaeritis, circum a principibus postulatis, qui, quaeso, statui, qui populo, qui civitati." Fugitives of France, where was the people for whom we wished to re-establish the monuments of St. Louis? I sat down with my gun in the midst of the ruins and drew from my knapsack the notes of my travels in America. I laid the separate pages on the grass around me, read over and corrected a description of a forest, a passage of Atala amidst the wreck of a Roman amphitheatre, thus making preparations to go and reconquer France. I then packed up my treasure, the weight of which, joined to that of my shirts, my caps, tin can, wicker bottle, and my little Homer, made me spit blood. I tried to thrust Atala, along with my useless cartridges, into my pouch. My companions laughed at me, and tore away the sheets which lapped over both sides of the leather covering. Providence came to my aid. Having slept one night in a hayloft, on awaking I no longer found my shirts in my knapsack, but my notebooks had been left behind. I thank God that accident, by assuring my renown, saved my life, for the 60 livres which lay between my shoulders would have given me an affection of the chest. "How many shirts have I?" said Henry IV. To his valet de chambre. "Sire," answered he, "there is still a dozen of the torn ones." "And pocket handkerchiefs, haven't I 8? At present there are only 5. The Bernese gained the Battle of Ivry without shirts. I have not been able to restore the kingdom to his descendants by losing mine. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of the Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 3. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole, Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 3, by François-René de CHATEAUBRIAND, Chapter 8. London, from April to September 1822. A Soldier's Life. Last representation of old military France. The order of march was given for Thionville. We went 5 or 6 leagues a day. The weather was desperate. We marched in rain and mud, singing as we went. O Richard, O mon roi, O pauvre Jacques. On arriving at our place of encampment, we had neither wagons nor provisions, but were obliged, with the asses which followed the columns like an Arabian caravan, to seek for something to eat in the farmhouses and villages. We paid for everything with scrupulous punctuality. I was nevertheless subjected to punishment for having thoughtlessly taken 2 pears from the garden of a chateau. A great bell, a great river, and a grand seigneur, says the proverb, are bad neighbours. We pitched our tents by accident. We were obliged continually to beat the canvas in order to enlarge the threads, so as to prevent the water from coming through. The allowance was 10 men to a tent, each of whom in his turn acted as cook. One went for meat, another for bread, another for wood, and a fourth for straw. I had a great talent for making soup, and received the compliments of my companions, especially when I mixed up with it some milk and cabbage, after the fashion of Brittany. Among the Iroquois I had learned to brave smoke, so that I contrived to get on well round my fire, made with green and wet branches. This soldier's life is very amusing. I fancied myself still among the Indians. When eating our mess under the tent, my companions used to ask me for stories of my travels, and they paid me in kind. We all lied like a corporal in a wine shop, with a conscript paying his reckoning. One thing fatigued me: washing my linen. It was, however, necessary to be done, and that very often, for the obliging thieves had left me but a single shirt borrowed from my cousin Armand, besides the one which I had on. When engaged in soaping my stockings, pocket-handkerchiefs, and my only shirt on the bank of a stream, with my head down and my back up, I was constantly seized with giddiness. The movement of my arms caused me intolerable pain in the chest. I was obliged to sit down amongst the watercresses and the grass, and in the midst of the commotions of war, to watch the flowing of the peaceful waters. Lopez de Vega had his bandage of love washed by a shepherdess. This shepherdess would have been very useful to me for a little turban made of the inner bark of the birch tree, which I had received from the Floridan women. An army is generally composed of soldiers somewhat about the same age, the same size, and the same strength. Ours was altogether different. A confused assemblage of old men, children not long out of their nursery, and a general jargon, the dialect of Normandy, Brittany, Picardy, Auvergne, Gascony, Provence, and Languedoc. A father served with his son, a father-in-law with his son-in-law, an uncle with his nephew, a brother with a brother, a cousin with his cousin. This motley crowd, ridiculous as it appeared, had something honourable and affecting in its nature, because it was animated by sincere convictions. It presented a picture of the old monarchy, and a last representation of classes of men which were passing away. I have seen gentlemen of a severe countenance, with grey hair, torn clothes, knapsacks on their backs, and their guns slung, dragging themselves along by the help of a stick, and assisted by the arm of one of their sons. I have seen M. de Boischu, the father of my comrade, who was massacred at the States of Rennes, close beside me, marching along sorrowful and alone, his bare feet in the mud, and carrying his shoes on the point of his bayonet, for fear of wearing them out. I have seen young men wounded lying under a tree, and a priest in a riding-coat and stole, kneeling by their head, and sending them to St. Louis, whose descendants they were making an effort to defend. The whole of this poor crowd, without receiving a single sou from the princes, carried on the war at their own cost, whilst decrees were despoiling them of their all, and throwing their wives and mothers into jails. The old men of the former time were less unfortunate and less isolated than those of the present day. If, when surviving, they lost their friends, little else was changed. Strangers to youth, they were not so to the usages of society. Now, a lingerer in the world has not only seen men die, but ideas also. Principles, tastes, pleasures, pains, and sentiments, nothing bears any resemblance to what he has known. It is a new and different species of the human race, in the midst of which he brings his days to a close. Nevertheless, let France of the 19th century learn to estimate that old France to which she owed so much. The present will become old in its turn, and will be accused, as it accuses the past, of entertaining superannuated notions. It is their fathers whom they have conquered. Let them not deny those from whose blood they have sprung. Had they not been nobly faithful to the usages of the olden time, the men of the present age would not have drawn from their national fidelity that energy which has led to their glory in the new age. Between the two Frances, there is nothing more than a transformation of virtues. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of the Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
Recording by Nicole, Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768–1800, Part 3, by François-René de CHATEAUBRIAND, Chapter 9. London, April to September 1822. Commencement of the siege of Thionville. The Chevalier de la Baronnaye. Close beside our indigent and obscure camp was one brilliant and rich. At the staff officers' quarters, nothing was to be seen but wagons filled with provisions. The place was crowded with cooks, valets, and aides de camp. Nothing could better represent the court in the province, the monarchy expiring at Versailles, and the monarchy dying among the wilds of Du Guesclin. The aides de camp had become odious to us. On the occurrence of any engagement at Thionville, we cried, "Forward, aides de camp!" as the patriots cried, "Forward, officers!" I felt a weight at my heart, when coming one gloomy day within sight of forests bordering the horizon, we were told that these forests were in France. The act of crossing the frontier of my native land in arms had an effect upon me which I cannot describe. I had a sort of prophetic feeling, a revelation of the future. The more so, as I did not share any of the illusions of my comrades, either as regarded the cause in defence of which they were engaged, or the triumph they flattered themselves with the hope of obtaining. I was like Falkland in the army of Charles I. There was not a Chevalier of La Manche in our army, though he might be an invalid, lame, and with his head covered by a nightcap under the three-cornered hat, who did not firmly believe himself able, with his single arm, to put to flight 50 vigorous young patriots. This respectable and complacent pride, the source of prodigies at another period, had not taken possession of my mind. I did not feel so convinced of the prowess of my invincible arm. We arrived without defeat at Thionville on the 1st of September, for we had met no one on the way. The cavalry encamped to the right, the infantry to the left, of the high road leading to the town from the German side. The fortress was not in sight from our position, but about 600 paces off was the crest of a hill, from which there was a view into the valley of the Moselle. The Marines connected the right flank of our infantry with Prince Waldeck's Austrian corps, and the left flank was covered by a body of cavalry of the Maison Rouge and the Royal Allemand, 1800 strong. We entrenched ourselves in front by a ditch, along which were ranged the stands of arms. The 8 Breton companies occupied 2 transverse streets of the camp, and below us lay the company of the officers of Navarre, my comrades. The works, which occupied 3 days, being completed, Monsieur and the Count d'Artois arrived, and reconnoitred the place, which was vainly summoned to surrender, although Wimpfen appeared to be inclined to give it up. We had not gained the battle of Rocroi like the great Condé, and therefore could not take possession of Thionville, but we were not defeated beneath its walls like Feuquières. We took up a position on the public road, in part of a village forming a sort of suburb to the town, and outside the hornwork which defended the Moselle bridge. Shots were fired from house to house. Our men retained possession of those they had taken. I was not present at this first engagement. My cousin Armand behaved well in it. While the skirmish was going on in the village, my company was ordered to the erection of a battery on the skirts of a wood which clothed the summit of one of the neighbouring hills. The slope of this hill was covered with vines down to its foot, where it met the plain adjoining the exterior fortifications of Thionville. The engineer who directed us made us throw up a cavalier, or mound covered with turf, on which our cannon were to be planted. In a parallel line with it we dug an open trench, to place us below the bullet range. The erection of the terraces proceeded slowly, for we officers were all, young and old, little accustomed to handle the shovel and mattock. We had no wheelbarrows, and had to make use of our coats instead of bags to carry the earth in. The fire of a lunette opened upon us, and annoyed us the more as we could not return it. 2 8-pounders and a howitzer, whose range was too short to be of any use, being the whole of our artillery. The first ball we sent from our howitzer fell outside the glacis, and excited the derisive shouts of the garrison. A few days afterwards, we were reinforced by Austrian cannon and cannoneers. 100 infantry and a picket of marines were relieved every 24 hours at this battery. The besieged prepared to make an attack on it. We could see with the glass considerable movement on the ramparts. At nightfall, a column issued from one of the posterns and gained the lunette under shelter of the covered way. My company was ordered up as a reinforcement at the battery. At daybreak, 500 or 600 patriots began the action in the village, on the high road above the town. Then turning to the left, crossed the vines to take our battery in flank. The company of marines charged bravely, but was routed and exposed us. We were too ill armed to return the fire, and marched forward with fixed bayonets. The assailants retired, for what reason I know not. Had they held firm, they would have driven us from the post. In this action we had several wounded and some killed. Among the latter was the Chevalier de la Baronnaye, captain of one of the Breton companies. I was an evil genius to him.
The ball which killed him rebounded from the barrel of my musket and struck him with such force that it went through both temples and crushed the brain. Noble and useless victim of a hopeless cause! When Marshal d'Aubepierre held the States of Brittany, he went to the house of M. de la Baronnaye, the father a poor gentleman living at Dinard, near Saint-Malo. The marshal, who had begged him to invite no one, perceived on his entrance that the table was laid for 25 people, and amicably reproved his host. "Monseigneur," said M. de la Baronnaye, "there are none here but my own children." He had 22 sons and 1 daughter, all by the same marriage. The Revolution mowed this rich family harvest before it had time to ripen. End of chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of the Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole, Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 3, by François-René de CHATEAUBRIAND, Chapter 10. London, April to September, 1822. Continuation of the siege. Contrasts. Saints in the woods. Battle of Bouvines. Patrol. Unexpected meeting. Effect of a bullet and of a bomb. Waldeck's Austrian corps now began its operations. Our attack became warmer. It was a fine sight at night. Pot grenadoes illuminated the works, which were covered with soldiers. Sudden gleams of brilliancy struck the clouds or the blue sky when the match exploded the cannon, and the bombs, crossing one another's path in the air, described parabolas of light. In the intervals of the detonations might be heard the roll of the drum, bursts of military music, and the voices of the hostile parties on the ramparts of Thionville and on our posts. Unhappily, in both camps, the cry was in French: "Sentinelle, prenez garde à vous!" If the engagements took place at dawn, the hymn of the lark succeeded to the roll of musketry, and the now noiseless cannon gaped silently at us from their loopholes. The bird song, bringing recollections of a pastoral life to the mind, seemed to utter a reproach. It gave me the same feeling when I encountered some victims of war among the flowering clover, or by a running stream which bathed the tresses of the dead. In the woods, at a few paces' distance from the horrors of war, I found little statues of the Virgin and of various saints. A goatherd, a shepherd, or a beggar carrying his wallet, on their knees before these peacemakers, told their beads to the distant thunder of the cannon. A whole parish once came with its pastor to offer bouquets to the patron of a neighbouring parish, whose shrine was in a grove facing a fountain. The curate was blind. A soldier of religion, he had lost his sight in its service, like a grenadier on the field of battle. The vicar administered the communion instead of his curate, because the latter could not see to place the sacred host on the lips of the communicants. During this ceremony, and from the depths of his darkness, the curate blessed the light. Our fathers believed that the patron saints of hamlets, Jean le Silentiaire, Dominique l'Encuirassé, Jacques l'Antécy, Paul le Simple, Bar l'Ermite, and many others, were no strangers to the triumphs of the arms by which harvests are protected. On the very day of the Battle of Bouvines, robbers entered a convent at Auxerre, of which Saint-Germain was the patron, and stole the sacramental vessels. The sacristan presented himself before the shrine of the beatified bishop, and said to him, groaning meanwhile, "Germain, where wert thou when these brigands dared to violate thy sanctuary?" And a voice issuing from the shrine replied, "I was near Cissoin, not far from the bridge of Bouvines, engaged with other fellow saints in aiding the French and their king, to whom a brilliant victory has been given by our help. Qui fuit auxilio victoria prestita nostro." We held Batieux in the plain, and carried them as far as the hamlets, to the very foot of the exterior fortifications of Thionville. The village on the great Transmeselle road was unceasingly taken and retaken. Twice I was present at these engagements. The patriots treated us as enemies to liberty, aristocrats, satellites of Capet. We called them brigands, cutthroats, traitors, and revolutionists. Sometimes the engagement was suspended while a duel took place in presence of the hostile bands, now become impartial witnesses. Strange characteristic of the French, which not even violent passions can stifle. One day I was on patrol in a vineyard. At about 20 paces from me was an old gentleman chasseur, who kept striking the vines with the butt end of his gun as if to start a hare, and then looked briskly about in the hope of seeing a patriot start out. Every one there had his own ways. Another day, I went to visit the Austrian camp. Between this encampment and that of the naval officers acting as cavalry, lay the ridge of a wood upon which the enemy were very inappropriately directing their fire. They were too lavish of their volleys. The garrison believed us to be stronger than we really were,
which explains the pompous bulletins of the commandant of Thionville. As I was crossing this wood, I saw something move among the grass. I went nearer and saw a man extended on the ground with his face downwards, so that nothing was to be seen but a broad back. I supposed him to be wounded, and taking him by the nape of the neck, partly raised his head. He opened his scared eyes, and lifted himself a little, resting on his hands. On catching sight of his face, I burst out laughing. It was my cousin Moreau, whom I had not seen since our visit to Madame Châtenay. He had thrown himself on his face at the descent of a bomb, and had found it utterly impossible to get up again. I had great trouble in getting him on his feet, for he had grown 3 times as corpulent as he was when I had last seen him. He informed me that he served in the commissariat department, and was then on his way to make an offer of some cattle to Prince Waldeck. He wore a rosary. Hugo Metel speaks of a wolf who had a desire to enter the monastic state, but not being able to accustom himself to the meagre fare, he became a canon. As I was re-entering the camp, an officer of engineers passed close to me, leading his horse by the bridle. A ball struck the animal at the narrow part of the shoulder and cut completely through it. The head and neck remained hanging to the rider's hand, and pulled him to the ground by their weight. I had seen a bomb fall just in the middle of a circle of officers who were taking their mess together. The mess bowl disappeared. The officers, knocked over and covered with dust, cried like the old sea captain, "Fire to starboard, fire to larboard, fire everywhere! Fire in my wig!" These singular accidents appear to belong to Thionville. In 1558, Francis of Guise besieged the place. Marshal Strozzi was killed while speaking in the trench with the said Sieur de Guise, who at the moment had his hand on his shoulder. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of the Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee, Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 3, by François-René de CHATEAUBRIAND, Chapter 11. London, April to September, 1822. The Camp Market. A kind of market had been formed behind our camp. The peasants had brought quarter casks of white Moselle wine, which remained on the wagons. The horses were unyoked and fed quietly, attached by a string to one end of the cart, while people drank at the other. The fires for bat fowling gleamed here and there. Sausages were fried in saucepans, puddings boiled in basins, pancakes tossed on iron plates, and omelettes raised on baskets. Cakes covered with aniseed, rye loaves a penny apiece, cakes of Indian meal, green apples, red and white eggs, pipes and tobacco, were sold beneath a tree from whose branches hung coarse cloth caps, bargained for by the passers-by. Peasant girls, seated astride on wooden stools, were employed in milking cows. Everyone gave his cup and awaited his turn. Sutlers in their blouses, soldiers in their uniforms, hovered about the ovens. Vivandières passed hither and thither, calling out in French and German. Some stood in groups, others were seated round deal tables standing unevenly on the rough ground. Various inventions for shelter were made, some with a piece of packing cloth, others with branches cut in the forest, as on Palm Sunday. I think too that there were weddings performed in the covered wagons in remembrance of the Frankish kings. The patriots might easily have followed the example of Majorian, and carried off the chariot containing the bride. Rapit essere victor, jubentemque nurum. The people sang, laughed, and talked, and the scene was extremely gay at night, lighted up by the fires gleaming on the ground, and the stars shining overhead. When I was neither on guard at the batteries, nor on service in the tent, I was fond of supping at this fair. There all the camp stories were revived, the battles fought over again, but embellished by good cheer and merriment, their attraction was much increased. One of our comrades, a brevet captain, was celebrated for his faculty of story-telling. I have forgotten his real name, as we gave him that of Dinarzade, and always called him by it. It should have been Scheherazade, but we were not so particular. As soon as we caught sight of him, we ran to him and disputed him among ourselves. It was a contest who should get him into their mess. Dinarzade was a short man, with long legs, a fallen-in face, gloomy mustachios, eyes whose pupils had a decided preference for the outward angle, a hollow voice, a large sword with a light brown scabbard, and the air of a military poet. A serious and solemn joker who never laughed at anything, and at whom one could not look without laughing. He was a witness to all the duels, and the love of all the ladies at the Countess. He took everything he said in a tragic light, and only interrupted his narrative to drink with the same air from a bottle, to rekindle his pipe, or to swallow a sausage. One night, when a small fine rain was falling, we formed ourselves into a circle near the tap of a cask.
which leaned over towards us on a cart, whose shafts were in the air. A candle fastened to the cask lighted us, and a piece of coarse cloth, stretched from the shafts of the cart to 2 posts, served us as a roof. Dinarzade, with his sword awry in the fashion of Frederick II., standing between the wheel of the cart and the side of a horse, related a story to our great satisfaction. The vivandière, who brought us our allowance, remained to listen to our Arab, and the attentive group of Bachantes and Sileneses, who formed the chorus, accompanied the narrative with marks of surprise, approbation, or disapproval. "Gentlemen," said the orator, "you all knew the Green Knight who lived in the time of King John?" "Yes, yes," replied the chorus. Dinarzade gulped down a rolled pancake and burned himself. "This Green Knight, gentlemen, was, as you must know, since you have seen him, extremely handsome. When the wind blew back his red hair over his helmet, it looked like a wreath of hemp round a green turban." "Bravo!" cried the chorus. One evening in May, he blew his horn at the drawbridge of a castle in Picardy, or Auvergne, no matter which. In this castle lived La Dame des Grandes Compagnies. She received the knight well. The attendants removed his armour, and conducted him to the bath. The lady then sat down with him to a magnificent repast, but she ate nothing, and the attendants were dumb. "Oh, oh," groaned the chorus. The lady, gentleman, was tall, thin, and ungainly, like the major's wife, but she had a great deal of expression and a coquettish air. When she laughed and showed her long teeth below her short nose, they were so enchanting that one would not know what he was about. Well, the lady fell in love with the knight, and the knight with the lady, although he was afraid of her. Dinarzade here emptied the ashes of his pipe on the wheel, and was about to replenish it, but the company, eager for the story, obliged him to go on. The Green Knight, quite in a desperate state, resolved to quit the castle, but before his departure he demanded an explanation of several very strange things from the lady, and made her a formal offer of marriage, providing she was not a sorceress. Dinarzade's rapier was planted straight and stiff between his knees. Seated below him and leaning forward, we made a kind of circle of sparks round him with our pipes, resembling the ring of Saturn. Suddenly he cried out, as if beside himself, "Now, gentlemen, this Dame des Grandes Compagnies was death!" And the captain, breaking the ranks and crying, "Death! Death!" put the vivandière to flight. The sitting was closed. The applause was loud and the laughter prolonged. We returned to our post, nearer Thionville, to the sound of its cannon. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of the Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole. Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 3, by François-René de CHATEAUBRIAND, Chapter 12. London, April to September 1822. A Night by the Trench, Dutch Dog, Recollection of the Martyrs, My Companions at the Outposts, Eudorus, Ulysses. The siege continued, or rather there was no siege, for we did not open the trenches, and we had not troops enough regularly to invest the place. Intelligence from other quarters was reckoned upon, and news was expected of the success of the Prussian army, or of that of Clerfayt, with which was the Duke of Bourbon's French corps. Our small resources were becoming exhausted, and Paris seemed to grow more distant. The bad weather was unceasing. We were insulated in the midst of our labours. I awoke sometimes in a ditch with water up to my neck, and next day I was unable to do anything. Among my fellow countrymen who were in the army was Ferron de la Sigonière, my old class fellow at Dinan. We slept in the same tent, and were by no means comfortable. Our heads, getting beyond the canvas, received the rain from the tent as from a sort of spout. I got up and went with Ferron to walk by the trench in front of the encampment, for all our nights were not as merry as those spent in the company of Dinarzade. We walked in silence, listening to the voices of the sentinels, and watching the lights in the streets of tents, as we had formerly watched the lamps in our corridors at college. We talked of the past and of the future, of the faults which had been and would be committed. We deplored the blindness of the princes, who thought to return to their country with a handful of followers, and fix the crown on their brother's head by the arm of the foreigner. I remember having said to my comrade in one of these conversations, that France was following the example of England, that the king would perish on the scaffold, and that probably our attempt on Thionville would be made one of the principal heads of accusation against Louis XVI. Ferron was struck with my prediction. It was the first I had ever made. Since that time I have made many, as true and as unheeded. When the evil arrived, others took shelter and left me to struggle with the misfortune I had foreseen.
When the Dutch are caught in a gale of wind out at sea, they retire into the hold of the ship, close the hatches, and drink punch, leaving a dog on deck to bark at the tempest. The danger past, they send back Fidèle to his berth in the hold, and the captain comes up to enjoy the fine weather on the poop. I was the Dutch dog in the vessel of legitimacy. The recollections of my military life are graven in my memory. I have traced them in the 6th book of the Martyrs. An Armorican barbarian in the camp of the princes, I carried Homer with my sword. I preferred my country, the poor little island of Aaron, to the 100 cities of Crete. I said with Telemachus, the barren country which supports only goats is pleasanter to me than those which rear horses. My words would have made the candid Menelaus, Agathos Menelaus, laugh. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of the Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole, Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 3 by François-René de CHATEAUBRIAND, Chapter 13. London, from April to September 1822. Passage of the Moselle. Engagement. Liber, the deaf and dumb girl. Attack upon Thionville. A report at length gained ground that an action was about to be fought. The Prince of Waldeck was to try an assault, whilst we, having crossed the river, should make a diversion by a false attack on the place from the French side. The party ordered on this service consisted of 5 Breton companies, mine included, the company of the officers of Picardy and Navarre, and the regiment of volunteers composed of young peasants from Lorraine, and deserters from different regiments. This force was to be supported by the Royal Germans, some squadrons of musketeers, and various corps of dragoons, which were to cover our left. My brother was in this cavalry division with the Baron de Montboissier, who had married a daughter of M. de Malesherbes, a sister of Madame de Rosambeau, and consequently my sister-in-law's aunt. We escorted 3 companies of Austrian artillery with very heavy guns, and a battery of 3 mortars. Orders were given to march at 6 o'clock in the evening. At 10, the troops crossed the Moselle above Thionville by means of copper pontoons. Amena fluenta, subte labentia tacita rumore Moselle. Ausonius. At break of day, we were in order of battle on the left bank. The heavy cavalry were placed on the wings, and the light cavalry in front. On our second movement, we formed in columns and began to file off. About 9 o'clock, we heard the sound of firing to the left. An officer of carbineers, at full speed, came to inform us that a detachment of Kellermann's army was close at hand, and that the action had already commenced between the respective parties of light infantry. The officer's horse had been struck by a bullet in the forehead. He reared and dashed out the foam from his mouth and blood from his nostrils. This carbineer, sword in hand, upon a wounded horse, was a grand sight. The troops which had come from Metz were manoeuvring to take us in flank. They had with them several field pieces, whose fire told severely upon our volunteer corps. I heard the cries of some recruits who had been struck. The last cries of youth snatched away in the vigour of life. The sounds filled me with compassion, as I thought on the poor mothers. The drums beat the charge, and we rushed in disorder upon the enemy. We approached so near each other that, notwithstanding the smoke, the terrible countenances of men ready to shed our blood could be distinctly seen. The patriots had not yet acquired that bearing which is only gained by a long familiarity with engagements and victory. Their movements were slow and irresolute. 50 grenadiers of the old guard would have easily routed a heterogeneous mass of old and young undisciplined nobles. 1,000 to 1,200 infantry were struck with alarm at the fire of a few discharges from the heavy artillery of the Austrians. They retreated, our cavalry pursued them for 2 leagues. A deaf and dumb German girl called Liber, or Liba, had become attached to my cousin Armand, and followed him. I found her seated upon the grass, which stained her dress with blood. She sat with her elbow supported by her bent and raised knees, and her head leaning on her hand, which was passed under her fair dishevelled hair. She wept as she gazed at 3 or 4 dead bodies, now deaf and dumb, which lay scattered around her. She had not heard the noise of the cannon, the effects of which were before her. She did not hear the sighs which escaped from her lips when she looked at Armand. She had never heard the voice of him whom she loved. Had the 2 merely contained silence, she would have gone down to the grave, unconscious of being there. Moreover, fields of carnage are everywhere. In the Eastern Cemetery at Paris, 27,000 tombs, 230,000 bodies, will teach you what a battle death is waging night and day at your doors. After a halt of some length, we resumed our march and arrived by nightfall under the walls of Thionville. The drums were no longer beaten, the word of command was given in a low tone. With a view to check a sortie, the cavalry moved quietly along the high roads and hedges to the very gates of Thionville, against which we were to open a cannonade. The Austrian artillery, protected by our infantry, took up a position at a distance of 50 yards from the advanced works behind some gabions shouldered up in a hurry. At 1 o'clock in the morning of the 6th of September, a signal was given by a rocket thrown up from the camp of the Prince of Waldeck at the other side of the town. The Prince opened a continuous fire, which was vigorously answered from the town. We immediately opened our fire. The besieged, not thinking that we had any troops in that direction and not having expected an attack from that quarter, had nothing on the ramparts to the south. We had not long to wait. The garrison mounted a double battery, which soon drove through our defences and dismounted 2 of our guns. The sky was in a blaze, and we were buried in clouds of smoke. I had the good luck to be a little Alexander. Worn out with fatigue, I was in a deep sleep almost under the wheels of the gun carriages where I was on guard. A splinter from a shell, which had ploughed up the ground 6 inches, struck me on the right thigh. Roused by the stroke, but not being sensible of the pain, I only saw that I was wounded by the appearance of the blood. I bound up my thigh with my pocket handkerchief. During the affair on the plain, the ball struck my knapsack whilst in the act of wheeling. Atala, like a devoted daughter, placed herself between her father and the enemy's ball. She remained to sustain the fire of the Abbé Morellet. At 4 o'clock in the morning, the Prince of Waldeck's fire ceased. We thought the town had surrendered. But the gates were not open, and we were now obliged to think of a retreat. We returned to our positions, after a harassing march of 3 days. The Prince of Waldeck had advanced to the very edge of the ditch which he had attempted to clear, hoping to secure a surrender by means of a simultaneous attack. The impression was that there were divisions within the town, and they flattered themselves that the royalist party would bring the keys to the prince. The Austrians, having fired without sufficient shelter, lost a considerable number of men, and one of the Prince of Waldeck's arms was shot away. Whilst these drops of blood were shed under the walls of Thionville, torrents were flowing in the prisons of Paris. My wife and my sisters were in greater danger than myself. End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of the Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole. Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 3, by François-René de Chateaubriand, Chapter 14. Raising the siege, entry into Verdun, sickness among the Prussians, retreat, smallpox. We relinquished the siege of Thionville and set out for Verdun, surrendered to the Allies on the 2nd of September. Longwy, the native town of François de Mercy, had fallen on the 28th of August. The passage of Frederick William was attested on all sides by garlands and crowns. In the midst of these trophies of peace, I observed the Prussian eagle displayed on the fortifications of Vauban. It was not to remain there long. As for the flowers, they were destined speedily to fade, like the innocent creatures who had gathered them. One of the most atrocious murders of the Reign of Terror was that of the young girls of Verdun. 14 young girls of Verdun, of rare beauty, and almost like young virgins dressed for a public fête, were, says Riouf, led in a body to the scaffold. They soon faded away and were cut down in their spring. On the day after their immolation, the Cour des Femmes had the appearance of a flower garden, desolated by a storm. I never saw amongst us any despair like that which this act of infamous cruelty excited. Verdun is celebrated for its sacrifices of women. According to Gregory of Tours, Deuteric, wishing to conceal his daughter from the pursuits of Theodebert, caused her to be placed in a tumbril harnessed to 2 wild oxen, and driven headlong into the Meuse. The instigator of the massacre of the young girls of Verdun was the poetaster regicide, Pont de Verdun, who was filled with fiendish enmity to his native city. It is almost incredible that the Almanach des Muses should have furnished agents for the Reign of Terror. The vanity of mediocrity in a state of suffering produced as many revolutionists as the wounded pride of cripples and abortions, a rebellion alike of the infirmities of the mind and those of the body. Pons gave to his dull epigram the point of a poniard. Apparently faithful to the traditions of Greece, the poet was desirous of offering in honour of his gods nothing but the blood of virgins, for the Convention, on his reports, declared that no pregnant woman should be put on trial. He also caused a sentence passed on Madame de Bonchamp, widow of the celebrated Vendéan general, to be rescinded. Alas! We other royalists in the suite of the princes suffered the same reverses as the Vendéans, but without having shared in their glory. We had not at Verdun, to pass the time, that famous Countess de Saint-Balmont, who, after having laid aside female attire to assume that of a man, mounted on horseback and acted as an escort to the ladies who accompanied her and whom she had left in the carriage. We were not impassioned in favour of the ancient Gaul, and did not write letters in the language of Amadis. Ah no. The sickness which affected the Prussians was communicated to our little army. I was attacked by it. Our cavalry had gone to join Frederick William at Valmy. We had no knowledge of what was passing, and from hour to hour were expecting orders to advance. We were, however, commanded to beat a retreat. Being extremely weakened, and the annoyance of my wound not suffering me to march except with great pain, I dragged myself along, as I best could, in the rear of my company, which speedily disbanded. Jean Balue, the son of a miller in Verdun, left the house of his father when very young, in the company of a monk, who loaded him with his wallet. On going out of Verdun, according to Sumaise, the colline du Guet, Verdunum, I carried the wallet of the monarchy, but I have neither become controller of finance, bishop, nor cardinal. If, in the novels which I have written, I have sometimes touched on my own history, in the histories I have related, I have often drawn scenes from the history of life in which I was an actor. Thus, in the life of the Duc de Berry, I have sketched some scenes which actually took place under my own eyes. When an army is broken up, the men return to their homes. But what homes had the soldiers of Condé's army? Where was the stick to guide them, which they had been hardly permitted to cut in the woods of Germany, after having laid down the gun, which they had taken up for the defence of their king? It was necessary to separate. Brethren in arms said their last farewell, and went their different ways upon the earth. Before setting out, all went to pay their respects to their father and their captain, the aged Condé, with his white hair, the patriarch of glory, gave his blessing to his children, wept over his scattered tribe, and saw the tents of his camp struck with the vexation of a man who looks upon his paternal home crumbling into ruins. Less than 20 years afterwards, Bonaparte, the chief of the new French army, also took leave of his companions. So quickly do men and empires pass away. The most extraordinary renown is not safe from the most ordinary destiny. We left Verdun. The rains had made the roads heavy, and on every side were to be seen wagons, tumbrils, and cannon, fixed in the mire, vivandières with their children on their backs, and soldiers, dead and dying, on the ground. In crossing some rough ground, I sank up to my knees. Ferron and another of my comrades extricated me, notwithstanding my prayers to be left there, as I was ready to die. M. de Goyon-Miniac, the captain of my company, delivered to me a very honourable testimonial on the 16th of October, at the camp near Longwy. At Arlon we saw, upon the high road, a file of baggage wagons. The horses were dead, some being held upright, some forced down upon their knees, and others with their heads to the ground, and their carcasses remained fixed between the shafts. They might have been considered as the shades of a battle, bivouacking on the banks of the Styx. Ferron asked me what I intended to do, and I replied, "If I can reach Ostend, I shall embark there for Jersey, where I shall find my uncle de Bedée. From thence I shall be able to rejoin the Royalists in Brittany." The fever undermined my strength, and I sustained myself with the greatest difficulty upon my swollen legs. I also suffered under the attacks of another disease. The smallpox attacked me. After suffering from nausea and vomiting for 24 hours, an eruption broke out all over my body, which appeared and disappeared alternately, according to the state of the atmosphere. In this condition, I commenced on foot a journey of 200 leagues, with no more than 18 livres tournois in my pocket, all for the glory of the monarchy. Ferron, who had lent me my 6 3-franc pieces, being expected at Luxembourg, separated from me. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of the Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole, Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 3, by François-René de CHATEAUBRIAND, Chapter 15. London, from April till September 1822. revised in February 1845. The Ardennes. Going out of Arlon, I met with a peasant, who gave me a lift in his car for 4 sous, and put me down on a heap of stones 5 leagues distant from our starting place. Having hobbled along a few paces by the aid of my crutch, I washed the linen of my scratch, now become a sore, in a brook which ran by the roadside. This did me great good. The smallpox had come completely out, and I felt myself greatly relieved. I had never given up my knapsack, the fastenings of which galled my shoulders. My first night I passed in a barn, and ate nothing. The wife of the peasant who was owner of the barn refused to take any money for my lodging, and at break of day she brought me a large basin of café au lait, with a piece of black bread, which I relished exceedingly. So refreshed, I gaily resumed my journey, although I often fell down. I was rejoined by 4 or 5 of my comrades, who relieved me of my knapsack, although they too were ill. We met with villagers. By cart after cart for 5 days, we had got far enough into the Ardennes to reach Attert, Flamizoul, and Bellevue. On the 6th day I was again alone. The smallpox was becoming white and gradually falling away. After having walked 2 leagues, which cost me 6 hours' time, I perceived a family of gypsies, with 2 goats and an ass, encamped behind a ditch, and sitting round a fire of sticks. I had scarcely arrived when I sank down, and these singular creatures made haste to render me aid. A young woman in rags, lively, brown, and headstrong, sang, leapt, and wheeled about, holding her child across her bosom like a hurdy-gurdy, with which she would have given life to the dance. Then she sat down on her heels directly opposite, examined me curiously by the light of the fire, and asking me for a petit sou, took hold of my dying hand to tell my fortune. It was too dear. It would have been difficult to show more science, grace, and misery than fell to the lot of this Sibyl of the Ardennes. I know not when the nomads, of whom I should have been a worthy son, left me. When I roused from my stupor at daybreak, I found them no longer there. My good fortune-teller had gone away, with the secrets of my future life in her keeping. In exchange for my petit sou, she had left an apple near my head, which served to refresh my mouth. I shook myself, like Jean au Lapin, among the thyme and the dew, but I could neither feed, nor run, nor leap playfully around. I rose nevertheless, intending to pay my court to Aurora. She was very beautiful, and I very ugly. Her rosy face announced her good health. She was better than the poor Cephalus of Armorica. Although both young, yet were we old friends, and I pleased myself by thinking that that morning her tears were for me. I plunged into the forest, no longer very melancholy. Solitude had restored me to nature. I carolled the romance of the unfortunate Cazotte. Tout au beau milieu des Ardennes, et un château sur le haut d'un rocher, etc., etc. Was it not in the keep of this castle of phantoms that Philip II of Spain imprisoned my fellow countryman, Captain Lanoux, whose grandmother was a Chateaubriand? Philip consented to release the illustrious prisoner, if the latter would agree to have his eyes scooped out. Lanoux was so eager to return to his dear Brittany, that he was just on the point of accepting the conditions. Alas, I was full of the same desire, and to deprive me of my sight, nothing more was needed than an illness with which it had pleased God to afflict me. I did not meet with Sir Enguerrand venant d'Espagne, but with some poor unfortunate foreign pedlars, who, like myself, carried all their goods upon their backs. A woodman, with knee pieces of felt, was entering the wood. He might have taken me for a dead branch and cut me down. Some rooks, larks, and yellowhammers ran along the road, or sat motionless on the tops of the stones, carefully watching the hawk which was hovering around in the air. From time to time I heard the sound of the swineherd's trumpet, looking after the sows and their young ones among the oaks. I stopped to take some rest in a shepherd's movable hut. There was no master in the place except a kitten, which offered me 1,000 caresses. The shepherd remained standing at a distance in the centre of an open space, with his dogs stationed at different distances around the sheep. By day the herdsman gathered simples, for he was a physician and sorcerer. By night he watched the stars, and was a Chaldean shepherd. I took up my next station, a quarter of a league further, on the feeding ground of a herd of deer. Huntsmen were passing at the extremity. A fountain bubbled up at my feet. At the bottom of a fountain in this same forest, Rolando Innamorato, not Furioso, saw a crystal palace full of ladies and knights. Had the paladin, who rejoined the brilliant naiads, at least left behind Bride d'Or at the edge of the spring, or had Shakespeare sent me Rosalind and the exiled duke, they would have brought seasonable aid. Having recovered my breath, I continued my route. My ideas floated vaguely through my mind, not without their charm. My old fantasies, with scarcely the consistence of shadows, 3 parts effaced, surrounded me to bid adieu. I no longer possessed recollection. At an indefinite distance I saw a confused mixture of unknown images, the airy forms of my relations and friends. When I sat down by the wayside, I thought I saw faces smiling at me from the threshold of distant cabins, in the blue smoke escaping from the roofs of the thatch huts, in the tops of the trees, the brightness of the clouds, in the luminous rays of the sun piercing the fogs like a golden wand. These apparitions were the shadows of the muses, coming to be present at a poet's death. My tomb, scooped out by the mountings of their lyres, under an oak in the Ardennes, would have been perfectly suitable to a soldier and a traveller. Some pullets which had lost their way among the forms of the hairs under the privets, together with the insects, caused some murmurs around me. Lives as fickle, as unknown as my life. I could proceed no further. I felt extremely ill. The smallpox struck in, and was stifling me. Towards the close of day, I stretched myself on my back on the ground, in a ditch, my head supported by the knapsack of Atala, my crutch by my side, and my eyes fixed upon the sun, whose rays faded with my vision. With all the sweetness of my thoughts, I saluted the star which had shone upon my early youth in my native plains. We went to rest together, it to arise more glorious, I, to all appearance, never more to awake. I swooned away with a feeling of religion. The last noise I heard was the fall of a leaf, and the whistling of a bullfinch. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of the Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole, Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 3, by François-René de CHATEAUBRIAND, Chapter 16. London, from April till September 1822. Wagons of the Prince de Ligne, women of Namur. I find my brother at Brussels. Our last parting. I must have remained nearly 2 hours in a state of insensibility. The Prince de Ligne's wagons came by. One of the drivers, stopping to cut a birch switch, stumbled over me. He supposed me dead, and gave me a push with his foot, which produced some sign of life. He called his companions, and, moved by an impulse of pity, with their aid lifted me into one of the wagons. The jolting brought me to my senses. I spoke to the men, and told them that I was a soldier belonging to the army of the princes, and that if they would take me to Brussels, I would reward them for their trouble. "Very well, comrade," replied one of them. "But you must get down at Namur, because we are forbidden to take any one in the wagons. We will wait for you at the other side of the town." I requested a drink, and swallowed a few drops of brandy, which again brought the symptoms of my malady to the surface, and relieved my chest for a short time. Nature had endowed me with extraordinary strength of constitution. About 10 in the morning, we arrived in the suburbs of Namur. I alighted, and followed the wagons at some distance, but soon lost sight of them. At the gate of the town I was stopped, and while my papers were being examined, I sat down under the archway. The soldiers on guard, at sight of my uniform, offered me a fragment of munition bread, and the corporal gave me some brandy in a blue glass mug. Seeing that I hesitated to drink from the cup of military hospitality, "Take it," cried he, in anger, accompanying his injunction with a Sacrament de Teufel. My walk through Namur was a weary one. I dragged myself along, supporting myself against the houses. The first woman who saw me quitted her shop, gave me her arm with an air of compassion, and assisted me to walk. I thanked her, and she replied, "No thanks, soldier." Other women soon joined us, bringing bread, wine, fruit, milk, soup, old clothes, and coverings of various kinds. "He is wounded," said some, in their Flemish-French patois. "He has the smallpox," cried others, hurrying away the children. "But, young man, you cannot walk, you will die. Remain at the hospital." They wished to take me to the hospital. They relieved each other from door to door, and thus assisted me to the town gate, outside which I found the wagons. I have before spoken of a peasant woman who aided me in my need. I shall soon have to speak of another who took care of me at Guernsey. O women, who assisted me in my hours of distress, if ye are still living, may God comfort you in your old age and in your griefs. If ye have quitted this world, may your children share the portion of happiness so long denied me by Heaven. These women helped me to climb into the wagon, recommended me to the driver, and forced me to accept a woollen coverlet. I perceived that they treated me with a sort of respect and deference. In a Frenchman's nature there is something superior and refined, which is immediately recognised by other nations.
The Prince de Ligne's people once more set me down at the gate of Brussels, and refused to take my last 3-franc piece. No innkeeper in the town would receive me. The wandering Jew, that popular Orestes whom the poem brings to Brussels, quand il fut dans la ville de Bruxelles en Brabant, was better received than I, for he always had 5 sous in his pocket. I knocked, the door was opened, but at sight of me they cried, go on, and shut the door in my face. I was even driven from a coffee-house. My hair fell in disorder over my face, half concealed by my beard and mustachios. Round my thigh was twisted a wisp of hay, and over my tattered uniform I wore the coverlet, given me by the women of Namur, knotted at my throat, after the manner of a cloak. The beggar in the Odyssey was more impudent than I, but not so poor. I had first presented myself at the hotel where I had formerly lodged with my brother, but in vain. I now made a second attempt, and as I came up to the door, saw the Count de Chateaubriand just getting out of a carriage, accompanied by the Baron de Montboissier. He was quite frightened at the spectral appearance I presented. The master of the hotel absolutely refused to receive me, and a room was sought elsewhere. A barber offered a paltry lodging, suited to my miserable condition. My brother brought a surgeon and a doctor. He had received letters from Paris and an invitation from M. de Malesherbes to return to France. He told me of the events of the 10th of August, of the massacres of September, and other political news, of which I had not heard a word. He approved of my intention of going to Jersey, and lent me 25 louis d'or. My weakened sight scarcely enabled me to distinguish my unfortunate brother's features. I believed that the darkness emanated from myself, while in reality it was the shadow of eternity encompassing him. We were unconsciously looking on each other for the last time. No human being can, while he lives, count on the possession of more than the present moment. The next is in the hands of God. There are always 2 chances against our reunion with the friend from whom we part: our death or his. How many men have never again ascended the stairs they have gone down? Death touches us more before than after the decease of a friend. Such a death is, as it were, a part of ourselves being detached, a world of recollections of childhood, family intimacies, common interests and affections dissolving. My brother was the first-born of my mother. He sat before me by the paternal hearth. He waited several years to receive me, to give me my name, and to become entwined with my youth. My blood, had it been mingled with his in the revolutionary vase, would have resembled it, as milk produced from pasture on the same mountain has a similar flavour. But if men have prematurely deprived my elder brother, my godfather, of his head, years will not spare mine. My brow is already being despoiled of its ornament. I feel an Ugolino, time, leaning over me and gnawing my brain. Come pan per fame al manduca. End of chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of the Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole, Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 3, by François-René de CHATEAUBRIAND, Chapter 17. London, from April till September 1822. Ostend, passage to Jersey. I am set ashore at Guernsey. The pilot's wife. Jersey. My uncle Bedes and his family. Description of the island. The Duc de Berry. Loss of relations and friends. The misfortune of growing old. I crossed to England. My last meeting with Gesril. The doctor was in a state of great astonishment. He looked upon the smallpox which came out upon me, and then suddenly disappeared at intervals, coming to none of its natural crises, and yet not being fatal, as a phenomenon of which his science offered no example. Mortification had begun in my wound. It was dressed with Peruvian bark. Having received these necessary attentions, I persisted in setting out for Ostend. Brussels was hateful to me. I longed to quit it. It was filling again with the carpet heroes, returned from Verdun in their carriages. I did not find them in Brussels when I followed the King during the 100 days. I had an easy journey to Ostend by the canal, and there I found some Breton companions in arms. We hired a decked boat and dropped down the channel. We slept in the hold on the large stones which served as ballast. My strength of constitution was at last exhausted. I could not speak. The heavy swell of the sea completed my helplessness. I could barely swallow a few drops of water or lemon juice occasionally, and when the bad weather obliged us to put into Guernsey, they thought I was going to expire. An emigrant priest read the prayers for the dying over me. The captain, not wishing that I should die on board his boat, ordered me to be lifted out on the quay.
There they seated me in the sun, with my back leaning against a wall, and my face turned towards the sea, in sight of that isle of Alderney, near which, 8 months before, I had been face to face with death under another form. I was apparently destined to meet with compassion in every distress. An English pilot's wife happened to pass. She was moved with pity at sight of my condition, and called her husband, who with the aid of 2 or 3 sailors carried me, the friend of the waves, to their little fisherman's cot, and laid me on a good bed with snow-white sheets. The sailor's wife took every possible care of the stranger. I owe my life to her. Next day I was again taken on board. My hostess almost wept on parting from me. Women have a celestial impulse of tenderness for misfortune. My sweet-looking, fair-haired nurse, whose face resembles some that we see in old English engravings, pressed my swollen and burning hands between her cool and delicate ones. I felt ashamed to bring such misfortune and misery into contact with so many charms. We set sail again and reached the western point of Jersey. One of my companions, M. de Thiel, went on to my uncle's house at Saint-Hélier, and my uncle sent him back in a carriage next day to fetch me. We crossed the whole island, and even in my dying state, I was charmed with its wooded scenery, but had fallen into a state of delirium, and only talked of my delight in raving rhapsodies. For 4 months I hovered between life and death. My uncle, his wife, his son, and his 3 daughters relieved each other in their watch by my pillow. I occupied an apartment in one of the houses which were then being built along the port. The windows of my room reached to the ground, and from my bed I could look upon the sea. The doctor, M. Delattre, had forbidden any conversation with me on serious matters, and particularly on politics. In the latter end of January 1793, seeing my uncle enter the room in deep mourning, I trembled, for I thought we must have lost some member of our family. He told me of the death of Louis XVI. I was not surprised, I had foreseen it. I then made inquiries about my relations. My sisters and my wife had returned to Brittany, after the massacres there were over. They had had a great deal of difficulty in getting out of Paris. My brother had returned to France and retired to Malesherbes. I now began to leave my bed. The smallpox was gone, but I still suffered from my chest and from a weakness which I long retained. Jersey, the Caesarea of Antonius' Itinerary, has been subject to English dominion ever since the death of Robert, Duke of Normandy. France has several times attempted to take possession of it, but has always failed. The island forms, as it were, a fragment of our primitive history. The saints who came from Hibernia and Albion to Armorica rested on their way at Jersey. Saint-Hélier lived a hermit among the rocks of Caesarea. The Vandals murdered him. A sample of the old Normans is to be found at Jersey. One might imagine they heard the language of William the Bastard, or of the author of the Roman de Roux. The island is fertile. It contains 2 towns and 12 parishes, and is covered with country houses and flocks. The ocean breeze, whose deeds seem to belie its rude breath, gives to Jersey exquisite honey, cream of extraordinary sweetness, and butter of a deep yellow, smelling of violets. Bernardin de Saint-Pierre supposes that the apple tree came to us from Jersey, but in this he is mistaken. We owe the apple and the pear to Greece, as we do the peach to Persia, the lemon to Media, the plum to Syria, the cherry to Serasant, the chestnut to Castano, the quince to Sidon, and the pomegranate to Cyprus. In the beginning of May, I was able once more to go out, and these first walks gave me great delight. Spring in Jersey retains all its youth and freshness. It might there still be called by its ancient name Primavera, a name which in its old age bequeathed to its daughter its earliest flower. I will here transcribe 2 pages from the life of the Duc de Berry. It is relating mine at the same time. After 22 years of combat, the iron barrier which enclosed France was broken. The hour of the Restoration was approaching. Our princes quitted their retreats. Each of them repaired to a different point of the frontier, like those travellers who seek, at the risk of their lives, to penetrate into some country of which wondrous tales are related. Monsieur left for Switzerland, the Duc d'Angoulême for Spain, and his brother for Jersey. In this island, where some of Charles I's judges died in obscurity, the Duc de Berry found French royalists grown old in exile, and forgotten for their virtues, as the English regicides had been for their crimes. He met with old priests, henceforth consecrated to solitude, and realized thus the fiction of the poet who makes a Bourbon land in the island of Jersey after a storm. One of these confessors and martyrs might have said to the heir of Henry IV, as the hermit of Jersey is made to say to the great monarch himself, Loin de la cour alors, dans cette grotte obscure,
De ma religion, je viens pleurer l'injure. Henriade. The Duc de Berry passed several months at Jersey. Sea, wind, and policy kept him prisoner there. Everything thwarted his impatience. He was on the point of renouncing his enterprise and embarking for Bordeaux. A letter written by him to Madame la Maréchale Moreau gives us a clear idea of his occupations at Jersey. February 8, 1814. I am here, like Tantalus, within sight of that unhappy France, which has so long struggled to break its chains. You, whose soul is so high, so French, can imagine what my feelings are, how much it would cost me to tear myself from the shores which I could now reach in 2 hours. On a bright day, I go to the highest point I can find, and with my glass in my hand, trace the whole coast. I see the rocks of Coutances. My imagination carries me away. I see myself leaping to land, surrounded by Frenchmen with white cockades in their hats. I hear the cry, "Vive le roi!" a cry never heard with indifference by Frenchmen. The loveliest woman in the province throws a white scarf around me, for love and glory always go together. We march on Cherbourg, a miserable fort with a garrison of foreigners attempts a defence. We take it by storm, and a vessel is dispatched to fetch the king, over which floats the white flag, recalling the days of France's glory and happiness. Ah, madam, when one is within a few hours' voyage of so probable a dream, can one think of leaving it behind? It is 3 years since I wrote the above at Paris. I had preceded the Duc de Berry by 22 years in Jersey, that abode of exiles, and was destined to leave my name in it, as Armand de Chateaubriand married in the island, and his son Frederic was born there. Their former joyous disposition had not abandoned my uncle de Bedée's family. My aunt still fondled a large dog, a descendant of the one whose virtues I have related. As he bit everyone, my cousins had him hung secretly, notwithstanding his nobility. Madame de Bedée was of opinion that some English officers, struck with Azor's beauty, had stolen him, and that he was then living in the richest mansion in the 3 kingdoms, loaded with honours and good cheer. Our present gaiety was, unfortunately, only drawn from our gaiety of times past. While retracing the scenes of Montebois, we found subjects of amusement at Jersey. Such a circumstance is rather rare, for, in the human heart, pleasures do not preserve the same intimate links and associations with each other as griefs. New joys do not restore the springtime to former ones, but recent griefs revive those long past in all their vividness. One consolation was that the émigrés then excited general sympathy. Our cause appeared the cause of European order. It is something for a misfortune to be an honoured one, and ours was so. M. de Bouillon protected the French refugees at Jersey. He dissuaded me from my design of going over into Brittany, unfit as I was for a life in caves and woods, and advised me to go to England and there seek an opportunity of entering regular service. My uncle, who was but ill provided with money, now began to feel somewhat embarrassed with his large family. He had been obliged to send his son to London to live there in misery and hope. Fearing to become a burden to M. de Bedée, I resolved to free him of his charge. 34 louis d'or, brought me by a smuggling vessel from Saint-Malo, enabled me to execute my design, and I took my place in the packet-boat for Southampton. I was deeply affected at bidding my uncle farewell. He had tended me with paternal affection. With his image were connected the few happy moments of my childhood. He knew every one whom I loved, and in his countenance I could trace some resemblance to my mother. I had left that excellent mother, and was never more to see her. I had bid farewell to my sister Julie, and to my brother, and was destined never to see them again. I was now leaving my uncle, and his cheerful countenance would never more gladden my eyes. A few months had sufficed for all these losses, for the death of our friends is not to be reckoned from the moment they die, but from that in which we cease to live in their society. If we could say to time, "Hold!" we should bid it stand still at our hours of youth and enjoyment. But as this is not in our power, let us not sojourn here below. Let us take flight before we are deserted by our friends, and by those years which, in the poet's idea, were alone worthy of life. Vita dignor aetas. What enchants us in our days of friendship and love, becomes in old age, when we are neglected and deserted, an object of suffering and regret. We no longer wish for the return of the smiling months, we rather fear it. The birds, the flowers, a beautiful evening in the end of April, a lovely night begun with the first nightingale and ended with the first swallow, things which inspire the need and desire of happiness, are as a stroke of fate to us. We still feel these charms, but we also feel that they are no longer for us. Youth, in all its vigour, enjoying them at our side and regarding us disdainfully, makes us envious and makes us better comprehend the extent of our desolation. The freshness and grace of nature, recalling past felicity, increase the hideousness of our misery. We feel that we are but blots on this fair face of waters, that we bring discord into her harmony and sweetness by our person, by our woods, and even by whatever feelings we venture to express. We can still love, but none can love us. The fountain of spring has gushed forth without renewing our youth, and the sight of nature's fresh life, of all that is happy, brings us back to the painful memory of past delight. The packet in which I embarked was crowded with families of émigrés. On board I made acquaintance with Monsieur Ingrand, a former colleague of my brother's in the Parliament of Brittany, a man of wit and taste, and one of whom I shall have but too much to say. A naval officer was playing at chess in the captain's cabin. I was so changed that he did not know me, but I recognised Gesril. We had not seen each other since we were at Brest, and were to separate at Southampton. I related my travels to him, and he told me of his. This young man, born near me by the sea-shore, embraced his earliest friend for the last time while rocked on the waves which were soon to be witnesses of his glorious death. Lampadoria, the Genoese admiral, having defeated the Venetian fleet, was told that his son had been killed. "Throw him into the sea," said the father, after the manner of the Romans, as if he had said, "Throw him to his victory." Gesril rose voluntarily from the waves into which he had precipitated himself, only the better to show them his victory on their shore. In the beginning of the 6th chapter of these Memoirs, I have given the certificate of my disembarkation at Southampton after the voyage from Jersey. I landed in 1793 after my travels in the woods of America and my adventures in the camps of Germany, as a poor émigré, in the country where now, in 1822, I write these Memoirs and enjoy the dignity of ambassador. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of the Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole, Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 3, by François-René de CHATEAUBRIAND, Chapter 18. London, from April till September 1822. Literary Fund. Attic in Holborn. Failure of my health. Visits to physicians. Émigrés in London. A society has been formed in London for rendering assistance to literary men, English and foreign. This society invited me to attend its annual meeting. I considered it a duty to accept the invitation and to become a subscriber to its funds. The chair was occupied on the occasion by His Royal Highness the Duke of York. On his right hand was seated the Duke of Somerset, Lords Torrington and Bolton, whilst I was placed on his left. There too I met my friend Mr. Canning. The poet, orator, and illustrious minister made a speech, given in all the newspapers of the day, which contains the following passage, too complimentary to myself. Although the person of my noble friend, the Ambassador of France, is but little known here, his character and writings are well known throughout the whole of Europe. He began his career by an exposition of the principles of Christianity. He has continued it by defending those of monarchy, and he has just arrived in this country to help to unite two states together by the common bonds of monarchical principles and Christian virtues. It is many years since Mr. Canning, himself a literary man, took instructions in London on politics from Mr. Pitt. It is almost as long since I began in obscurity to write in the capital of England. Having both arrived at offices of great distinction, we here were joined together in a society dedicated to the duty of giving aid to literary men in misfortune. Is it the affinity of our greatness or the relation of our sufferings which has brought us together? What have the Governor-General of India and the Ambassador of France to do at a banquet of the suffering muses? The men there seated are George Canning and Francis de Chateaubriand, remembering their past adversity and perhaps happiness. They drank to the memory of Homer, reciting his verses for a morsel of bread. Had the Literary Fund existed when I arrived in London from Southampton on the 21st of May, 1793, it would perhaps have paid the visits of my physician to the attic in Holborn, where my cousin, La Boetardais, the son of my uncle de Bedée, had hired a lodging for me. Great stress was laid on the effects of a change of air, in order to give me the strength necessary for a soldier's life. But my health, instead of being altered for the better, declined. My chest was affected. I became thin and pale, coughed frequently and breathed with difficulty. I suffered from copious perspirations and spitting of blood.
My friends, as poor as myself, took me from physician to physician. These Hippocrateses kept this band of beggars waiting at their doors, and then, at the cost of a guinea fee, informed me that I must submit to my illness with patience. Dr. Godwin, well known for his skill in cases of drowning, gained by experiments made on himself according to his directions, behaved more generously. He gave me his advice without fees, but at the same time told me, with that sternness which he employed towards himself, that I might linger on some months, perhaps a year or two, provided I avoided every kind of fatigue. Do not reckon on a long life. This was the sum of his consultations. The certainty thus acquired of my approaching end, by increasing the natural melancholy of my imagination, gave me an incredible repose of mind. This disposition of mind explains a passage in the remarks prefixed to the Essai Historique, and also the following passage in the Essai itself. Attacked by an illness which leaves me little hope, I look upon objects with a tranquil eye. The calm air of the tomb is felt by the traveller, who is only a few days distant from its repose. The bitterness of the reflections scattered through the essay will no longer excite surprise. This work was written under a sentence of death, in the time between judgment and execution. A writer who thought himself on the verge of the grave, amidst the bereavements of exile, could not be supposed to look upon the world with a very smiling countenance. The question was how to spend the days of grace granted me. I might have been able to live or die quickly by the sword. Its use was forbidden me. What then remained? A pen, unknown and untried, and I was ignorant of its power. Would my innate taste for letters, the poetry of my youth, or the rough sketches of my travels, suffice to draw the attention of the public? The idea of a work upon revolutions, comparatively considered, suggested itself to my mind. I dwelt upon it as a subject very appropriate to the feelings and interests of the day. But who would undertake to publish a manuscript without any one to speak in its praise? And during its composition, how should I get my living? Though I might have only a few days longer to live, yet it was necessary to have some means of support for this brief period. My 30 louis, already seriously broken in upon, could not go very far, and in addition to my own particular sufferings, it was necessary to contribute to the common wants of my countrymen in exile. My companions in London had all obtained, more or less, employment. Some were put into the coal trade, others, assisted by their wives, engaged in making straw hats, and others taught French, with which they themselves were not thoroughly acquainted. They were all in good spirits. That light-mindedness which constitutes the great defect of our nation was at that moment changed into a virtue. They laughed at fortune to her face. That plundering goddess was ashamed to carry off that which no one would ask her to give back. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of the Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole, Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 3, by François-René de CHATEAUBRIAND. Chapter 19. London from April till September 1822. Pelletier, Literary Labours, Meeting with Hingant, Our Walks, A Night in Westminster Abbey. Pelletier, the author of Domine Salvum Fac Regum, and chief editor of the Actes des Apôtres, continued in London what he had begun in Paris. He was not precisely a man of vice, but he was eaten up by a vermin of smaller defects, from which it was impossible to cleanse him. He was a libertine, a spendthrift, getting a great deal of money and wasting it on his pleasures, at the same time the slave of legitimacy and ambassador of King Christophe to George III, diplomatic correspondent of the Count de Limonade, and consuming in champagne the salary paid him in sugar. This ghost of a Monsieur Violet, playing the grand airs of the Revolution on a pocket fiddle, came, as a Breton, to offer me his services. I mentioned to him the plan of my essay, of which he strongly approved. It would be magnificent, said he, and immediately recommended me to take rooms near Baylis, his printer, who would print the work secretly, and according as it was written. Deboff, the bookseller, was to manage its sale, and he, Pelletier, would trumpet its praise in his journal, the Ambigu, whilst notice of it might be taken in the Courrier Français in London, of which M. de Montlosier had just become editor. Pelletier entertained no doubts. He spoke of obtaining for me the Cross of Saint Louis for my share in the siege of Thionville. My Gil Blas, tall, thin, and rough-looking, with powdered hair and bald forehead, continually gesticulating, put on his round hat, took me by the arm, and conducted me to Baylis the printer's. where, without more ado, he engaged a lodging for me at 1 guinea a month. I was now in full sight of the golden future, but upon what plank was I to cross the present? Pelletier procured for me translations from Latin and English. At these I laboured all day, and at night on the Essai historique, into which I worked up portions of my travels and my reveries. Baylis furnished me with books, and I very unseasonably laid out a few shillings on the purchase of some old volumes exhibited on the stalls. Hingant, whom I met with on board the Jersey packet, had kept up an intercourse with me. He was engaged in literature, a savant who secretly wrote novels, the pages of which he used to read to me. He lodged very near Baylis's, at the bottom of a street running into Holborn. I breakfasted with him every morning at 10 o'clock. We talked over politics, and particularly about my works. I told him how much I had built of my nightly edifice, the Essai, and then I returned to my work by day, the translations. We met again for dinner, at an eating-house, at 1 shilling a head. Afterwards we betook ourselves to the fields. Often also we walked alone, for both of us liked to give way to our dreams. On those occasions I directed my course to Kensington or Westminster. Kensington was very agreeable to me. I wandered about in its retired spots, whilst a part of the gardens towards Hyde Park was crowded with a brilliant throng. The contrast between my poverty and their riches, my forlornness and their numbers, was agreeable to me to contemplate. I saw young English ladies passing in the distance with a feeling of that delightful confusion formerly inspired by my Sylphide, when, after I had adorned her with all the suggestions of my passion, I scarcely dared to raise my eyes to my own work. Death, to which I believed myself drawing near, added a mystery to the vision of a world from which I had almost departed. Was a look ever cast upon the stranger seated at the foot of a pine tree? Had any of those beautiful women an idea of the invisible presence of René? Westminster was another lounge. Amidst the labyrinth of the tombs, I thought upon my own just about to open. Was the bust of an unknown man like myself ever to be placed among such illustrious statues? Next, the sepulchres of monarchs presented themselves to my eyes. Neither Cromwell nor Charles I was to be found amongst the number. The ashes of Robert d'Artois, a traitor, reposed under the flags trodden by my loyal feet. A destiny similar to that of Charles I had just befallen Louis XVI. Every day the iron was reaping its harvest in France, and the graves of my kindred were already dug. The chapel service and the conversations of strangers interrupted my reflections. It was inconvenient frequently to repeat my visits, for I was obliged to give the watchmen of those who were no longer alive the shilling which was necessary for my own subsistence. Outside the abbey, indeed, I whirled about freely with the rooks, and stopped to examine the towers, twins of unequal size, glowing under the rays of the setting sun, above the dark covering of London smoke. On one occasion, however, it happened that, from an earnest desire to view the interior of the temple at the decline of day, I forgot myself in admiration of the architecture so full of boldness and caprice. Overwhelmed by a feeling of the sombre vastness of the Christian churches, Montaigne, I kept wandering about till I was overtaken by night. The doors were closed. I tried to find a way out, called for the usher, and knocked at the gates. All this noise, spread about and wasted in the silence, proved of no avail, and I was obliged to rest among the dead. After some hesitation in the choice of my lair, I stopped near the monument of Lord Chatham, at the bottom of the gallery of the chapel of the Knights and that of Henry VII. At the entrance to the steps leading to the aisle, shut in by folding gates, a tomb fixed in the wall and opposite a marble figure of Death with a scythe furnished me a shelter. A fold in the marble winding sheet served me as a niche. After the example of Charles V, I habituated myself to my interment. I was in the most favourable position to see the world such as it is. What an amount of greatness shut up under these domes! What now remains of it? Sorrows are not less vain than joys. There is no difference between the unfortunate Lady Jane Grey and the fortunate Alice of Salisbury. Her skeleton only is less horrible because it is without a head. Her body derives its ornament from her punishment, and the absence of that which constituted her beauty. The tourneys of the conquerors at Crécy, or the games of the Field of the Cloth of Gold of Henry VIII, will not be reopened in this theatre of funereal pomp. Bacon, Newton, and Milton rest in as profound repose, and are as much past for ever as the most obscure of their contemporaries. Would I, a poor, wandering exile, consent no longer to be the poor, forgotten, pitiful thing I am, in order to be one of these renowned and powerful dead, sated with the pleasures of life? Life is something more than all that. If from the shores of this world we do not distinctly discern things divine, let us not be astonished. Time is a veil interposed between our eyes and the light of eternity. Sheltered under my marble sheet, my mind returned from these high thoughts to the simple impressions of the time and place. My anxiety, mingled with pleasure, was like that which I used to feel in my turret at Combourg, when listening to the wind. A blast and a shadow are things of a similar nature. Accustoming myself to the obscurity by degrees, I obtained a glimpse of the figures placed on the tombs. I examined the corbels of the Saint Denis of England, from whence it might be said that past events and the years which have been descended in Gothic lamprideries, the whole edifice a monolith temple of petrified ages. I counted 10, 11 by the clock. The hammer which rose and fell upon the bronze was the only moving thing with me in these regions. Besides this, there was nothing to be heard but the distant rolling of a carriage or the watchman's call. These distant sounds of the earth came to me from one world to another. The fog from the Thames and the coal smoke from the surrounding city slowly penetrated into the temple and spread around a second darkness. At length a ray of twilight appeared in a corner of the deeper shadows. I looked with fixed attention at the growing progress of the light. Did it emanate from the 2 sons of Edward IV, murdered by their uncle? Thus lay the gentle babes, thus girdling one another, within their alabaster innocent arms. Their lips were 4 red roses on a stalk, which in their summer beauty kissed each other. Shakespeare. God did not send me these melancholy and charming souls, but the light phantom of a woman, scarcely arrived at maturity, carrying a light, protected by a sheet of paper folded in the form of a shell. This was the girl to ring the bells. I heard the sound of a kiss, and a bell proclaimed the dawn. The girl was struck with terror when I passed out along with her through the door of the cloisters. I related to her my adventure, and she told me that she had come to do her father's duty, as he was ill. Not a word of the kiss. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of the Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole, Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 3, by François-René de CHATEAUBRIAND, Chapter 20. London from April till September 1822. Distress, unexpected aid, lodging overlooking a cemetery, new comrades in misfortune, our pleasures, my cousin de la Boüétardais. The story of my adventure amused Hingant, and we formed a plan of being shut up in the abbey, but our miseries called us to the abode of death in a less poetical manner. My funds were exhausted. Baylis and Deboffe, having received a security for reimbursement in case of loss, had ventured to commence the printing of the essay. At this point their generosity ended, and nothing was more natural than that it should. I am even surprised at their boldness. Translations were no longer forthcoming, for Pelletier, who was a man of pleasure, became tired of continuous kindness. He would have given me what he had he not preferred laying it out on his own appetites. But to seek for opportunities of labour here and there, and patiently to follow up any good work, was to him impossible. Hingant also saw his means melting away daily. 60 francs constituted the whole resources of both. We lessened our rations, as is done in a ship when the voyage is unexpectedly prolonged. Instead of dining at a shilling a head, we only spent half that sum. At our breakfast, we retrenched the half of our bread, and dispensed all together with butter. This kind of abstinence affected my friend's nerves. His mind wandered, he listened, appeared as if he heard someone. In reply, he burst out into laughter or shed tears. Hingant was a believer in animal magnetism, and his brains were full of the reveries of Swedenborg. He told me in the morning that there had been great noises about him during the night, and was annoyed if I threw any doubt upon his fancies. The anxiety which he caused me prevented me from feeling my own sufferings. These sufferings were, however, great. A very meagre diet and continuous labour increased the pain in my chest. I began to feel difficulty in walking, and yet I spent the whole of the day and a part of the night out of doors, in order that no one might be aware of my destitution. When we came to our last shilling, I agreed with my friend to keep it, in order to make a show of breakfasting. We arranged that we would buy a twopenny loaf, that we should have the breakfast things laid as usual, the hot water brought up, and the tea caddy set on the table, that we would not put in any tea, and not eat any bread, but merely drink some water flavoured by a few crumbs of sugar remaining at the bottom of the basin. 5 days passed away in this manner. I was devoured by hunger, felt on fire, and sleep had forsaken me. I was accustomed to suck pieces of linen dipped in water, and to chew grass and paper. On passing by a baker's shop, the torment was horrible. On a coarse winter's evening, I have remained as long as 2 hours standing before a grocer's shop or Italian warehouse, devouring with my eyes everything I saw. I would have eaten not merely the eatables, but the boxes, bags, or baskets which contained them. On the morning of the 5th day, ready to drop down from inanition, I dragged myself along to Hingant's lodging. I knocked at his door, which remained shut, and called, without for some time receiving any reply. At length Hingant rose and opened the door. He smiled with a wondering air, his coat was close buttoned up. He sat down at the breakfast table. "Our breakfast is just coming," said he, with an extraordinary voice. I thought I saw some drops of blood on his shirt, and proceeded quickly to unbutton his coat. He had inflicted a wound 2 inches deep on his left breast with a penknife. I called for help, and the maid-servant ran to fetch a surgeon. The wound proved dangerous. This new misfortune obliged me to interfere. Hingant, a councillor of the Parliament of Brittany, had refused to receive the allowance granted by the English government to French magistrates, just as I also had refused to accept the shilling a day doled out as alms to the émigrés. I wrote to M. de Barentin, and made him acquainted with my friend's condition. Hingant's relations hastened to his aid and removed him to the country. At this very time my uncle de Bedée sent me 120 francs, an affecting remembrance for my persecuted family. I felt as if I had before me all the gold of Peru. The mite of the prisoners of France supported the French exile. My miseries interrupted my work, and as I sent no more copy, the printing was suspended. Deprived of Hingant's company, I no longer kept my lodging at a guinea a month at Baylis's. I paid for the time expired and went elsewhere. Below the indigent émigrés, who had at first acted as patrons to me in London, there were others more needy still. There are degrees in poverty as well as in riches. One may go from the man who in winter keeps himself warm with his dog, down to him who shivers in patched rags. My friends found me a lodging better suited to my decreasing means, and installed me in a garret in Marylebone Street, the small window of which opened on a burying ground. Every night at the watchman's rattle gave notice of the approach of persons engaged in stealing the bodies of the dead. I had the consolation of knowing that Hingant was out of danger. My comrades came to visit me in my workshop. From our independence and our poverty, we might have been taken for painters seated on the ruins of Rome. We were artists in misery on the ruins of France. My figure served as a model, and my bed as a seat for my pupils. This bed consisted of a mattress and coverlid. I had no sheets. When it was cold, my coat and a chair, added to my covering, kept me warm. Too weak to make my bed, it remained as God had made it for me. My cousin La Boüétardais, driven out of an Irish lodging-house for non-payment, although he had pledged his violin for the purpose, came to seek at my humble lodging a shelter from the constable. A Bas-Breton vicar lent him a mat for a bed. La Boüétardais, as well as Hingant, was a councillor of Parliament in Brittany, and yet he did not possess a pocket-handkerchief to tie round his head. But he had deserted with arms and baggage, that is, he had carried away his square cap and red cloak, and now he lay under the purple at my side. Being witty and a good musician with a fine voice, when we failed to fall asleep, he sat up quite naked upon his mat, sung ballads, and accompanied himself on a guitar, which had only 3 strings. One night when the poor fellow was warbling forth Metastasio's hymn to Venus, Scendi Propitia, he was exposed to a draught, his mouth was turned, and he died, but not immediately, for I rubbed his cheeks with all my might. We were accustomed to take counsel together in our lofty chamber, to discuss politics, and to talk over all the noisy complaints of the émigrés. In the evenings, we went to join the dance at the lodgings of our aunts or cousins, after their dress-making was over, or the hats finished. End of chapter 20.
Chapter 21 of the Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 3. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole, Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 3, by François-René de CHATEAUBRIAND, Chapter 21. London from April till September 1822. Sumptuous entertainment. End of my 120 francs. Fresh distress. Table d'hôte. Bishops. Dinner at the London Tavern. Camden Papers. Those who read this part of my memoirs will not have perceived that I have twice interrupted them. Once to give a grand dinner to the Duke of York, the King's brother, and again to give an entertainment on the anniversary of the French King's entry into Paris on his restoration, July the 8th. This entertainment cost me 40,000 francs. Peers and peeresses of the British Empire, ambassadors and foreigners of distinction, filled my splendid saloons. My table glittered with magnificent glass and Sèvres china. The most recherché viands Wines and flowers were in abundance. Portland Place was crowded with brilliant equipages. Collinet and the band of Almack's charmed the fashionably melancholy dandies and the dreamily elegant ladies pensively dancing to its music. The Opposition and the ministerial majority had agreed to a truce. Lady Canning chatted with Lord Londonderry, Lady Jersey with the Duke of Wellington. Monsieur, who in 1822 complimented me on my splendid entertainment, was quite unconscious in 1793 that not far from him existed a future minister who, while awaiting his coming grandeur, fasted for his sin of fidelity in his miserable garret overlooking a graveyard. I congratulate myself now on having experienced shipwreck, tasted the hardships of war, and shared the privations of the humblest class of society, as I do on having, in my days of prosperity, met with injustice and calumny. I have profited by these lessons. Life is but a child's plaything, without the evils which render it of weight and importance. I was the man of the 120 francs, but equality of fortunes not having yet been established, and provisions not having fallen in price, there was nothing to form a counterpoise to my purse, which became lighter every day. I could not reckon on any fresh assistance from my family, exposed as they were in Brittany to the double scourge of chouannerie and the reign of terror. I saw no alternative before me but the hospital or the Thames. Some of the domestics of émigrés who could no longer maintain servants had transformed themselves into restaurateurs to maintain their masters. Strange cheer was there at these tables d'hôte and strange politics. All the victories of the Republic were transformed into defeats, and if anyone ventured to doubt on the subject of an immediate restoration, he was instantly cried out upon as a Jacobin. Two old bishops, who looked as if they were not far from the brink of the grave, were walking one spring day in St. James's Park. "Sir," said the one, "do you think we shall be in France in the month of June?" "Why, sir," replied the other, after mature reflection, "I see nothing to prevent it." The man of resources, Pelletier, came to dislodge me from my eyrie. He had read in a Yarmouth newspaper that a society of antiquaries were going to undertake a history of Suffolk, and were in want of a Frenchman capable of deciphering the French manuscripts of the 12th century, which were among the Camden papers. The minister, or parson, of Beccles was at the head of the undertaking, and it was to him that any application must be made. "Here is just what will do for you," said Pelletier. "Be off directly. You can decipher these dusty old papers. You will continue to send copy for the essay to Baylis, and I will make the fellow go on with the printing. You will return to London with 200 guineas in your pocket and your work done, and then let the world go as it will." I began to stammer out some objections. "Eh diable!" interrupted he. "Do you mean to stay in this paradise, where I am already nearly killed with cold? If Rivarol, Champonnet, Mirabeau Tonneau, and myself had been so bashful, we should have made fine work in the Actes des Apôtres. Do you know that the story of Hingant and yourself makes an infernal noise? You meant to let yourselves die of hunger, did you? Ah, ah, pooh! Ah, ah!" And Pelletier, bent double, held his knees for laughing. He had just got rid of 100 copies of his newspaper to the colonies, had got paid for them, and his guineas jingled in his pocket. He forcibly carried me off, with the apoplectic La Boüétardais, and 2 other tattered émigrés who happened to be in the way, to dine at the London Tavern, and there treated us with roast beef, plum pudding, and port wine, to our satisfaction. "Monsieur le Comte," said he to my cousin, "how did you get your neck all on one side in that way?" La Boüétardais, half shocked, half pleased, explained it to the best of his power, and told that he had been suddenly attacked while singing the words "O bella Venere." My poor paralytic cousin had such a dead, benumbed, miserable air, while stammering out his "Bella Venere," that Pelletier fell back in a wild fit of laughing, and nearly overturned the table by kicking it below with both his feet. On reflection, the advice of my countryman, a true follower and imitator of my other countryman, Le Sage, did not appear to me to be neglected. In 3 days, after making various inquiries, and getting myself respectably clothed by Pelletier's tailor, I set out for Beccles, with some money lent me by Deboeuf, on my promise of going on with the essay. I changed my name, unpronounceable by any Englishman, to that of Combourg, which had been borne by my brother, and which recalled to my mind the pains and pleasures of my early youth. I alighted at the inn, and thence went to present myself to the minister of the place, and deliver to him a letter from Deboeuf, who was much esteemed in the English book trade, in which I was recommended as a savant of the first order. I was extremely well received, saw all the gentlemen of the county, and met with 2 officers of the French navy, who were giving lessons in French in the neighbourhood. CHAPTER XXII. Chapter 22 of the Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole, Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 3, by François-René de CHATEAUBRIAND, Chapter 22. London from April till September 1822. My occupations in the country, death of my brother, misfortunes of my family, 2 Frances, letters from Hingant. I began to recover strength. The rides which I took in some degree restored me to health. The scenery of England, seen thus in detail, was pleasing, but rather melancholy in character. Everywhere the same objects, the same views. M. de Combourg was invited to all parties. It was to study that I owed the first alleviation of my lot. Cicero was right in recommending literature as a resource to the mind in the sorrows of life. The ladies were delighted to meet a Frenchman, that they might have an opportunity of speaking French. The misfortunes of my family, which I learned from the newspapers, and which were the cause of discovering my real name, for I could not conceal my grief, increased the interest taken in me by the society in which I moved. The public prints announced the death of M. de Malesherbes, that of his daughter, the President de Rosambo's wife, that of his granddaughter, the Countess de Chateaubriand, and of her husband, my brother, sacrificed together on the same scaffold, on the same day, and at the same hour. M. de Malesherbes was an object of admiration and veneration to the English. My family connection with this champion of Louis XVI increased the goodwill of my host towards me. My uncle de Bedée sent me accounts of the persecution experienced by the other members of my family. My aged and incomparable mother had been thrown into a cart in company with other victims, and carried from her retreat in Brittany to the gaols of Paris, to share the fate of the son she had so deeply loved. My wife and my sister Lucile were awaiting their sentence in the dungeons of Rennes. It had been proposed to imprison them in the chateau of Combourg, now turned into a state prison. Their innocence was charged with the crime of my emigration. What were our sufferings in a foreign land when compared with those of our countrymen who had remained in their own country? And yet what an additional misery amidst the other hardships of exile, to know that that very exile has been made a pretext for the persecution of those dear to us. 2 years ago, my sister-in-law's wedding ring was found in the gutter of the Rue Cassette and brought to me. It was broken, but the 2 hoops hung twisted together. The names engraved on them were still perfectly legible. How had this ring again come to light? Where and when had it been lost? Had the victim, imprisoned in the Luxembourg, passed along the Rue Cassette on her way to execution? Had she let the ring fall from the cart? Or had it been taken from her lifeless finger after her death? I was deeply affected at the sight of this broken ring, with its still legible inscription. It brought vividly to my mind the recollection of so cruel a fate. Something mysterious and fatal seemed attached to this ring, sent as it were from the habitations of the dead, in memory of her and of my brother. I gave it to her son. May it not bring misfortune on him. Cher orphelin, image de ta mère, au ciel pour toi je demande ici-bas les jours heureux retranchés à ton père, et les enfants que ton oncle n'a pas. This, and 2 or 3 other bad stanzas, were the only wedding present which I was able to make to my nephew when he married. One other monument of these misfortunes is in my possession. I give the letter written to me by M. de Contencin, who, in searching among the archives of Paris, found the order of the Revolutionary Tribunal, which sent my brother and his family to the scaffold. Monsieur le Vicomte, there is a sort of cruelty in reviving in a mind which has suffered deeply the recollection of the misfortunes which have so painfully affected it. This feeling made me hesitate for some time to offer you a very melancholy document, which came into my hands during my historical researches. It is a death warrant, signed before his own decease, by a man who always showed himself as implacable as death itself, towards any in whom he found rank and virtue united. I hope you will not be displeased with me for adding to your family archives a document reviving such painful images. I supposed it would have an interest in your eyes because it had value in mine, and it immediately occurred to me to offer it to you. If I have not been indiscreet, I shall be doubly happy, inasmuch as this step affords me an opportunity of expressing the sentiments of profound respect and sincere admiration with which you have long inspired me, and with which I am, your very humble and obedient servant, A. de Contencin. Hôtel de la Préfecture de la Seine, Paris, March 23, 1835. I replied as follows: Sir, I had caused search to be made in the Sainte Chapelle for the documents relating to the trial of my unfortunate brother and of his wife, but the order which you have had the kindness to send me was not found among them. This order and many others, with their erasures and their ill-written names, must surely have been presented to Fouquier at the Supreme Tribunal. He would know the signature well, and yet these are the times looked back upon in the present day with regret, and praised to the skies in volumes of eulogium. For myself, I envy my brother. It has been his fortune to be long since set free from this miserable world. I thank you sincerely for the sentiments you express in your good and noble letter, and beg you to be assured of the high esteem with which I am, etc., etc. This death warrant is especially remarkable for the evidence it affords of the levity with which murders were committed. Some names are wrong spelled, others are effaced, but these defects in form, which would in justice have sufficed to annul the simplest sentence, arrested not the bloody executioners. They were only careful to attend to the precise hour of death, at 5 o'clock precisely. I give a faithful copy of the authentic document. Executioners of criminal sentences, Revolutionary Tribunal. The executioner of criminal sentences will not fail to go to the prison of the Conciergerie, there to put into execution the sentence which condemns Musset, Desprémenil, Chapelier, Touré, L., Lamoignon Malesherbes, the woman Le Pelletier Rosambo, Chateaubriand and his wife, the proper name is effaced and illegible, the widow du Châtelet, the wife of Gramont, formerly Duke, the woman Rochechouart, and Parmentier, 14 to the punishment of death. The execution will take place today at 5 o'clock precisely on the Place de la Révolution in this town. The public prosecutor, H.Q. Fouquier. Given at the tribunal the 3rd Floréal, in the 2nd year of the Republic. 2 conveyances. The 9th of Thermidor saved my mother's life, but she was forgotten at the Conciergerie. The commissary of the Convention found her there. "What are you doing here, citoyenne?" said he. "Who are you? Why do you remain here?" My mother replied that, having lost her son, she cared not what was passing beyond her prison walls, and that it was matter of indifference to her whether she died in the prison or elsewhere. "But perhaps you have other children," replied the commissary. My mother named my wife and sisters, confined in the dungeons of Rennes. An order for their liberation was sent off, and my mother was sent out of the prison. A great omission has been made in every history of the Revolution. Side by side with the delineation of interior France, should have been traced one of exterior France, a picture of that great colony of exiles, varying its industry and its sufferings with the diversities of climate and the differences of national manners. Without France, all was effected by individual effort: state changes, obscure afflictions, silent unrewarded sacrifices, and one fixed idea preserved in the minds of this variety of individuals of every rank, age, and sex. Old France wandering on the face of the earth, with its prejudices and its faithful adherents, as in ancient times the Church of God with its virtues and its martyrs. Within France, all was effected by the efforts of the masses. Barrère announcing murders and conquests, civil wars and foreign wars, the gigantic combats in La Vendée and on the banks of the Rhine, thrones crumbling at the tread of our armies, our fleets engulfed in the waves, the people disinterring the monarchs at Saint-Denis and blinding living beings with the dust of their dead predecessors. New France glorying in her fresh liberty, proud even of her crimes, firm on her own territory, although enlarging her boundaries, doubly armed with the executioner's axe and the soldier's sword. Amidst my grief for the misfortunes of my own family, I received letters from my friend Ingant, which at least reassured me on the subject of his fate. The letters were very remarkable ones. He wrote in the month of September 1795, "Your letter of the 23rd of August is full of the most touching sensibility. I have shown it to several persons whose eyes filled with tears on reading it. I was almost tempted to say to them what Diderot said on the day when J.J. Rousseau came to weep in his prison at Vincennes: 'See how my friends love me.' My illness was in reality only one of those nervous fevers which give one a great deal of suffering, and for which time and patience are the best remedies. During my illness, I read extracts from the Phaedo and Timaeus. These books give one a desire to die, and I said, like Cato, 'It must be so. Plato, thou reasonest well.' I pictured to myself my journey to the shades as one would imagine a journey to the Indies. I thought I should see many new objects in the world of spirits, as Swedenborg calls it, and above all should be exempt from the fatigues and dangers of travel." End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of the Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole, Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 3, by François-René de CHATEAUBRIAND, Chapter 23. London, from April till September, 1822. Charlotte. 4 leagues from Beccles, in the small town of Bungay, lived the Reverend Mr., a clergyman of the Church of England, remarkable for his knowledge of Greek and mathematics. His family consisted of his wife, still young and agreeable in person, mind, and manners, and an only daughter, about 15. Having been introduced to the family, I was better received there than anywhere else. We drank after the old English fashion, and remained 2 hours at table after the departure of the ladies. Mr., who had been in America, took great delight in relating his travels, and listening to accounts of mine, as well as in conversing about Newton and Homer. His daughter, who had become learned in order to gratify him, was an excellent musician, and sang as well as Madame Pasta does now. She appeared again at tea, and charmed away the infectious drowsiness of the old clergyman. Leaning on the end of the piano, I listened to her in silence. When the music was finished, the young lady questioned me about France and about literature. She asked me for plans of study, was particularly anxious to become acquainted with the Italian authors, and begged me to give her some readings and remarks on the Divina Commedia and the Gerusalemme. By degrees I felt the timid charm of an attachment proceeding from the soul. I had decked out my Floridans, but I could not have ventured to pick up this lady's glove. I was embarrassed when I attempted to translate a passage in Tasso, while much more at ease with the chaster and more masculine genius of Dante. We were relatively of suitable ages. There is always something melancholy in those attachments which are not formed till middle life. If persons do not meet in the prime of youth, the recollections of the person beloved are not mixed up with those years when one has lived without knowing her. Those days which belong to other associations are painful to the memory and cut off, as it were, from our existence. Is there a disproportion in age? Inconveniences are increased. The elder has begun life before the younger was born. The younger is destined to remain alone in turn. One has lived in a solitude on this side the cradle, the other will pass through a solitude beyond a tomb. The past has been a desert to the former, the future will prove a desert to the latter. It is difficult to love with all the conditions of happiness, youth, beauty, suitable time, and harmony of heart, taste, character, graces, and years. Having had a fall from my horse, I remained for some time at Mr. 's house. It was winter, the dreams of my life began to fade away before reality. Miss became more reserved. She ceased to bring me flowers. She was not disposed to sing. Had any one told me that I should pass the remainder of my life unknown in the bosom of this retired family, I should have died with pleasure. Nothing is wanting to love but continuance, to be at once Eden before the fall, and Hosanna without end. Grant that beauty remains, that youth does not decay, and that the heart never wearies, and you reproduce heaven. Love is so completely the sovereign happiness, that it is haunted by the desire of being eternal. It pronounces no oaths but those which are irrevocable. If joys fail, it seeks to eternize its sorrows. A fallen angel, love still continues to use the language which it employed in its incorruptible sojourn. Its hope is never to cease. In its double nature and double illusions here below, it aims at perpetuation by immortal thoughts and endless generations. With dread I saw the moment approaching, when I should be obliged to withdraw. On the evening of the day announced for my departure, the dinner was gloomy. To my great astonishment, Mr. withdrew with his daughter at the dessert, and I was left alone with his wife. She became extremely embarrassed. I thought she was going to reproach me for an attachment which she had discovered, but of which I had never spoken. She looked at me, cast down her eyes, and blushed. She was extremely attractive in her embarrassment, and there is no sentiment of tenderness which she might not have inspired herself. At length, making a great effort to overcome the feeling which deprived her of speech, "Sir," said she in English, "you have seen my embarrassment. I do not know whether Charlotte is agreeable to you, but it is impossible to deceive a mother, and my daughter certainly has become attached to you. Mr. and myself have considered the matter. You are in all respects agreeable to us. We believe you would make our daughter happy. You have no country. You have just lost your relations. Your property is sold. What then can recall you to France? Till you inherit our property, you shall live with us." Of all the distress I ever experienced, that was the most sensible and the greatest. I threw myself at Mrs. 's knees. I covered her hands with my kisses and tears. She thought these were tears of joy, and she began to sob from pleasure. She put out her hand to ring the bell, called for her husband and her daughter. "Stop," I cried, "I am married." She fainted. I went out, and without going to my room again, left the house on foot. I reached Beccles, and after having written a letter to Mrs., of which I regret not having kept a copy, I posted off to London. I have ever retained the most agreeable, most tender, and most grateful recollection of this event. Before my renown, Mr. was the only family which took an interest in my well-being and received me with true kindness. Poor, unknown, proscribed, without attraction or beauty, there was presented to me the prospect of a happy future, a country, a delightful wife to rescue me from my forlorn condition, a mother almost as beautiful, to take the place of my aged mother, and a father well informed, amiable, and attached to learning, to replace him of whom Heaven had deprived me. What had I as compensation for all that? There could be no illusion in their choice of me. I had a right to believe myself beloved. Since that time, I have only met with one attachment sufficiently exalted to inspire me with the same confidence. As to the interest, which I may have appeared afterwards to excite, I have never been able to discover where the external causes. The voice of fame, the splendour of condition, the éclat of high literary or political positions, were not the attractions which drew towards me admiration and zeal. Moreover, by marrying Charlotte, my whole character in life would have been changed. Buried in an English county, I should have become a country gentleman. Not a single line would have ever fallen from my pen. I should even have forgotten my language, for I was accustomed to write in English. I began to think also in English. Would my country have lost much by my disappearance? If I could lay aside what has consoled me, I would say that I might have reckoned already many days of calm, instead of those of trouble, which have fallen to my lot. What would the Empire, the Restoration, the divisions and quarrels of France have been to me? I should not have been obliged every morning to palliate faults and to combat errors. Is it certain that I have any real talents, and that these talents have been worth the sacrifice of my life? Will my memory survive my tomb? And should it do so, will there be, after the transformations effected, in a world changed and occupied with other things, will there be a public to listen to me? Shall I not be like a man of former times, unintelligible to the new generations? Will not my ideas, my feelings, and even my style, be things wearisome and obsolete to a scornful posterity? Will my shade be able to say, as that of Virgil to Dante, Poeta fui et cantai, I was a poet and have sung? Return to London. When returned to London, I was unable to find any repose. I had fled before my destiny as a malefactor before his crime. How painful must it have been for a family so worthy of my homage, respect, and gratitude, to have experienced a kind of refusal from a man unknown, whom they had hospitably received, and to whom they had offered a new home with a simplicity and an absence of suspicion and precaution characteristic of the manners of the patriarchal times. I continually dwelt on the vexation of Charlotte, and the just reproaches to which I might be, and ought to be, subjected, for, in fact, I had gratified myself by indulging an inclination which I knew to be unlawful. Was this, then, really a deceitful attempt vaguely made to gain a lady's affections, without reflecting on my blamable conduct? But either by stopping, as I did, in order to remain an honourable man, or by passing over the obstacle, in order to give myself up to a desire condemned beforehand by my conduct, I must have plunged the object of my deceit into regret or sorrow. From these painful reflections, I allowed myself to indulge in others not less full of bitterness. I cursed my marriage, which, according to the false suggestions of a mind at that time highly morbid, had obstructed my true way in life, and deprived me of happiness. I did not consider, that on account of the lowness of spirits to which I was subject, and the romantic notions of liberty which I cherished, a marriage with Miss would have been as painful to me as a union more independent. One thing remained pure and delightful within me, although profoundly sad: the image of Charlotte. That image eventually overruled my rebellious feelings against my lot. I was 100 times tempted to go back to Bungay, not with a view to present myself to the afflicted family, but to conceal myself by the roadside, to see Charlotte pass, to follow her to the temple where we had the same God, if not the same altar, and to offer to that woman, through the medium of Heaven, the inexpressible ardour of my wishes, in order to pronounce, at least in thought, the prayer of nuptial benediction, which I might have heard from the mouth of a minister in his temple. Wandering from resolution to resolution, I wrote long letters to Charlotte, which I immediately afterwards tore to pieces. A few insignificant notes, which I had received from her, were regarded by me like a talisman, ever present to me in thought. Charlotte, beautiful and tender, followed, purifying my steps by the paths of the Cepheid. She absorbed all my faculties. She was the centre through which the whole of my intellectual nature passed, as the blood passes through the heart. Everything became distasteful to me, for I was constantly drawing comparisons to her advantage. A genuine and unfortunate passion is a poisonous leaven, which remains in the depths of the soul, and would spoil the bread of angels. The places where I had walked, the hours which I had passed, and the words which I had exchanged with Charlotte, were all engraven on my memory. I saw the smile of the wife who had been destined for me. I touched her dark hair with a feeling of respect. I pressed her beautiful arms to my breast, like a chain of lilies, which I might have worn round my neck. I was no sooner in a retired place than Charlotte, with her fair hands, placed herself at my side. I felt her presence, as one breathes by night the perfume of unseen flowers. Deprived of the society of Hingant, my walks became more lonely than ever, and gave me full liberty to conjure up the image of Charlotte. There is not a heath, a road, a church, within 30 miles of London, which I have not visited. The most retired places, a bank of nettles or a ditch full of thistles, every place which seemed neglected by man, became to me preferred, and in these places Byron already breathed. With my head resting on my hand, I contemplated these despised localities. When the painful impression which they produced affected me too much, the remembrance of Charlotte intervened to turn everything to rapture. I was then like the pilgrim who, when arrived at a solitary place within sight of the rocks of Sinai, heard the nightingale's song. In London, people were surprised at my ways. I looked at no one. I never made any answer. I knew not what was said. My old companions suspected I was touched with madness. Extraordinary meeting. What happened at Bungay after my departure? What became of the family into which I had carried joy and mourning? Always bear carefully in mind that I am now an ambassador at the court of George IV, and that I am writing in London in 1822 what took place in London in 1795. Some matters of business have prevented me for 8 days from continuing the narrative which I now resume. During this interval, my valet de chambre came one morning between 12 and 1 o'clock to inform me that a carriage had stopped at my door, and that an English lady asked to speak with me. As I made it a rule in my public situation to refuse an interview to none, I desired the lady to be shown up. I was in my library. The lady was announced, and I saw a person in deep mourning enter the room. She was accompanied by 2 beautiful boys, of about the respective ages of 16 and 14, also in mourning. I advanced to meet the stranger. She was so affected that she was scarcely able to walk. She said in an almost inarticulate voice, "My lord, do you remember me?" Yes, I recognised Miss. The years which had passed over her head had still left spring there. I took her by the hand, made her sit down, and seated myself by her side. I was unable to speak, my eyes filled with tears, and through these tears I looked at her in silence. By all that I experienced, I felt how deeply I had loved her. At length I recovered the power of speaking in my turn. "And you, madam, do you remember me?" She raised her eyes, which she had cast down, and the only answer was a look, smiling and melancholy, as a long remembrance. Her hand was still in mine. She said to me, "I am in mourning for my mother. My father has been dead for several years. These are my children." As she said these last words, she withdrew her hand, sunk into her armchair, and covered her eyes with her handkerchief. She soon resumed, "My lord, I speak to you now in the language which I tried with you at Bungay. I am confused, pardon me. My children are the sons of Admiral, to whom I was married about 3 years after your departure from England. But at present I have not self-possession enough to enter into details. Allow me to come again." I asked her address, and offered her my arm to conduct her back to her carriage. She trembled, and I pressed her hand to my heart. The next day I called on Lady, and found her alone. Then there began between us that series of "Do you remembers?" which recall a whole life. At each "Do you remember?" we looked at each other. We tried to discover in our faces those traces of time which furnish a cruel measurement of the distance from the point of departure, and the length of the way which has been passed. I said to Charlotte, "How did your mother inform you?" She blushed, and interrupted me quickly. "I have come to London to request you to interest yourself in favour of Admiral's children. The eldest is anxious to go to Bombay, and Mr. Canning, who has just been appointed Governor-General of India, is a friend of yours. He might take my son with him. I should be very much obliged, and would like to owe to you the success of my eldest child." She laid great stress on these last words. "Ah, madam," replied I, "what do you recall to me? What a reversion of destinies! You who received a poor exile at your father's hospitable table, you who have sympathized with his sufferings, you who perhaps may have entertained the idea of raising him to a glorious and unexpected rank, is it you who are come to claim my assistance in your own country? I will see Mr. Canning, your son, whatever it cost me to give him that name, your son, if it is within my power, shall go to India. But tell me, madam, what effect has my new fortune produced upon you? How do you regard me at present? The phrase, my lord, which you employ, appears to me much too harsh. Charlotte answered, I do not consider you at all changed, not even grown old. Whenever I spoke of you to my parents, during your absence, I always gave you the title of my lord. It seemed to me you ought to bear it. Were you not in my eyes as my husband, my lord and master? This graceful woman, as she pronounced these words, had something about her which reminded me of Milton's Eve. She was not born of another woman. Her beauty bore the impress of the divine hand by which it had been moulded. I hastened to Mr. Canning and Lord Londonderry. They raised difficulties about a petty place, just as would have happened in France. They promised, however, in such fashion as court promises are made. I gave an account of my progress to Lady. I saw her again 3 times. At my last visit, she told me she was just about to return to Bungay. This last interview was mournful. Charlotte still talked to me of the past, of our retired life, our readings, walks, and music, of last year's flowers and the hopes of former times. When I knew you, she said, no one pronounced your name. Now, who is ignorant of it? Do you know that I have a work and many letters written by your hand? Here they are. She put a small parcel into my hand. Do not be offended if I do not wish to keep anything of yours. And she began to weep. Farewell, farewell, said she to me. Remember, my son, I shall never see you again, for you will not come to Bungay to see me. I will go, exclaimed I. I will go and bring your son's commission. She shook her head with an air of doubt and retired. Having returned to the embassy, I shut myself in my room and opened the packet. It only contained a few insignificant notes from me and a plan of study, with some remarks on the English and Italian poets. I had hoped to find a letter from Charlotte. There was none. But I perceived on the margins of the manuscript some notes written in English, French, and Latin, of which the faded ink and the youthful writing testified that they had long since been placed on these papers. Such is the history of my acquaintance with Miss. Whilst finishing the relation, I feel as if I am a second time losing Charlotte, in this same island where I lost her the first. But between the feelings which I now experience towards her, and those entertained at the period the tenderness of which I recall, there is all the distance of innocence. Passions have interposed between Miss and Lady. I could no longer offer to an ingenuous woman the sincerity of desires, the sweet ignorance of a love bounded to the limits of a dream. I wrote then on the billows of sadness. I am no longer tossed on the sea of life. Well, had I folded in my arms as a mother and wife, her who had been destined for me when young and a bride, it could only have been with a sort of rage, to blot out, to fill with sorrow and extinguish, those 27 years given to another, after having been offered to me. I must regard the feeling which I have just recalled as the first of that kind which ever entered my heart. It was, however, not at all in sympathy with my stormy nature. It would have corrupted it, it would have rendered me incapable of long enjoying holy delights. It was when embittered by misfortunes, already a pilgrim beyond the sea, and having begun my solitary wanderings. It was when the mad ideas described in the mystery of René took possession of me, and made me the most afflicted being on the earth. However that may be, the chaste image of Charlotte, by causing some rays of a true light to penetrate the depths of my soul, first dissipated a cloud of phantoms. My demon, like an evil genius, plunged again into the abyss. It awaited the effect of time in order to renew its apparitions. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of the Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee, Memoirs of Chateaubriand, 1768 to 1800, Part 3, by François-René de CHATEAUBRIAND, Chapter 24. London, April to September, 1822. Revised in December 1846. Defect of my character. My connection with M. de Boff, on the subject of the Essai sur les Révolutions, had never been entirely broken off. and it was important to me to renew it as soon as possible on my return to London, in order to maintain myself. But what had been the cause of my last misfortune? My obstinacy in keeping silence. In order to understand this, some further knowledge of my character is necessary. Throughout my whole life, I have never been able to conquer that spirit of reserve and inward solitude, which prevents me from talking of what touches me most nearly. None could truly affirm of me that they have heard me relate what most people relate in a moment of sorrow, pleasure, or vanity. A name, a confession of any importance never, or very rarely, falls from my lips. I never entertain casual acquaintances with my interests, my designs, my labours, my ideas, my attachments, my joys, and my griefs, feeling convinced of the profound ennui we cause in others when we speak of ourselves. Although sincere and truthful, I am wanting in openness of heart. My soul has a constant tendency to shrink within itself. I stop in the middle of saying a thing, and these memoirs are the only faithful expression of my inward life. If I attempt to begin a narrative, the idea of its length suddenly strikes me with affright, and after I have spoken a few words, the sound of my own voice becomes unbearable to me, and I am silent. As I have faith in nothing except religion, I mistrust everything. Malice and a disposition to taunts are the two characteristics of the French mind, mockery and calumny the certain result of any confidence. But what have I gained by my reserved nature? Because I have been impenetrable, I have become to others a sort of imaginary being, bearing not the most distant resemblance to my real self. Even my friends are deceived in me, while they think they are making me better known, and adorning me with the illusions of their attachment. All the mediocrities of antechambers, offices, newspapers, and coffee-houses have supposed me to have ambition, and I have none. Cold and dry in ordinary affairs, I have nothing of the enthusiast or sentimentalist about me. My clear and rapid perception quickly sees through a fact or a man, and despoils them of all importance. My imagination, far from carrying me away with it, or idealizing applicable truths, swallows down the greatest events, baffles myself. The little and ridiculous side of things strikes me at first view. In my eyes, great things or great geniuses scarcely exist. Polite, laudatory, and admiring in manner towards the commonplaces which announce themselves as superior intelligences, my hidden contempt smiles and puts masks à la Caillot on all these incense-breathing countenances. In politics, the warmth of my opinions has never exceeded the length of my speech or of my pamphlet. In my inward and theoretical existence, I am a man of dreams. In my outward and practical existence, a man of realities. Adventurous, yet calm and cool. Impassioned, yet methodical. There has never existed a being at once so chimerical and so positive, so ardent and so cold. A strange androgynous, formed from the different qualities of my father and my mother. The descriptions which have been given of me principally owe their utter want of resemblance to my chariness of words. The multitude are too careless, too inattentive to give itself time, unless previously warned, to know people as they are. When I attempted to correct some of these false judgments in my prefaces, I was not believed, and at length, as I was very indifferent on the matter, I did not urge it, and, as you will, has always freed me from the tiresome labour of convincing anyone or seeking to establish a truth. I return to my inward tribunal like a hare to its form, and there give myself up to the contemplation of a moving leaf or a bending blade of grass. I make no virtue of my circumspection, invisible as it is involuntary. If it is not a duplicity, it has the appearance of one. It is not in harmony with natures more happy, more amiable, more easy, more naive, more open and communicative than mine. It has often done me injury in the minds of others, and in matters of business, because I never could endure explanations, reconciliations, and arrangements effected by protestations and clearings up, lamentations and tears, talk and reproaches, details and apologies. In the case of the family, my obstinate silence with regard to myself was extremely injurious to me. 20 times had Charlotte's mother made inquiries respecting my relations, and thus afforded me an opportunity to speak openly, but not foreseeing the consequences of my silence, I contented myself as usual with vague and brief replies. Had I not been under the influence of this odious perversity of mind, Any misunderstanding would have been impossible. I should not have exposed myself to the imputation of having sought
to abuse such generous hospitality. The truth, spoken at the decisive moment, did not excuse me. I had not the less been the cause of a real evil. I returned to my work in the midst of my vexation and of my just self-reproach. I even took a liking to my labour, for the idea had occurred to me that by acquiring renown, I should give the family less cause to repent the interest they had shown in me. Charlotte, whom I thus sought to reconcile to me through fame, presided over my studies. Her image was seated before me when I wrote. When I raised my eyes from my paper, I fixed them on the adored image, as if its original had really been there. The inhabitants of Ceylon saw the sun rise one morning in unusual splendour. Its globe parted, and a brilliant creature came forth, who said to them, "I come to reign over you." Charlotte, coming forth from a ray of light, reigned over me. But let us quit these recollections. They grow old and fade away like hopes. The course of my life is about to change, to flow into other valleys, beneath other skies. First love of my youth, thou vanishest with all thy charms. True, I have but now seen Charlotte again, but after how many years of separation? Sweet light of the past, pale rosy twilight which tinges the hem of night's robe, long after the sun has set. End of chapter 24.